Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So it is the 1st of October and you know what that means. It's Halloween, or it's at least going to be Halloween very soon. So during this October we're going to have a lot of Halloween videos coming out. A lot of people are starting early this year and I thought I'd do the same. So what we're going to do is make a little phone screen kind of design. What you're going to have to do to begin with is go to render. We're going to switch out the EV to cycles. And then we're going to go to the camera, which is right here, and what we'll do is we're going to change the size of the image. So you're going to have to go to the output right here, and we've got resolution under format just at the beginning right here, and place in by pixel the size of your screen. If you don't know, Google should be able to tell you. Just type it in, see what it brings up. So you just need to put in your phone model, and Google should be able to tell you the rest of how many pixels across and how many pixels up you have. Once you have that, you'll have something like this. Now, leave it where it is for the moment, because what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and delete the default cube, and I'm going to add a, let's go with UV sphere. We're going to go ahead and shade smooth. And what I'm going to do from this point on is we're going to go to material at the bottom right here. We're going to go new. And I'm just going to name this as glow. This is going to be for the eyes. And the eyes on this project are going to be a little bit rough as well. So what I'm going to do is we'll go to Principled BSDF. We'll change this to emission. Change this to kind of like a nice yellow colour, or you can have any colour that you want depending on your colour preferences. And you'll notice that when we go to the viewport shading on rendered, that we have this nice glowing circle. So what we're going to do from here is we're going to go add plane. You're going to press G with this, bring it up, scale it outwards to how big you want your ghost to be. And what I'm going to do is let's go to edit mode real quick. We're going to go right click subdivide, right click subdivide, subdivide, subdivide. Do it a few times. Do be aware that when you subdivide, it gives the computer a lot more work to it gives it basically more vertices to work with. So if your computer's quite slow, or maybe I don't know, a little outdated, maybe less subdivision than say someone who's got more of an advanced PC, because it's going to take up a lot more RAM memory to be able to run something like this. So what we're going to do, I'm just going to subdivide mine as much as my computer will be able to handle it. I'm going to go back to object mode. And what I'm going to do is let's go on to the wireframe for a moment. I think someone just texted me, if you can hear that. Something's just gone vroom. We're going to go to 7. Press 7 on the number pad, which is the top right here. So what you want to do in reality is roughly plan where the eye holes are going to be, because once we animate this to fall over the sphere, we're going to need some eye holes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to animate this first and show you guys what you need to do, and then we can go ahead and put those eye holes in. So we have the sphere right here, which is going to be our model. So this will be our collision and this will be our cloth. So to do that, what we're going to do, go over to, it's not the modifiers, it's the physics. The top one here, which is your plane, you're going to make this cloth. The bottom one here is going to be your collision. Now before I make it collision, what I'm going to do, I'm going to press play and just show you what happens. So you'll notice that the cloth just falls straight through because we haven't made this the collision yet. So let's go back to 0, just on that timeline at the bottom right here. And what I'm going to do, we'll click collision on this one. So remember, this is all in the physics tab. And when we press play now, that this is a collision, you'll notice that this happens. So you'll also notice that there's something else that's happening right here, which is all this kind of bumpiness, this pixelization kind of thing going on. And what we want to do is we want to remove that. So what we're going to do, let's bring this back to 0, to the starting point. We're going to go and click the material that we have, shade smooth. And when we press play again, we'll have something that's way, way, way more smoother. It's not perfect, just at the moment we do need to make some adjustments, but it's better than nothing. You'll also notice when the animation comes here at the bottom that it kind of collides with itself. You see all this where it's coming in? So what we need to do is we need to make an amendment on this. So what you're going to do, go to the physics tab, and we'll go all the way down to the bottom towards collisions. And what we're going to do, open the collision tab, you've got object collisions, go down one more, and we've got self collision. Now obviously nothing's going to happen at this point, because what we need to do is we need to bring this timeline back to 0 again. So now when we play this, it'll be a little bit slower. Don't worry if it's slow, it's just a computer reading. And when we come back down, we come back down again, down, down, down. You'll notice that this cloth is now going to hang a little bit more naturally. It's less collision. And when it comes down to the peak, nothing's crossing over, it's just hitting itself and it's coming back out. That's what we want. Now, you can go ahead and you can amend the settings as much as you want. I really do encourage you to experiment with this, because it's going to be, you know, it's your project at the end of the day. I would rather you experiment and understand what you're doing with it, rather than just following instructions and going, oh, Becky said to do it like this, so therefore I'm going to do it like this. If you've got your own way of doing something, then do it that way, if that works for you. You know what I mean? As long as you're getting to the same goal. Say like I've got one way of doing something, you've got one way of doing something, but we reach the same goal, who cares, right? So that is your collision. We're not really going to need the material to go down that far, but that's fine. So I think I'm going to go ahead and just reduce the tension ever so slightly. We'll see what happens. And the compression, I would say just keep it where it is, and we'll see what happens. Because about 5-10 minutes ago I was actually experimenting with the tension and the compression to make this look a little better. So we can see now that it comes down, we have a few more folds and stuff like that. Now, depending on how you want the ghost to look and how flayed out the material is at the bottom, is totally up to you. What I would suggest is, with all these bumps as well, we could go to modifiers and we could actually add a smooth if you wanted to. Totally up to you, but it's an option. So we can go to smooth, and you can start to kind of morph some of this as well, or you could have like crazy kind of textures going on. To be honest with you, it's totally up to you whether you want to use smooth or not. But if we come back to the physics tab and we just mess around with the compression and maybe just pull that compression just down just ever so slightly, take this back to 0. We now have a nicer flow to that material in particular. And it just comes down a lot nicer as well. What you could do, you could also, if we put this back to 0, mess around with your quality steps. Now I'm just experimenting at the moment just to see where it comes to. I notice it's going very, very slowly now. It's going like frame by frame by frame. The more stuff you put to it, the slower it's going to be, but hopefully the better the result. So it's kind of one of those things, you have to be patient with it. Trust the process, so to speak. I see that it's very smooth when it's coming in right now. And hopefully my Blender doesn't crash again, because it did last time. But yeah, as you can see, and it's coming down, it's a lot more smoother. There's a lot more steps to this, a lot more quality steps. Totally up to you again what you want to do with this. I would definitely experiment with dampening tension as well, with shear, bending. You could put internal springs if you wanted to, if that's something that you'd want to do. Totally up to you. You've also got air pressure. So this is just coming down now. I kind of like the way that it's going. and we want to add the eye holes. So when I was actually experimenting with this, how to add the eye holes and stuff like that, I just kind of took 2 pieces of the mesh and I just put a hole in it, and then the eyes kind of fell over the top of the model, and I kind of liked the way that it didn't quite sit straight. It was almost like the sheet was kind of squiffy, and I kind of want to put that back in with this as well. For those of you who've got PCs that might be a little bit slower, this process may take some time for you, or even like, you know, I used to have a small laptop where I started Blender, and my gosh, it sounded like a jet engine. It sounded like a jet engine. I remember being in the art classroom doing art and making stuff, and all you could hear in the corner was my laptop going, you know, just like crazy. Nowadays I have gaming PCs that can do this. So it's an upgrade. It really is. I quite like the way that this is going. What I'm going to do, I'm going to stop this, just press pause. I quite like the way that that's hanging. So to make the eyes, you do need to make some adjustments right here. So what I'm going to do, let's go back to 0 and just watch where your material is falling over the ball, and then just try and find out where that is onto the frame itself. So we've probably got about here. Let's go into wireframe just real quick. So we probably want to go this section here and this section here. Let's go on to edit mode. When it edits, it's going to go flat. So you have to kind of use your imagination here. Let's go ahead. I'm going to go on to select the face. Let's go this to this, and maybe this to this. Delete. You can delete edges or you can delete faces. Totally up to you. I personally would delete faces. I'm just going to press F for fill so I can see where those are. And I'm going to press delete. And we'll go faces. So now we've got a hole in the tapestry, so to speak. What I'm going to do, let's go back to object mode. When Blender responds, there we go. Okay, so now we've got these nice little eye holes that are going on. I'm going to go back to 0. And let's let this fall. And we'll see where this ends up. And again, we're probably going to be waiting. We're going to be waiting again. So, yeah. I think the more powerful the PC that you have, the less problems that you'll have in Blender. But I have found a solution to that. If you have a PC that's not very powerful, and you go to, say, an older version of Blender, you can download the older versions of Blender, and they work wonders. They work really wonders. The only problem that I would say is the way that Blender has developed over the years is it's different, because when I first started with Blender, if you were making water or anything like that, you were making liquids, you had to program, like, it wasn't lines of programming, but you had to tell the computer what you wanted it to do. Nowadays it's just a button. You know, you just go liquid, cloth, or whatever like that, and collision, and it'll just do it like this, you know what I mean? Like, but back then it was, you have to make all the parameters. So that's the only downside if you're going to an older version of Blender, but it tends to work better with computers that haven't got as much power. So, you know, it's a bit of give and take. It is a bit of give and take. So yeah, I think I got the eye holes in the right place. I mean, totally up to you what you guys want to do. I will advise one thing though. So if you copied and pasted this model that you've just made, you'll have to redo the physics for the next model, if that makes any sense. So you'll have to just redo everything but next to it. So I'll show you what I mean in a minute. When we copy and paste over, that's if you want to. Let's see. You could also do a little smiley face as well if you wanted to. So you know where the eye holes are. If you're happy with the eye holes being here, you can go back to 0 and you can make like a little smiley face or something like that, you know what I mean? And I just kind of like re-render it. Just redo the physics. Totally up to you. But yeah, I kind of like, excuse me, I kind of like the way that that's going. So, what I'm going to do to make this look a little bit more material-like, we'll go into the shading tab. And we should be on cycles. Yes, we're on cycles. Okay, so you might need your material tab right here. So this doesn't actually have a material at the moment, so we're going to go new. I'm just going to go ahead and put cloth. And what I'm going to do, we've got Principled SDF here. We've got the material output. We'll go to add. We're going to go brick texture. You can go color to base color. It doesn't really matter. But now you've got this nice little brick texture going on. So what you want to do is take the brick width and just make it all the way out. So now we've just got all these little stripes going on. We want to go ahead and scale this up. So you could have like a blanket maybe or something like that, you know, with stripes. But to be honest with you, I'm using this for more of a texture. And I'll show you what I'm going to do with it afterwards, because we're not going to keep this in base colour. We'll move this. So you've kind of got this nice little lines going across, and then you've got this line coming across this way. It's just the brick. We can't really get rid of that, but it looks like a bit of a seam, like it's been stitched together. So once we have this, what we're going to do, we're going to go to add. We'll go bump mode. And we're going to go and place the bump between the brick texture and the Principled SDF. We'll take the brick texture and we'll go to height rather than normal. So now we've got this nice little height going on, and we have kind of like this nice little multicoloured ghost going on. And what we're going to do, you can do this one of two ways. You could have a colour ramp right here, or you could switch this out to metallic. Now we've got this nice little texture going on. We still have these little bit of bumps, but that's okay. Don't worry about that. Kind of adds to the effect, I guess. So you can put this in metallic, you can put this in roughness, you can put this one in whatever you'd like. Scale it out, scale it down, whatever. What I'm going to do, let's go ahead. I'm just going to go and scroll out of that just slightly. Let's select everything. So we've got space. I'm going to go ahead and take the bump texture and the brick texture. We'll go copy and we'll go paste, or you can go Shift D. I'm going to go ahead. Oops. And we'll have one brick texture, one bump texture, one brick texture, one bump texture. The top one we can place in base colour. The bottom one's going to go into the metallic. And what we're going to do, we're going to add a colour ramp. Just at the top one here. So this is the layout that you should have. So we've got brick texture, bump, colour ramp, which goes into base colour. Brick texture, bump, and then one that goes into metallic or roughness, depending on what you want. So we can now see that we've got these nice little stripes going on, and that should be picked up within our final piece. So we can go ahead and we can pull the black towards the white, and this will contrast it just a little bit. We can have the white being pulled towards the black, and you can get some of that shadow and shade underneath. Totally up to you. And again, you've got the modifiers with smooth, so you can go out and smooth that out a little bit. So when we go back to our layout, we should have something like this. So upon the render, if we go to render tab, you can kind of see a little bit of detail of the cloth around the edges. Now what I'm going to do, because obviously cloth isn't just one plane, you do have a little bit of lip on it. We'll go ahead and take the cloth. Let's go back to 0. And hopefully this works. Let's go to edit mode. A to select everything. E for extrude. And you just want to extrude it just a tiny little bit. Just a little thumbnail kind of thing. just to add a little bit of depth and texture. Oops. G, I'm just going to bring that down. Okay, just about there, yeah? So now, if we press play on this, or spacebar, we should get an animation, but mine's kind of crashing a little bit. So, I mean, if yours starts crashing, just backspace it a little bit. Control Z until you've got one plane. I think mine's struggling. So what I'm going to do, let's go and press pause. Hopefully we get a pause. There we go. Right, I'm just going to go ahead and just backspace mine so it's one plane. But if your computer can achieve it, then go ahead and do that. So let's see. You could also, let's add some shape, maybe shrinking factor. You could go and experiment with this, to be honest with you. Let's see. I'm going to keep it the way that it is. I'm going to keep this the way that it is. Oh, we've crashed. Oh, there we go, we're back. Okay, so. Why are you not working? Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and do the animation again. Just to make sure that this is okay. So we're going. And whilst I'm actually doing this, if you wanted to make a friend for your animation right here, you could go ahead and make another one. Let's go ahead and pause this. I'm going to go ahead and just take them both. Shift D, duplicate. Just move them across. As so. So, in theory, if you had two ghosts, let's go ahead and just rotate this one just ever so slightly. Come on. I think my computer's having a little think. Let's see if that works. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we can start from 0 again. Go ahead, press play. And hopefully both of these should be able to fall. It's going to take some time because now we've got two of them. And obviously the animation is going to take a little bit longer. And hopefully they should interact with each other as well, because if you think about it, there's two spheres, which are the collisions, and then there's two materials, which are coming over the top. So in theory, they should kind of hit each other and kind of interact. So it kind of look like, I don't know, hopefully arms kind of looking at the end. But we'll see. We'll see. So slowly coming down here. The materials aren't interacting with each other, as far as I know, because they're not collisions. So they should just bypass each other. In theory. We'll see what happens here. So I'm just going to go ahead and just take this off the X-ray mode. So we can see the surface rather than the underneath. So yeah, we can see that the eyes are coming in just here. See that the eyes are coming in just here, and then both materials are kind of over each other. So maybe I could move that. Let's see. So I think this material from this one is slowly falling down. So hopefully by the time that they are dangling, the eye hole should be uncovered. Should be. And I'm looking at this now going, yeah, they will be. Come on. Just kind of waiting, just kind of watching. I think it's a really good idea just to watch your work kind of unfold, because then you can learn where it's going wrong and where it's going right, and you can see like frame by frame what's happening with it. So you see that this material right here from the one on the right is reacted to the one on the left, so it's folding in different ways. So it's all about physics and stuff like that. So you'll notice that material seems to be a bit further back on this ghost than the one on the left, which is kind of cool because it looks like the ghost is looking up. So I think that's pretty cool. We'll get some lettering in the back here. We'll get the camera at a certain angle so it looks cool. I think I might need to move the material forward on the ghost on the right. Or maybe I could keep it. Maybe because we have the text above. It might look okay actually. And they should also carry the same materials as well. So, I am actually looking at this one that's on the right, thinking maybe we could change this. We'll see what happens. I just want it to droop a little bit more. More droop. Come on. You know what? I think I kind of like it like this. I'm going to pause this. We'll work with it from here. But I don't like the fact that the eyes are a little bit too high on this one. So, I mean, you could go back and you can edit it. Or you could have it kind of like a surface. So let's go with add plane. I'm just going to go ahead and scale this out. And then press G, bring this down. Don't move the ghosts up, otherwise you'll have to reanimate them. Or redo the physics even. So, maybe just keep them here. Let's go ahead and scale this out. Press G, bring it across. Scale out again. And what I'm going to do, let's have this as a reflective surface. So we'll go to materials, new. Let's go with reflective floor. I've just put felt floor. It's just abbreviated so I can read it better. So let's go with metallic. Let's turn down the roughness just a little bit. We'll go to the render right here. We can see that we've got these two ghosts. This nice little floor that's going on. Let's press G, bring this down. So it looks like they're floating. We could have the angle just here for Happy Halloween. I'm going to go ahead and just make this floor black. And the materials here, I think that the black is a little bit too much. Let's go with shading. We'll go to this material again and we'll just reduce the black ever so slightly just here. And pull the white maybe a little bit further up. And then when we go back to layouts, we should have a little bit more of a lighter tone to our material. If we turn the roughness down, we might get something else. Yeah, if we turn your roughness up and your IOR just up slightly. You could also turn the alpha down as well if you wanted to, kind of make him a little bit more translucent. So then you can see like little bits of yellow coming through and stuff like that. So it's obviously like a spirit kind of thing. Totally up to you if you want to do it like that. Let's go with the floor again. Why are you not working? There we go, felt floor. Okay, let's turn down this roughness just ever so slightly so we've got some of that reflection going on. And then what I'm going to do, let's go to view, align view, and you want to align active camera to view. So this now is your phone screen. So let's go G, just bring this across, and G, bring this back. Then we can go ahead, just bring this up. Right, what you'll notice is this base right here is going straight across like that. It's because the camera can't see past this. So, click your camera. We'll go with the end right here. So you've got lens, and then it says clip start, clip end. So you want to go for the end. Go ahead and just pull this back. Now you've got more depth of field. So I'm just going to go ahead and press S for scale. We'll go up just there. What I'm going to do, we want depth of field, but we don't want it right now. So the depth of field that we need Generally is to blur the background and make sure that the foreground is in focus and the ghosts are in focus. Now, to do this, we can do this with a point, or we can select an object. Totally up to you what you want to do. You just need to make sure that, let me show you. So if I take the camera right here, we can go depth of field. If we click that, you want to take the dropper, select whatever it is that you want to home in on, and then the f-stop right here under aperture, you want to make sure that that's at 0. So what that will do, it will blur the foreground, it will blur the background. The higher the aperture that you have, the more detailed everything will be. The lower the aperture, well, now that's a whole word to say. The lower the aperture you have, it will blur the background and foreground. Yeah. So you could also mess around with the blades as well, and I believe ratio, if you've ever seen movies where they kind of have those lens flares coming across, I believe that's ratio that causes that. So you can have that as well if you wanted to. I would say experiment with it, see what works for you. So we need to add text. Let's go with A for text, add and text. So your text will appear right here. If you can see that just in the corner, I'm going to go ahead and split the atom so you guys can see what's going on both sides. So we've got the phone screen side right here. I'll leave that where it is, and then I can rotate this one around and mess around with it in the way that I would like to. So I believe for the text for this, we're either going to go trick or treat or Halloween. Totally up to you, again, what you'd like. So let's go ahead and press G. Oops. Select your text, press G, bring this up. So you can see your text is going on right here. I'm going to go to edit mode, and then we're going to start writing text. So I think we should go with trick. I'm just going to leave that one as trick. Let's go to object mode. Come over to the data section right here. And what we can do with this is we can do font. So font is kind of an interesting one, and I don't think you're going to see my pop out because it comes up in another window. So you can open font here, and at the moment you can't see anything, but I can. So I could go ahead and select a font right here. Let's open this one. We've got trick. So this is, I'm going to mispronounce this so much, forgive me, Alti Snow Regular, I believe it's called. So you could have this one. We're going to go ahead. Let's go and rotate this by 90 up on the x-axis right here. So just go ahead, press R, and get it on the x-axis, and then we go 90 on the side. So you'll notice that it doesn't face the camera at all. So we're just going to turn that around. It doesn't matter if it's straight, it's fine. Let's press S for scale. And what I'm going to do, let's go and press G. Bring this up so we can go trick. And just move this to the side. So we've got our little barriers right here, if you guys can still see that. Let's go with trick right here. You can make it a little bit bigger if you wanted to, but we need geometry. And we want to extrude this. So when we extrude it, it gets bigger at the side right here. It's a nice thick lettering. You don't want it too much. You don't want it like, say, there or something like that. You want it just nice, just chilled. We can go to Materials tab. We can go New. Principal BSDF switched out for emission. Maybe go for a nice little purple for this one. Let's go with just improving that strength just ever so slightly. So we've got that nice little trick. And then what we can do is we can go, let's go Shift D, duplicate this. And we could go to edit mode. And we could go with and. I've got a different keyboard from you guys. So it's like everything's everywhere. Let's go ahead, press G. You can move this over. So you could go with the and. We could get rid of this material. We could go new. Let's go Principal BSDF switched out for emission. We could go for a nice little kind of Halloween-y green. And what you could do, you could rotate this so that it sits where it needs to be. And maybe like tilted and stuff. So like trick and then we could go treat at the bottom. So let's go Shift D. Move this down. Press G, move it across. It doesn't matter if it's not straight or anything like that. We can amend that. Let's go with the treats. Sorry, yeah, treat. I was like reading it then, going trick and trick. No, we need treat. So, oh, yeah. The English language is like so weird, the way that everything is like done. Sorry, 1 second, I'm having a moment with language. Yeah. No, I'm just like, it's not the fact that I'm getting it wrong, it's the fact that I'm kind of looking at this and going like, it looks like it's spelt wrong, but it's not. Like, this is what happens when you learn languages. Like, you come back to your own native language and you go, that's really weird. Like, you know. So let's get rid of the material on this one, and we'll go ahead with a different material. So let's get rid of this pink. Let's go new. We can go blue or something like that. Yeah, you find like a lot of different things. I'm going to rotate this actually. A lot of different things with different languages, and the way that different languages do things. It's interesting. Yeah. Grammar's really interesting as well. It's like backwards and stuff compared to English. Obviously, it's the right way for them, but to us it's backwards. It's really interesting. So anyway. We'll put this in. Yeah, okay. I'm happy with that. If you guys are happy with your design, you can go ahead and amend whatever you need. So we've got the trick and treat going on. I'm going to do the background if I didn't mention this already. We'll change the grey to a black. Just to kind of give it that little bit of a shine. And also this background right here where we've got the floor, maybe we can make that a little bit more shiny, I think. Just take down the roughness. I think it's because there's not a lot of light. I think that's what's going on. If we get rid of this light that's just in the middle right here and delete it, we can see that this happens. So I think this treat as well, I've not amended it to an emission. I knew there was something up with this because I was looking at it going, there's something wrong. That's me getting distracted. Let's go ahead and pull this up. So you got that nice little lighting going on. And maybe the trick as well, we could pull that up just a little bit too. You don't want it so much that the colouring goes, but at the same time you want it nice, so you've got that nice little reflection on the ghosts at the bottom. So what I could do as well, we could go ahead and just add some more lighting at the bottom. Let's go and add, yeah, let's go light. We'll go with point. What I'm going to do, let's go G, bring this down, maybe just underneath. We'll go ahead and put the exposure up a little bit. Let's go with G above actually, and then we'll have this going across this side as well. So now we've got the nice little reflection going on, we've got the trick and treat going on. You want that reflection to kind of come out a little bit. But I'm just going to lower the exposure, and then I'm going to add another lamp. So we've got that nice little lamp there. Nice little reflection just underneath. We could go ahead, Shift D it. Move this across. G. Move this across. And then we're going to Shift D. and just move this across. So you want to avoid the reflection of the light just here, but you want to be able to see the ghosts to a point in the floor. I'm going to go ahead and just lower the trick and treat just for a moment, primarily because I just think that the more light that we have in this scene, the more it's going to kind of disrupt it a little bit more. So yeah, we've got something like that. Trying to think. So yes, we need a bit of depth of field. So what I'm going to do, let's go with shading. And to help the depth of field, I'm going to add some texture onto this floor. So let's go with add, and we'll go noise. You could go colour to base colour if you wanted to, or you could go to noise with metallic. Totally up to you. Just, you see how there's bumps starting to appear the more that I pull the noise across. So that's just giving it a little bit of detail, a little bit of texture. Pull the roughness up just a little bit. So now you can see that we've got this kind of reflective floor with a little bit of texture going on. Go back to layout. And you can kind of see what's going on just in the background. So what I'm going to do, let's go with the camera just for the moment. Going to go to aperture. Let's go to the eyedrop tool. We'll select one of these ghosts. And then I'm just going to lower the f-stop. So we should have a nice little blurred background as well. And you'll notice the treats has just lost some stuff on there as well. So what I'm going to do, it's just become blurred. So you notice if I pull this up, the trick is in focus. And if I pull this back down, the trick is now out of focus. You see how that works? So if we take the trick and move it closer to the camera, hopefully it should be better. So let's go with G. Or we move it closer to the ghost, it'll be more in focus. So let's go G. Just go ahead and move it to where you need it to be. So you see now it's in focus. So now we've just got to move this across. And maybe just make it a bit bigger. And then G, just bring that down. So now you've got trick and treat. Or you could do trick or treat. It's up to you. Trick and trick or. Totally up to you. We'll go with or. Looks better. Trick or treat. Let's press G, just bring this down, give it a bit of space. Oops. Yeah. Come on. I think it'll only go on to 2 different ones, so I'm just going to move the treat down. Come on. Okay, so got the trick or treat. Let's see. I want to amend that background just a little bit more. Maybe we could bring up the roughness. Okay, so we can drop the roughness. And maybe we could have something in the background, maybe another ghost or something. Maybe we could duplicate these and just have them fall again. It's totally up to you if you want to do that. You could just leave it like that if you wanted to. I'm just going to go ahead and save mine. Let's go with save. Hopefully it doesn't pop up on your screen. Yeah, okay. So, I'm just going to go with, I'm just going to name this ghost 2. Because I've already experimented with a ghost. Maybe put some more ghosts in the background. Now it's going to take up a lot of memory, so if you can't do this part, maybe just end the tutorial now. But for me, I'm going to go ahead and just duplicate these. Let's go Shift D, and I'm going to place these in the background, just chilling. So if I move this to there. I feel like, oh yeah, I was just about to say, I feel like I'm waiting for the computer to react here. So we could just do trick or treat, have some like little ghosties in the background. I think we're waiting again for the computer just to catch up. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and re-render mine. Let's see what this looks like. We should have some blur ghosts in the background, some in focus ghosts at the front. If this crashes, we've already saved it. So we'll just work from there. Yeah, I think that's about it for the tutorial, to be honest with you. This is going to be a difficult one to render in the end. I think this tutorial's gone on for about an hour. Yeah, we're just kind of waiting now because obviously we've got 4 of them on the go. This is going to take at least 4 times the amount of space, I do believe. See, many of the models that I looked at, they're saying like trick and treating. And, you know, some of them are saying like trick or treat, so depends on what you want to put for the title, really. I mean, I grew up with trick-or-treating. You know what I mean? It's not like... But, from learning languages and stuff like that, sometimes people say it in different ways. So yeah, totally up to you, what you want. I feel like I'm trying to fill the space right now because obviously, like, I don't have any editing software just at the moment. Like, I have screen recorders and stuff like that that I can do stuff with, but editing software, not so much. I know there's editing software on Blender, but I've not got used to it at the moment. Like, it's a very new concept to me. So, for me personally, I'm just kind of like, you know, what do I do with that? But yeah, hopefully one day I should learn it. I'm kind of just waiting now. Oh yeah. So how are you guys? You know, how are you guys getting on with stuff? I know there's one person who's asked me for gaming tutorials, and to be honest with you, like, I've done a few gaming models and stuff like that. I went around and I did a lot of different stuff. But not like full-blown game maps. I've actually been looking at doing gaming maps, but it's the concepts. Like, oh my gosh, like, I've been on Pinterest and I've looked at, like, I wouldn't call them schematics, but like maps of different games, and I'm kind of like, right, okay, if I put this in this place and if I put that in that place, then this is going to look good, blah, blah, blah. But I don't like to look at things from like, top down. I like to look at things as I'm building them, and yeah, it's a little confusing, but I think like once I get used to doing something like that, like, I should be able to make stuff, you know what I mean? If I can make objects and I can make rooms, then why can't I make a gaming map, you know what I mean? It's new concepts to me, but I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try out a few experiments and see where I can go with it, and then I'll get back to you guys, you know what I mean? So yeah, this is nearly done. Come on, faster. I don't know whether actually, like, it would go faster if I put this on CPU compute. Maybe it would. But I think we're halfway through the drop animation anyway, so we might as well just wait. Well, sort of halfway. Maybe like 3/4. I kind of like this. I don't like the repeat in the background. Maybe we could have, you know, amended some of these a little bit or rotated them. But to be honest with you, for this tutorial, you know, I've been sat here for near an hour now. I mean, you guys have got more time than me. You know, you can make some amendments. Excuse me. So, what we should have when these drop, we should have some blurred background ghosts and some in focus ghosts. Focusy ghosts. So, yeah, I'm going to let this drop for a couple more frames, and then we'll see what we have. Come on. Maybe 65, 65th frame will do us. Yeah, there we go. Okay. There we go. Right, so now we have this nice little background going on. I'm going to go ahead and press the render. And there we have it. We have two nice little front ghosts, two nice little background ghosts, and we got that nice little depth of field going on. If you guys are interested in any specific tutorials, send me a message down in the comments section, and I'll see what I can do. Because, you know, I'd love to absolutely help out you guys, you know, especially people that are just starting out with the software and stuff like that. I know things change. I know there's different ways of doing things. So yeah, send a message in the comments section, like, subscribe, all that jazz, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Okay, so welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a box of pens. So this particular tutorial is pretty easy to do. It's just a lot of duplication at the end of the day. My keyboard is not flat for some reason. Oh, there we go. Right, okay. So we're basically going to be making these, which are little pens, if you guys can see that. If I actually make myself larger, maybe you guys can see me. There we go. So yeah, these are the pens that we're going to be making. I'm not going to show the brand, but we're going to be making something along the kin of this. So if I just take myself down just a little bit, boop, boop, boop. We can sit me right there. I can look all pretty. Ooh. So we're going to be working on just making these pens, really. So we're going to start off with a default cube, and we might be doing some beveling as well, just to kind of bring these pens in a little bit. Also, these pens have nibs, so if you want to make the nibs for the pens, you can go ahead and do that as well. If you just want a box of pens, you don't have to make the nibs. Less rendering, less building time, I guess. But totally. Right, so I'm not going to copy the design directly, because obviously I may get into some trouble for that, but we're going to make a version of this pen. So to begin with, we'll start with the default cube. You're not going to need your light at the moment. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of the camera as well. And also, let's put on these screencasting keys, because I keep forgetting. So, right, for this one, we are going to go sideways with this project. So if you just take your default cube and just roll it just sideways, just as is. Just going to take the base of this pen off just to see what we're doing. Right, let's go to edit mode. So each side is different. We've kind of got this thicker and thinner side. You can have any side that you would like. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off by going with E-fret extrude. Oops, sorry. E-fret extrude. We're going to go and just extrude this in just ever so slightly and just bring it back. So we've got that nice little catch for the lid. We're going to go E-fret extrude again. Just scale it down just slightly. E-fret extrude, leave it where it is. Scale it outwards just slightly, so this is going to be the second catch. Just press G to go forward slightly, and then we're going to go E-fret extrude. I think I made that a little bit too big on that side, but we can always edit that one. So we go Z, and then we can go S for scale, just edit it down just ever so slightly. E-fret extrude, and then what we're going to do is go from this part, scale it down again, and then E-fret extrude, and then scale down into this nice little point. So at this point, this starts actually to round off a little bit. So what we can do, we can edit the vertices in the end, just to make it a little bit more round. And what we're going to do, just go E-fret extrude, bring it out to the front, and then E-fret extrude, and then what we can do, just scale it in just here, and then E-fret extrude straight back. So this is where the nib's going to sit. So if we take these two parts right here, and we just go shade and just pull them out a little bit, because it is square, but it's quite almost hexagon as well. So if we can pull out that side, let's go with, you know, I'm just going to go scale sideways at maybe 1. Okay, let's go 10. Okay, no. Let's just experiment with this for 1 second. 2, 1. Let's go 1.5. Let's see how that works. No, maybe not 1.5. Maybe 1.2. 1.2 is pretty good. So when you do this side as well, just Control R with that. And then we're going to go scale upwards. And then we're going to go, I think it was 1.2 we worked on. So yeah, 1.2 right there. So that will be the exact same size all the way around for this pen. So once we get to the nib of the pen, we can put a nib in the middle of this. Now this is where you're going to have to pay attention to detail if you're making any animations or anything like that. Because if you take one pen and you make it a certain colour, a certain shade or whatever it is, you're going to have to do it to the outside of the pen as well. So say if you had a blue pen, you're going to have to make the nib blue, and you have to make the lid blue, and yeah, everything else is going to have to be blue as well. So that's something that you need to consider whilst making these as well. If you're going to make a pack of them, they all have to be different shades. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a series of pens, I think, and then we'll make the lids, and then we'll put the lids on the pens. So we're going to take this side as well. And you just want to do the exact same that you just did. So for this side, if I just go and split this for you guys, so you guys can see what's going on. So we can see the splits that we need right there. And then we just need to make sure that we've got the same kind of splits coming onto this side as well. So I'm just going to shift that out of the way. So we go E for extrude. Scale it inwards just slightly. You can make this as big as you want, small as you want, because this is the other side of the pen. It could be the thick side, the small side, the fine detail, whatever it might be for you. I'm just going to go ahead and just scale that inwards. It doesn't have to be exact, but if you wanted exact, you can do. Let's go here. Just going to go E for extrude. Scale outwards. E for extrude. This one's a little bit too big again. I always do these too big. If they are too big, just press the toggle X-ray just right there, and then just grab this and just scale it inwards to where you need it. Maybe just pull that back just a little bit. Just take this X-ray mode off and just grab these faces again. Okay, so we're going to go E for extrude, scale it downwards, and then we can go E for extrude on the end, and then right at the end when we do this we can go E for extrude, scale it inwards slightly, and then E for extrude, pull it back. So this is where the nib's going to sit. So we now have this very nice little pen going on. So let's shade this smooth. We're going to go edit mode. I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of this just for 1 second whilst I just show you this part. So this part right here, if we go to edit mode, we can see that we've got all these lines across. These are our little sections that we've got. So what we want to do is I'm just going to half this and then quarter it. I'm going to half it again. Oops, I think that one moved. Yeah, let's get that in there. So, just to get it at the right size, you're going to want to put little stripes across the edges just to kind of indicate what colour it is. So I don't think there's anything more frustrating as picking up pens out of a box and not knowing what colour you're picking up. So let's go all the way around the edge right here. Oops. Okay, turn that upside down. Alright, so to do the different tones, the different materials, colours, whatever you want to call it, we can go to this tab right here. So material will always be your base. So if we type in base for that one, we can make this slightly metallic so we've got this nice little plastic look. If you're not already, change your render engine to cycles from Eevee. Your render engine is just up here. So once we've got this, you can see there's no light in here. So if we go to object mode, we can add, let's see, we'll add a little point. Or maybe change that to a sun actually. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to grade this down just a little bit. Actually, no. Oh, that's really weird. It's gone to 10. So once we've got this, I'm just going to add a mesh, sorry, a plane as well, just so we can see some of that shade coming through. Alright, so if we go back onto the pen, go to the edit mode, we still have these two faces selected right here. So we're going to go plus, and we're going to go assign, new, and this one will be the edging colour. Now with these pens, what you'll realise is that you've kind of got, if you guys can see that, it's like a pink, but then the nib is slightly darker. So when you're doing your different tones and stuff like that, you want to put the nibs as being slightly darker because it's going to be a different material as well. It just basically, it gives the impression that they are, they're different materials. So one's plastic, obviously one's plastic, and then one's kind of like a felt material that you're going to be using. So you need to put that colour differentiation in there and maybe some tones as well. So making the edging colour right here, we can assign this, make sure it's assigned, and then we can change this to green, change this to blue, pink, go red. Let's go with green for this one. So I'm going to make this a green. Let's turn up the metallic just slightly, because this is a plastic that we're working with. You want to try and match the plastic on this side with the plastic on the green as well. So we go to object mode just there. We can see that we've got this nice little shiny plastic. What I'm going to do is go to the edit mode. I'm just going to go 1 for the moment. And I'm just going to take these faces right here and these faces right here. Let's go into the X-ray mode, actually, that would be better. Right, so we got these faces right here. We're going to go plus, and this will be the pen end. And we're going to go with a nice grey for this one, just to kind of offset it a little bit. And then just turn up the metallic just slightly. So we've got a different designed pen from what we're actually making, because I don't want to end up in a difficult situation with a company, you know. So let's go with add as well. Yeah, I do like to make everyday objects, but sometimes, like I'm reminded, you can't make everyday objects. Sometimes you have to make variations of them, because otherwise companies will get a little bit annoyed with you over the pens or over whatever you've made, you know. So let's do the nib right here. So I'm just going to shade this smooth, and then we're going to go edit. Take this face right here, just at the end, E for extrude, and then I'm just going to rotate this just ever so slightly, and then just kind of pull it in just a little bit, so you've got that nice little angle on the end of it, just right there. And then this, as I said before, needs to be a different colour from the rest of them. So we have this nice little edging colour, which is green. We're going to go new with this one, and we'll do a little bit of a darker green on this. So then we can take this, and then we can place this at the opposite side. Just Shift D. Oops. Sorry, I am blocking the blooming thing there. I didn't realise I'd be doing that. So we're going to rotate this 180, and then press G, and then just bring it back to where this one needs to be. Now if you wanted this one to be an elongated one, just take the end and then make it longer. So if we take this one and we go edit mode, oh wow, police cars have just zoomed down the road. So this one is a little bit thicker, just right there. Just at the end. Yeah, this street is super interesting that I live on, because we recently had an electric car fire. Yeah, so someone left there. That sounds like it's outside. It's not, it's just a van passing. But we recently had an electric car fire here, and It was super sunny. We're having a bit of a drought at the moment. If you guys are on my other YouTube channel, which is Trailblazer Adventures, I think the video has been uploaded now. I go down to the reservoir, and the reservoir is usually right up against the trees, and the reservoir was in the middle, so we've had a huge drought. I'm just going to make the lid real quick here and now continue my story. So just select your cube, and then, oops, don't press H, press G, and then move it across. But I went to the reservoir, and there was nothing there. There was just, it was kind of like just a huge puddle in the middle. And they're having a little bit of a problem with rainfall at the moment. I press E for extrude, scale it in, and then just scale in the inside of the lid, just as such. But yeah, they're having this huge problem with rainfall. And someone left their electric car out. I think we were 1.2 on the scale, so scale, and then 1.2, yeah, and then 1.2 on the other side. But yeah, as regards to this car, he left it out in the hot sun, and incidentally, I think it was a Tesla. It just went up in flames because it's just been super hot. Sorry, I'm just trying to like get that story out and do this. But yeah, it's been super hot. Yeah, it's been a pain in the backside because we have a pool. We don't have a full pool, but we have like a kind of bubble, kind of inflatable thing. We can't use it because there's no water. There's water shortage. So it's like, yeah, we get that we can't use it, and we understand that, and we've not used it. So yeah, it's just one of those things. So as in regards to this project, we've got our little lid right there. You can make this a lot shorter if you want to. Yeah, remember 1.2 on each side when you're scaling out. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to bring this back a little bit. I think it's too big. And I'm just going to scale it inwards a little bit. Just give it that little bevel. You know what? I'm going to pull it in on this side actually. So if we go G, just pull it inwards. And then E for extrude, leave it where it is. Scale inwards, and then E for extrude again and bring it back to that part, just there. And then these inner faces right here that we can see, we can just bring these back. Just try and aim for the dots if you use an X-ray to do this with. It should be in the middle. But yeah, the summer's been super warm. So that's the reason why, excuse me, why the Tesla, or whatever it was, the electric car, I'm presuming it was a Tesla, because it's usually a Tesla, around this part, right, like around here, burst into flames because it got too hot. So if we take this lid right here and we put a little bit of colour on there, so if we go Control R, let's go on the outside. If I just take off the X-ray mode, we should get that. Then we can put that on there. We can go object mode. Oh, sorry. Edit mode. We're going to need to put the original colours back on this one. You could actually go side view, X-ray, and then take all of these. And I mean, you might select the one on the inside, but it should be fine. You're not really going to see that. So if we go to the drop down menu here rather than pressing new, we can go edging. Oops. Sorry, 1 second. I did that wrong. Right. So we've got the object here. We're working with a new object. We press plus. My gosh, my blooming mouse is going for a walk. Here we go. Right. So this is the base color. This is base. If we press plus, then we go down to the drop down menu to edging color and assign. That's how we do it. Right. So once we've got this design of pen, we're going to go Shift D, move this to the other side, rotate this 180, and then make sure that it sits and fits on the other end. If you can't see what you're doing with that and it's too far over, as you can see, you can just use the X-ray mode and then you can see where the edging of the pen is, just as such. So now we have this nice little pen that we have. You could put some writing on the edge of here as well if you wanted to. So if you want to do that, just add text, and it will come out like this. So it's always laid down. So if you go to the edit mode, you can just about see the text. So if you just take that back, and then you go Becky's pen for my one, and then press G, just bring it up. Put it just about central, and then what you can do is go to the text right here, which is the data kind of thing. Go to geometry. You can do an extrude. So now you've got this written on the side of the pen. Go to your materials tab, and then go to black, just there. Yeah, so if you want to look directly up as well, press 7. I will say 7 to heaven. Looking down. You can place it just about there. So now we've got this nice little design going on with the pen. We can also do some other designs. So what I can do is I can take this entire pen. So I'm just going to get rid of the back just right here. This lighting, I'm just going to move it up so we can see what's going on. So if we take all of the pen right here, so if we just select everything, you'll notice the light gets selected as well. Just double click that so that you can lose that. So if we press Shift D, move this across, and then press Shift D again, move this across, Shift D, move this across, keep going. Oh, sugar. You can also place on there what colour it is. So usually like they name colours like a really weird thing, so it's like you could have a deep royal blue and they'll call it like moonlight sunshine or something like that, you know, like, oh, okay, you know. So we've got all these pens right now, so I'm just going to go 7 to heaven. So we have all these pens, they're all green, and we want to change them to different colours. So the way that we change them to different colours, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select these lids either side, and you want to do one row at a time. So we're going to leave the top one as green. Take all of these, and we're just going to press G and move them across. Oops. Just press G, move them across, and then we're going to do the same to this side as well. And press G and move them across. Oops, we've missed one again. G, move them across. There we go. So what we can do now is if we go for the materials tab just here. Sorry, 1 second, I got a knock at the door. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be building a watch. So this is a project that I have made very few of, but I'm going to try my best to teach you how to do it today. So we're going to do, we're going to go to add, mesh, and then circle. We're going to press S to scale. I'm just going to bring this up a little bit so you guys can see it. And I may just add the double screen on here as well. Yeah, so you guys have got a different angle as well. So we're going to start off with the clock face to begin with. I'll add the numbers onto there and I'll teach you how to do that as well. So what we want to do is go to edit mode. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to approach this right now. So we want to press F for fill. This will give us a face. I'm going to go E for extrude and just go up slightly. Now this is going to be the clock face itself. You can go E for extrude again and just keep it just above the line right here, just above, not too much. Just keep along with your axis there. Then we're going to scale it in just slightly. Going to go E for extrude again, scale in, E for extrude, scale inwards. Now what you want to do with this one is when you've scaled it inwards, just bring it down so it's relatively flat. And then we want to do, I'm just going to scale this outwards just slightly, E for extrude again, and we're just going to go inwards. And this is where your clock face is going to sit. So this is going to be the rim that's just around the outside. E for extrude again, just bring that down. Now we're going to sit another circle across the top here that'll act as the glass, but we'll do that afterwards, because what I want to do first is the numbers and also the arms of the clock. So what we're going to do is just bring it down so that it doesn't intersect the vertices just there, but it just sits just straight right there. So press 8 for the upwards view. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to object mode. We're going to add, and we're going to go with text. 1 second. Here we go. Press 7 on your number pad, not 8. And then we're going to go to edit mode, and we're just going to type in 12. Now you're not going to be able to see this because it's underneath, so what we're going to do is we're going to edit this. This is where I've got my second one. Press G, just bring it up. Now it doesn't have to be all the way up, but just enough so that you can see it. So what we're going to do with this 12 right now is, you noticed right now that it's flat, so we're going to build it up a little bit. So what you want to do is come over to the side panel here, go to your data, which is the A, and we are going to go for, we've got the font, we've got the shear, we've got the size. So this will skew your font to wherever you need. This will make it size upwards or downwards, whatever you need. I mean, you could press S for scale if you wanted to. Let me see. So you've got your offsets here on the Y. You can also offset it. I'm just showing you some of the stuff that's going on here. Now, with your geometry, because it's flat, and you want to make it a little bit bigger, just move your geometry to 0.5. That should be great for a clock face. So now what we want to do is let's go G, and we're just going to go down, and we're just going to position this right at the very top. So just make sure that it sits just on your face right there. Clock face, put it just to the center, bring it up, get it as central as you possibly can. And then what we're going to do, if you want to, you can change your font type. So we have a lot of different font types right here. So just press the open font just at the side. It's a folder icon just there. You can choose whatever font you want. Now I'm going to stop recording to choose my font because there's a lot of different fonts on there, I think. To be honest with you, actually, no, I could zoom this in. I could show you guys the fonts. So these are all the fonts that you can have for your clock face. You're going to want something that's legible, that's not too hard to read. You know, there's quite a lot of them actually. So you can go for this one. That one seems okay. So that is the Felix tilting regular. So once you've got that, just make sure your 12 is relatively central. We're going to press Shift D. This is going to duplicate it. And then we're going to bring it down to the bottom. Now you notice it says 12 and 12. We don't want 12 and 12, we want 12 and 6. So from here we're going to go into edit mode. Just delete your 12 right there. G, bring it over, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go Shift D again, bring it to the center, and then we're going to go G, bring it over, make sure that this for the 3 is just dead center. Oops, that didn't work for some reason. You saw me hit the 3 then. That didn't work. Right, so now we're going to go and put the 9 in. So Shift D, and then we're going to go edit again, You can kind of get the pattern that we're going with now. So we're going to put 9 on that side. Now at this point, if you don't want to, you don't have to put the rest of the numbers on there, but I would suggest putting the rest of the numbers on there. Now, in prior tutorials, I would have said, let's duplicate all of this, and then we'll put everything at a 90-degree angle, or we'll put everything at a 25-degree angle, or whatever like that, just so that we get the numbers in between. But to be honest with you, on your own clock face, I think doing everything manually and doing everything by eye is a good way of making this. So what we want to do is take your 3, and we're going to go Shift D, just to duplicate, go about 1/4 of the way across the clock, and then what we're going to do is going to go G upwards, and that should roughly be where you can put your 1. So we're just going to put 1 there. I'm going to move that down slightly actually. If you play this by eye, just slightly, because if we start rotating things, then the objects are just going to rotate themselves. So that could be roughly where your 1 is. We're going to go Shift D, just move that across, go G, move that across, G again, move it up. Right, and this is going to be your 2. This is going to be a bit fiddly to do in the beginning, because obviously, you know, if you're not used to doing this, just bring them in just slightly so that they're just inside the clock face. And then we're going to do the rest of this for the rest of the clock face as well. So bring it 1/4 of the way down, roughly, then bring it across. It's got to be 4. Yeah, it's sometimes it's a little bit of a painstake doing all of this. When you add the colours to the numbers as well, you only need to use 1 colour. You don't need to colour every single one, but I'll show you how to do that, because what I used to do when I started doing Blender, I used to take every single object, say like there was multiple objects, and I would try and get the same colour to each object, and I'd find out that I wouldn't get the exact colour, and I wouldn't be able to colour match it properly. Not fully, at least. I mean, there was some sort of colour matching there. I was very used to colour matching in a job that I used to do. But you'd be maybe 1 or 2 hexes out of colour. A hex is it's a colour wheel that the computers have, that you can actually type in a code and it'll give you a specific colour. It's actually a pretty neat trick. I don't know all the colours off by heart. There's millions of colours, you know, but if you had a specific colour that you were looking to put onto your project, and someone turned around to you and said, oh yeah, I need colour 826, which is a light green, you can type in 826 and it will give you the exact same light green that the person that you've just spoken to has on their computer. It's a very very handy tool that you can kind of adopt into your projects. So every time that you're doing colour matches with something, you already have the colour, as long as the person's got the code for that colour, the hex or the hashtag. So it's a really neat thing to have. So I think we've just finished the clock face right there. I'm just going to move this 8 and 7 just down a little bit. Yeah, okay, so your clock face should roughly look like that. So now we're going to want something in the dead center, so we're going to just put a cylinder in the middle. We're just going to scale that down a little bit. So that should be, in theory, the dead center, because I've not moved anything, and the X is across there. So from this point now, I want to just pull this up just a little bit, just a tad. We don't want it to interact with the glass, it's going to go over the top. Shade smooth, and then select your outer circle as well, and also shade that one smooth. So this is what your clock face should look like. Looks pretty. So now if we go to the render mode, we'll notice that it's all just one colour at the moment. So at the moment we should be in cycles. So now we want to add the colours to the clock faces, and we also want to add the colours to the numbers. So just select your first number, go down here to the materials tab. I'm going to move myself out the way because I think I'm in the way. Whoop. There we go. Right. So, materials tab right here. You've got your number selected. Now press new. And this material at the top, we're just going to call it clock black. So this will be for, I'm just going to put the numbers, clock black numbers. Don't say that fast. That's just like, I just realised what I said then. But we want to change this to a black tone right here. So when we've got this one and we press on to the next one, we select number 1. If we come down to this drop down menu here, we have clock black numbers. The next one, clock black number, and you get where this pattern's going. Just keep selecting that drop down and it's going to be the same colour throughout the board then. Come on. Yeah, my program's froze. Sometimes I work so quickly on my computer that my computer just can't catch up with me. I think my graphics card's actually slowly going out, so... Because what it is, when my graphics card sits, I actually have a game capture card, and there's no other slots for it. So I can have 2 graphics cards on my computer, but I choose to put the game capture card in the slot where the graphics card is supposed to be. And that's become problematic for my computer because now they share the same kind of stream thing. And yeah. So anyway, so the center bit, I mean, you could put this as a gold if you wanted to. Generally, clocks that have gold pieces in there or silver. Whatever you would like. Make it a little bit more metallic. Take the roughness down a little bit. So now your clock hands. So what I would suggest is you can make 1 clock hand and then you can duplicate it and make 1 smaller, or you can make 2 clock hands. Totally up to you. It's your project. Whatever you want to do. I think I'm going to make 1 clock hand and then I'll make 1 smaller. It just makes more sense to me. As for the second hand, it's just a elongated cube, I guess. So I'm trying to think of the clock hands that I want to make. I mean, you can spend some time making some fancy ones, but I'm just going to make some basic ones. So what I'm going to do is this material right here that I've just changed to gold, I'm going to put gold clock hand. So that I know what colour I'm using right there. So we're going to add, and we're just going to go to plane, press G, move it across to the side, and we're just going to slim this down a little bit. Now you can use anything to do this. You could use a cylinder if you wanted to, it's totally up to you. So I'm going to go to edit mode right here, so you guys can see a little better. So we're going to go E for extrude. Make sure you're working across your axes and that you're not going to the side or anything like that. We're going to go scale, just outwards. E for extrude. Scale outwards. E for extrude. E for extrude again. And just keep extruding. Yeah, you don't want to be going like that. I'm just going to go S for scale, bring that in a little bit. E for extrude. And then scale that in. For some reason, sorry, S for extrude. And scale that back in. And maybe I'll do a Control R. And just kind of make a fancy clock hand right there. So, take this end, then press G. And just move it up. And then maybe we will press E for extrude. And then just scale it on the ends. Just a little bit, rotoscope. Scale it outwards. So that it sits on the actual clock hand. the clock base. Just there. Okay, so this is our basic hand that we have. And what I'm going to do, just make more space so you guys can see. I might actually just make that a bit thinner. Okay, so G, bring it across. You'll notice it's a little bit big for the actual clock itself. Also, I don't think it's in place properly. Just going to go G, bring that up. Scale that down just slightly. So this is the point as well where we've kind of got this clearance over the top of the numbers that are here already. So what I might do, I might improve the edging just a little bit so we can get that glass in. Your clock hand can go underneath this little bit here as well. So you notice it's really flat right now. So we're going to go for the edit mode, press A, press E for extrude, and then what you're going to do is just scale it inwards to the side via the red. And this will give us a little bit of depth on that. You can go E for extrude again if you want to. And then scale it inwards. So now we have this 3D clock face. Don't forget to shade it smooth. So that's our first hand. So now, if you want to add some colour to this, I mean, you can do anything. You can have the gold hand, or you could have the black numbers one. I'm going to go with the gold. So yeah, this is what it should look like. So now you want to do your minute hand. Sorry, your hour hand even. I'm not even awake today. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to Shift D, duplicate this, and then I will press S to scale. Just scale it down just slightly, and then I'm going to press S just to bring it out a little bit so you can see it. Scale it down again. I want to put this one right here. So this one usually will go underneath. Oops. Yeah, don't press H. So press G. This one usually goes just underneath on the clock face like that. So I'm going to rotate this, say 90 degrees. Oops. Press G, not H. And then I'm just going to bring it down to that. So we have that already going on. So now we want a second hand. So just do them so that they're sitting just above the numbers, but they're sitting just above each other as well. It's going to give it a little bit more detail, attention to detail, stuff like that. So your second hand, as I said, it's the easiest one to do. You just take your cube, take your cube, elongate it, scale it down, elongate again, scale down, and then we're just going to make sure that this one sits on top. And maybe I will rotate this by 20. Let me see, rotates. No, I don't want that one. Yeah, I want that one, rotates by about 20. Just place this here, and then, you know, usually the second hands, they're black anyway, so you could use the same black that you used on your numbers. So right here, just drop down menu. Okay, so your clock face should now look like this. It's looking a little bit more clocky. So You can rough up the pieces here. I can show you how to do that in a bit. We're just going to get the fundamental basics down, and then I'll show you how to rough everything up at the end to make it look a little bit more detailed. So today I'm not going to be showing you how to animate this, I'm just going to be showing you how to make this. But this is a general gist. So now we have the clock face of the watch. So what I would like to do, let me see, where can I go from here? We want to put the glass over the top of it. Now the glass going over the top of it depends on a couple of factors. So let me show you what I mean by that. So if we get a circle and we just put it onto the screen here, I'm just going to use X-ray so you guys can see what's going on. So if we get a circle and we just press S and we just move it to there, and then we go into edit mode, we'll notice that there's no face, but if we press F for fill, we now have a face. Go back to object mode. So if I take off the X-ray just for 1 second, now we're going to bring the glass up to where the glass should be on a typical watch or a clock face, which would just be here. So now you're noticing the problem that we're having. That centre bit is just sticking out a little bit. So if your centre bit is sticking out a little bit, what I would suggest is either shrink it down on the side, or you could build the sides up a little bit. So we want our clock face just to sit on the inside here. So you notice that it's also clipping the outside. You can just see it just there. So this piece right here shouldn't exist. So we're going to press S to scale, just bring it in a little bit so that it fits on the inside of the clock face. Now we've got this problem where we've got an arm that's sticking out, we've got this little bit that's sticking out. Now if we edit this the way that it is, it'll mess up the rest of the clock face. So here's what we're going to do. So you're on your object mode, you want to select, take the clock face off, just press G, just move it to the side for the moment. Press for the centerpiece, press shift, and then click all of the pieces that we've just made, and we're going to press S for scale, go along the blue axis, which is the Z axis, and we're just going to make everything a little bit more smaller. Now we don't want to clip any of the numbers, but if I just make that a little bit taller, you'll notice that you can't get this to work very well because the outside of the clock is too short. So what we're going to do, we're just going to undo what we've just done. Clock face is back right here. So we still have these interjecting vertices right here. So what we're going to do, select the outside clock, bring the glass away, select the outside clock, go to edit mode. What we're going to do is there will be a rim just around the edge, just here, that we made before. If you haven't made this, just press Ctrl R and you'll get this coming up, which if you click that, it will create another vertices for you. So I actually might keep that. That's pretty good. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this and this. Come on, computer's been a bit slow today. Right, so you want to select all of this around the outside of your clock. So if you press shift and then you press Control and click one of these vertices, it should select everything around the outside. Now, what you want to be careful with X-ray mode is not to select everything underneath. So you just want to select these two vertices just right here around the outside of the clock, and make sure it's just those two. This will be important for our little editing tutorial thing. So now you see that I'm missing this line, so we're going to click here and go on the inside and then click here. So now I have two rows around the outside, and I'm going to press G and we're just going to bring them up just slightly, and you can scale them inwards as well if you'd like, just slightly. Now we're going to take the glass that we were putting over the top and just press G and bring it down into place. Now you notice that we still have this interjecting piece right here, but if we press G and we just move the glass upwards, We no longer have that. So, something that someone's going to ask me is, aren't clock faces curved just slightly? Yes, they are. So, to make that curve, we're going to press S to scale, go into the centre just slightly, and come up just slightly. So what you want to do is go to edit mode. We're going to go for the edges, right here. E to extrude. Just bring it down slightly and then scale it outwards. E to extrude. Scale it outwards. Oops. Go G, bring it down slightly. E for extrude. Now, what you're going to have underneath here is another face, so you're going to have to remove that one. So press A to select everything, G to bring it up. You notice that this face exists right here. So what you're going to want to do, just select, go to faces, select that one face, press delete on your number pad, delete the face. Sorry, I realise that I'm in the way again. I'll just move myself over. So, we go to the object mode. It's going to take it down. I'm just going to sit it right there. Now, when we render this, you'll notice we can't see through. We have no view of the clock face. So what you're going to want to do is go to your materials tab. You press new. And then we're going to go glass. Now as soon as you press glass, you see what happens. We see our numbers, we see all our stuff. But it's clouded. So how do we fix this? So we go down to the roughness. And we see that it's at 0.5. You want to bring your roughness all the way down. And now we can see the clock face. Now if you wanted a little bit of roughness on the clock face, such as it's worn out and stuff like that, you can pull your roughness upwards a little bit. But that is your basic clock face. Now have you noticed that this happens when it's on its side? Now this is happening because of the IOR. So if we change the IOR, we can see that this moves. So you can have like one IOR if you'd like. Different ones. So you can have that slight bevel around the edges, but that's too much for me, I think. So there we go. So that's your clock face done. Now I want to make the rest of the clock. This is the part where I was kind of dreading, because I'm like, what design do I want right now? So you can have any design that you wanted, really, relatively. So what I'm going to do is, I mean, you could have a clock face, you could extend it from the bottom and then pull it outwards, or you could put two straps at the side and then have the buckles if you wanted to. I mean, there's so many different designs that you could do with clock faces, but I'm going to go with a cube to begin with. And then, one second, I'm just going to bring that out so you guys can see. Let me see. I'm going to make the cube as big as the clock face. Scale that inwards just slightly. So, what we're going to do, we're going to kind of make a cutout for the clock face, in theory. So, I'm going to go edit mode, select the two sides right here, excuse me, E for extrude, scale outwards, and then what we're going to do, we're going to follow the curve of the clock face. Now, I've got this on X-ray mode so that I can see what's going on. Let's see, right, so I'm going to press 7 to get this up to the top. So, scale this downwards, just slightly. We're just going to follow the curve of the clock face. E for extrude, scale outwards, scale it down, E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale outwards, scale it down, E for extrude, scale outwards, scale it down, E for extrude, scale outwards, and we scale it down again. E for extrude, scale outwards. You get where this is going. And then we're just going to try and fit it as much as we can, just to the edges. Don't worry at this point if you're getting a bit nervous with this. You know, making mistakes is the way that we learn as people, because at the end of the day, you know, we're all human. We've got to learn in some sort of way how to do things. So this is now going to be practically the base of the clock face just here. So I'm just going to scale this outwards just to put it around the edge. So now you notice that I'm not clipping anything in the middle. So what I'm going to do, edit mode, take off this X-ray 1 second, and I'm just going to press to select all of the faces just under here. So shift, and then control, or shift just in general, or box select is even better. We're going to go E, and then scale inwards. And then I'm just going to go E for extrude and bring that down a little bit. Now I'm going to smooth this out, and I'm just going to bring it up just slightly so it's flush with the clock. And you can see there's no interjecting vertices or anything like that. So now from here we can make the straps. So we're going to want to go 7. Oh, let me think. Okay, so the centre part right here, I have to do a lot of thinking in this. It's a lot of figuring things out. We're going to move outwards. So I would say come from the centre point here, and then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And those are going to go outwards. So we're going to come to the second side here. Don't forget to press down shift. We're going to go centre 1, 2, 3, 4. Centre 1, 2, 3, 4. And then if we press 7, come back up to the top. Press E for extrude. Don't move anything just for the moment. Press S to scale it outwards. And this will be the sides of the clock. Now, to be honest with you, I think that I could introduce these 2 vertices here. So instead of having 4 at the side, maybe we could go with 5. So press Ctrl Z if you've just done any of that, and just press an additional on the outside. So it should be centre and then 5 aside, so to speak. E for extrude. Don't move it. S to scale, and then we could come out just like this. And what I'm going to do, take this vertices right here on the 4 quarters. So you want this one and this one. Turn it around, this one and this one. It's going to go 7 again. And what we're going to do, just scale it across. So it's like this. So this will be the back of our clock face for our watch. So let me see. So now we want a strap across the back, and to be honest with you, try to think. So I'm going off my grandfather's old watch here. I'm trying to think, how did he have his watch? So I think he just had the strap just around the back, to be honest with you, and I think maybe that's what we could do as well. So this will be the clock face. I'm just going to go ahead and shade smooth on that one, and then we can add the band that's at the back. So cube from the add section, bring this across, scale this down. If you want to do a different design, that's totally up to you. For me, I'm just doing a plain band. Scale this downwards just slightly, bring that across, and I think I'm just going to offset it just slightly as well. Because I believe the way that his watch was, the clock face actually hung over the top. It was a thinner band. Oops. Yeah, my program's kind of kicking off with me right now. Okay, so I think I'm going to use a plane actually. This will be a lot easier with a plane to do. I'm just trying to figure stuff out. I kind of like showing you guys the footage of me trying to figure things out, because at the end of the day you guys are going to be trying to figure this out, and you know, if I'm doing everything perfect, so you're going to go, oh, you know, I'm terrible at this. But I'm telling you now, like, everyone's going to start somewhere. So I'm just going to offset that a little bit. Like, even when I started Blender, it was chaotic because I just had no clue what I was doing. So I mean, like, the way that some of the watches work, you could just have a plain band and then have it attached on the other side, or you could have the watch itself attached by a couple of hinges. You know, I might do the hinge design. I'm contemplating, like, do I want to do this design? Is this the design that I would like to see? So yeah, maybe we'll do the hinge one. So what I'm going to do, make 2 squares right here. Put that in the middle. So this is going to be the back of the belt right here. So I'm just going to go to edit mode, and we're just going to scale this outwards. So we kind of got a back to it right there. And then I'm going to go ether extrude, just bring that outwards a little bit. And then I'm going to select this side, ether extrude, just scale it a little bit, ether extrude, ether extrude again, scale it downwards. So you've got this kind of thing going on right here. Do it to the opposite side as well. Ether extrude, scale outwards, ether extrude again. Just scale that one inwards. So then you've got the basic strap just there. And then what we're going to do is we'll have a little loop going through here, a little loop going through here. So you could do this via Taurus if you wanted to. I don't know how good it'd look because it kind of gets a little bit weird. But I personally would do this manually. So add a cylinder. I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees so that it's flat. G, move it over. Scale it down. It's going to be a little bit of fiddling. Scale it across. I'm just going to place this just roughly on the hinge here. Now once you make one, you don't need to make the other one because you just duplicate this, it's fine. G across. Scale it outwards just a little bit. So that would be your first bar. So the next thing you want to do is go edit mode. You're going to select one of these vertices. Let me get it on 7 for you. Ether extrude. Rotate it. G, bring it over. Just gonna scale that a little bit. Ether extrude. Bring it over. Rotate. Ether extrude, rotate it. Just press R for rotate. You don't really need to mess around with the vertices at this point. I'm just going to move this one. Let me see. Yeah, I want these points. Rotate. G, come across. It's a little bit of fiddling, but you get there. G, come across, rotate it so it's inwards. E, rotate. E, and you go rotate. Oops. Rotate that one inwards so that it's completely flat. It's upwards. Okay, so now we have this. Just going to move that across just slightly. So now we want this piece to select with this one. So we're just going to go E for extrude, bring it all the way up. Obviously it's at an angle at the moment, but we can fix that. So G, bring that up, and then we're going to go G again, just move it across. And then we're going to do the exact same thing that we did on that side. So E, and then we're going to rotate that. E again, rotate. Doesn't have to be perfect. I mean, it's a watch. It's probably been bashed around and stuff like that. E for extrude, rotate. E for extrude, rotate. Just get it roughly lined up. And then from here we're going to go, these are selected, press shift, select these, press F, and that should just link it straight up. Hopefully. No, it doesn't, sorry. So my one must have twisted at some point. So I'm just going to go E for extrude and just kind of seal the loop. It looks a little bit more detailed, I think, when you do it that way, because it doesn't look perfect. Fill that. Yeah. So it kind of looks, it just looks like the metals being clasped together. Okay, so what we want to do now is right click, shade smooth. So this is going to be all smooth right here. Now adding a colour to it, we want to go with clock silver. Let's go with the slight grey, and then you want to make the roughness down, the metallic up. Just bring up. I'm going to make it less metallic actually. Just make it kind of a very pale kind of colour. Right, so now that we've done that part, I want to make the leather strap here. So we're going to go new, and we're just going to put the black leather strap. And we're going to make this slightly metallic. It has to be slightly rough, but we're going to edit this later on as well. So just make it slightly off colour, brown, and then we're going to shade that smooth as well. Oh, let me see. So the next piece that we have, we also want this the same colour as the leather strap, and we want to do the same thing that we did on the side with this one. So now we just want this piece to come in on this side. I'm just going to move that upwards a little bit. So taking this piece right here, we want to go E for edit, E for extrude, select the side face, E for extrude, scale upwards, E for extrude, scale, oops, scale upwards, E for extrude, leave it where it is, E for extrude, and then scale downwards just on the other side. Now you notice that this possibly doesn't fit properly, so what we're going to do is we're just going to scale from the Z axis just to make this a little bit bigger, and then I'm just going to elongate it just slightly, and G, just move it in just there. So, where's it gone? There it is. Come on. My computer's really not playing ball today. So now we have 2 attachments to the wristwatch. I'm just going to scale that again. Maybe just... yeah, I think that would be roughly be right for the wristwatch. Just going to scale this downwards just slightly, a little bit of adjustments. I think, oh my gosh, that's way too long for a strap, but see what's going on. I want to scale on the X, I think. No, we want to scale on the Z. Right, there we go. Right, so now you notice that this clasp is a little bit too big, so what I'm going to do as well is just scale that down. My computer really doesn't want to play ball today. It's like I'm selecting things and it's just not getting the right things selected. Right, so make sure your clasp is just on the inside there so it looks detailed. Now, you can take this and duplicate it. So we're going to duplicate right there. And then you notice that it's the wrong way around, so what you want to do is just rotate it 180, bring it back onto the other side, and just place it there. And then we're going to take the hinge, and then we're just going to duplicate that, and move it across to the other side. There we go. Okay, so this is the basics of the watch. You'll notice that one side is way too long, because usually the clasps are dedicated to one side, mostly at least the designs that I've seen. So I'm just going to take in this side just slightly, and then the other side I need to make it a little bit more pointed. So we're going to press G, move it across. And this is where the clasp's got to be, on this side, when my computer decides to play ball. Come on. There we go. Right, now on this side we want to make this a little bit thinner, so edit mode. We're going to go for the faces. Let's click the end face right here. Come on. Right, press G. Go across all the way to the back. And I'm going to press E. And we're just going to slightly just make this thinner. Press E for extrude. Scale this inwards. Make it a little bit thinner. E for extrude, scale inwards, make it a bit thinner. E for extrude, scale inwards, and then we're just going to round it off at the end. Now at this point we're going to want to put little holes and stuff like that, so I mean you could subdivide this, press, just select all these ones, subdivide, 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 and then from here we could put some holes in here. So you want to go with your face selects, and just select random points where you would like to put holes in the canvas right here. maybe just there. That'd do, I think. And press, we could do E for extrude. Just bring them down a little bit. So now, we should have little kind of indents where the holes are. So now we kind of want a clasp going all the way around. So what I would suggest is work with a cube. Actually, yeah, we'll work with a cube. We'll bring this out. So, or maybe do I not? You know, I'm going to work with a plane. I like the planes. Let's move across. Scale it outwards. Oops. Don't press H like I'm doing. Scale that. Edit mode. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to quarter this up a little bit. Yeah. Just put that as the centre right there. Just delete the faces off that. Right, press A, E for extrude, scale it inwards just slightly, so it's got some sort of bevel. We're going to add a rotor, so Control R, and scale it outwards, just slightly. Shade smooth. For the colour on this one we could use gold. Then we're going to add a cube. Press G, just bring it over. Scale it outwards. You don't need to do anything fancy with this. Press G, don't press H. I keep doing this. So I'm just going to rotate this just slightly so it sits within the handle. So it pointed in, excuse me, pointed inward slightly. Smooth that out. Put it with gold, just to match the rest of the buckle. Now you notice as well one of the hands is missing. I don't know if you've noticed this, but I noticed this about 5 minutes ago. It seems we're missing a hand, and it's right there. So, just gonna bring this up. There we go. And there is your watch, or at least a basic watch, for you guys to work with. If you guys want to make anything different about it, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot that I've just taught you, and you know, maybe you're looking at this going like, you know, I could build something better than that. Okay, you know, go ahead. You know, this is just a tutorial. I'm pretty sure if I was doing stuff just working wise, I would have added a lot more detail. E, but or you've got a computer and you're recording at the same time as you're building, your computer's going to struggle. So there's only so far I can go for you guys design wise. So I'm just going to do some tweaks here. Now, for those of you who want to do some details, I can do details with you. Okay, so for those of you who want to do all the detailing and stuff like that, I'll show you how to do that now. So what you're going to want to do is at the top here, you've got shading tab. So click on the shading tab. Now, depending on what you want to do with the watch, depends on what you would like on here, I guess. So we're going to start working with the leather first. Now, usually you get a crackled effect with leather. So what we're going to do is go to texture, for only texture, go colour to base, and you notice that we got this kind of very funky kind of pattern going on right now. So we're going to scale this up just a little bit, and this is going to give us our little leather look. So I also want to add some noise texture on here as well. So maybe we could go for the roughness on the noise. Maybe that would work. Maybe not the roughness, maybe the detail. Yeah, definitely the detail. So, roughness onto the detail. And notice now that you've got all this kind of texture going on in the background. So, we don't want this clock to be this funky kind of colour. So what we're going to do, add a colour ramp. Add on the nodes, colour ramp. Right into the middle right here. So we want kind of like this brown kind of leather kind of look. So we're just going to go down to that bit. Just make that. There it is. So you can mess around with this as much as you want. See what works for you. Yeah. I think it's pretty rough. If you go to the random, it will change it to this kind of shape, or it will change it to this kind of shape. So we're wanting this kind of shape. I'm just basically experimenting with this at the moment. So the white is nice in here, but I just don't think that it fits very well. So I'm just going to change it to a grey kind of texture when my computer plays ball. Maybe just brighten that a little bit. It's all about just messing around really and just seeing what works for you. I'm just going to disattach this just 1 second. Just scale this up. Colour to detail. Maybe make that a little bit darker. So now everything's a little bit flat and it just doesn't look detailed at all. So what we're going to do is going to add a bump texture. So if we add and then press the bump, just type in bump texture, and then what you want to do is change the normal to the height. So now this will give us more of a detailed look on things. So if you want subsurface or you want a coat on there as well, you could also just put a little bit on there. Just kind of give it that little bit of a gleam. In the centre here, I'm going to put this as gold, just to match the theme. So, if I put this as a material of gold, and I do anything to it, it will affect the rest of it. Just to warn you, just to pre-warn you on that one. That's just generally how it works. So now you notice that the gold is at the back there as well. We don't want that. So, the best way, I'm just going to elongate it a little bit. Let's press G, and I'm just going to bring it down so that we've got the clock face back. There we go. Because what it was an intersecting vertices at the back. I didn't realise that that was there. So anything that we do to this gold will inevitably affect this gold right here, will inevitably affect the gold at the back right here. So if you want a separate gold, just press the new material button here and then name it gold 2 or something like that. For me personally, I'm just going to go with this today. I'm going to add a noise texture. So go to add and then type in noise. Colour to base colour. And you notice that you get all these fancy little multicoloured dots everywhere. That's the graining. So now we're going to add the bump texture in there. And you notice that everything's a weird colour now. So this is going to give us the texture. And then we're going to add the colour ramp. Add, come on. Told you my computer wasn't there. Playing ball today. Blooming heck. Oh, this is going to freeze. Oh, this is not good. Come on. I have a feeling this is going to freeze. Okay, I'm back. My computer just decided to have a little bit of a hissy fit. So we're going to add a colour ramp. Now we've got this kind of like grey and stuff, and everything else is going to be grey now. Even the end of the clasp is going to be grey. So what we want to do is we want to add some oranges in here and some yellows and some reds, just to make up this gold a little bit more. You have to play this mostly by eye. Take the roughness down. Just slightly, I think. Just scale this upwards a little bit. Now you can have that, or you can put a Veroni texture on it, which will just give you kind of like a shiny, almost scratched look to it. Let's try the Veroni. Yeah, so now you kind of got this kind of crinkled, scratched look, if you can see that on the camera right there. Which kind of gives it like this kind of fancy kind of look to it. You can also turn down the roughness so it's kind of got a shine, so you can see what's going on. Yeah, so basically that's the basics. For this silver stuff, I mean, like, just make it metallic, I guess. For your background, for your clock, I mean, you could put pictures on there if you wanted to and stuff like that. I'm just going to improve the lighting on this because I think we need some better lighting. So I'm just going to add, come on computer. I hope this doesn't freeze. Oh wow. You know what, I'm going to leave it here for the day, but thank you guys for watching the tutorial. Like, obviously my computer's not playing ball today. It's been very slow, so I'm going to go see what's up with it, see if some drivers need downloading. Yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Please subscribe, please like. If you're on Facebook, give us a follow. TikTok, hi. Give us a follow as well, please. Thank you. Have a good day, guys. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a ghost holding a lantern. So what I'm going to do, let's go ahead and delete this default cube real quick. And I'm going to go ahead and add, we'll go ahead with we'll go with a circle to begin with. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make the lantern first, and then we will make everything else after. So on the side right here, I'm going to go ahead and just press 1 for side view so you guys can see what's going on at the side. And then I'm going to go ahead and build on this side. So with this lantern, we're going to go ahead and press F for fill. S for scale. Just scale it up a little bit. And then I'm going to go ahead and press E for extrude. Just going to go ahead and scale that down a little bit just on that screen so you can see. Let's go S for scale, just to pull it outwards a little bit. E for extrude, bring it up. We got E for extrude again. I'm just going to go ahead and scale this inwards just ever so slightly, and just press G just to bring it up just a little bit more. And then we're going to go E for extrude, scale it inwards, and then we're going to go E for extrude again. We want to go another scale inwards just to bring in that nice little curve, and then E for extrude, bring it all the way up just to about here. And then we're going to go E for extrude, scale inwards, and we just want to make a little dome kind of bit. Scale this in. So, once we get to the middle right here, what we're going to do is we're going to go E for extrude again. Just slightly. E for extrude, S for scale, E for extrude, S for scale, just give it that nice little round edge. And just bring it up. So E for extrude again. And then we're just going to go ahead and scale inwards. And this is going to be the base of the burner. And I'm just going to go E for extrude, little lip, E for extrude, little lip again. Scale it outwards. And this is where the dish is going to sit. So we're just going to go ahead and do that. And then scale it inwards at that point. So, once we've got the base of this lantern, we're just going to go ahead, shade smooth. We've got something similar to that. We're going to go add. Let's get that circle in again. We press G. Bring it up. So this is where we're going to make the little dome for the flame. So we're going to go edit mode, scale inwards, because this is going to be domed at the bottom. Press F for fill, E for extrude, just bring that up. I'm just going to go ahead and just move my computer a little bit out because it's super hot. Okay, so my computer's just pulled out from the desk just slightly because it is heating up quite considerably. So what I'm going to do, let's go S for scale, bring this out. We're going to want to do E for extrude, scale this outwards. So you've got that nice base. You want it to be able to fit just the bottom of the space right here. So what I'm going to do, just pull it out onto the sides. We're going to go E for extrude, scale outwards. E for extrude again, scale outwards, S for scale. Oops, looking at two screens here and trying to figure everything out. So, E for extrude again, we're just going to be making a bulb kind of shape. So E for extrude, let's go E for extrude again, and we'll get to about this point and then we'll start coming back in again. So, easy does it. And we'll just come back in just for that nice little lantern touch. There's your side view again. E for extrude. Just going to go ahead and just bring this up. So I'm just going to press G just to bring this up just ever so slightly so you've got that nice little angle going on. E for extrude. Scale it inwards. E for extrude again. We'll go ahead, scale that inwards, and then E for extrude, just make that little lip at the side. E for extrude, keep it where it is. Scale inwards. And what we're going to do, I'm going to put the X-ray on this side so you guys can see what's going on. And we're just going to go onto the inside of the lantern right here. So, we want to go E for extrude, and you want to follow this around the edge. So I have that little lip going on. You see right there that we've got that kind of little lip just coming around on the inside right there. And all you're going to do, E for extrude, just follow the edges of the glass. Just as such, and then scale out as needed. You can have this as thick or as thin as you want, but I would recommend that the bottom is a little bit thicker, because that's how glass naturally sets apparently. So Go E-fret extrude again. I'm just going to go ahead and scale this in. Also, it makes glass a little bit stronger at the bottom too. So let's go ahead and just scale it in. So now you'll notice that it doesn't touch the edge of the other piece that we've made as well. That's fine. All we need to do is just move it down a little bit. So let's go into object mode. I'm going to go ahead, shade that smooth. And what I'm going to do is just press G and just bring this down. So it's set just on top. So once we've reached this part right here, what we can do, I'm going to go ahead, go to the render tab, and we will switch out the EV to cycles. You're going to go into the materials tab here, click new, make sure that you've got the glass right here, and we're just going to name this glass. And what I'm going to do, let's change this principal BSDF to glass BSDF. Take down that roughness, and when we render this, we now have this nice little glass bit sat on here. Now, usually with lanterns and stuff, you have like little imperfections all over the place. We'll get to that later on. As far as the bottom of the lamp is concerned, it's generally black, maybe like a shiny black, so maybe we can just take that up as well. So once we've got to this part right here, and we've got the base of the lantern, what I'm going to do is, let's go to add. And I'm going to go circle again. I'm just going to take it off the render so it's not overheating. Let's press G, bring this up. So, this is the top now. Just going to press G, bring this down just a little bit. Scale it. And we're going to go with edit mode, F for fill, and we're just going to go E-fret extrude, and this is going to be the edge of our piece. So I'm going to press A, scale this outwards, I'm just going to press G, bring it down, so we're just roughly about there. Don't worry about it intersecting at the moment because we're going to change that later on. So if we go E-fret extrude again, E-fret extrude again, scale this in, and then we're going to go E-fret extrude, bring it up, E-fret extrude, little bit of a lip, scale that outwards, and then we're going to go E-fret extrude, leave it where it is, scale it outwards to the side, then E-fret extrude, bring it up again, scale it inwards, and then we're going to go E-fret extrude, leave it where it is, scale it inwards, and you want to just get it a little bit deeper than the edge of the pan right there, so it looks like this. I think that would be good. I'm just going to scale it inwards just ever so slightly, so let's go E-fret extrude, make it quite big, and E-fret extrude and just round it off at the top here, so you've kind of got that kind of shape going on. So we're going to go E-fret extrude again, scale it up, scale it inwards, we'll go E-fret extrude, up, E-fret extrude again, scale that inwards, E-fret extrude, and then scale this inwards, and we're just going to do the top part right here, so it's a little shaft, and then kind of go like this. So you want this one that comes out to be the same length as this one, so just scale it out to reach the edge. We're going to go E-fret extrude again, scale it in, and then that should be the top of your lantern. So should look like something like this, yeah? So we go to object mode, shade it smooth, right click shade smooth, and when we look at it we see that it's like this. So we need the same material, so I'm just going to put this as black plastic or black metal. Oops, let's go, come on, black metal. So this one, let's go down to the drop down menu and just go black metal like that, so it's a uniform colour. So the next bit that you're going to need is the little bridge that goes across the outside. So what I'm going to do is we'll do a mirror modifier for this one. So let's go ahead and add a cube. Let's press G, bring it up. You have to do a little bit of modding on this one, so we'll go to edit mode, and what you're going to want to do is Control R, make that little loop cut right there, take all of these faces, press shift, you just want to get rid of them, so it's like half a square, yeah? So we're going to go back to object mode, we'll go to modifiers and add modifier, and you want mirror. You want to go ahead and add it on the Y axis so that you've got this on both sides. So when we go to the edit mode, hopefully, if this has worked properly, we can then mirror modify certain things, yeah? So it'll basically mirror anything that we do. So what I'm going to do, let's take this, just press A to select everything, press G, bring it down. You're going to want to put this just at the base. So if we go on to the X-ray mode right here, we can see that we've got this at the base. Just scale it down. Before you do, okay, so you've got this half and half, you want to press clipping. So let's scale this down. I'm trying to get this into the right position. So let's go ahead and start with this face at the side right here. We're going to press G, bring it across, scale it down so slightly, and what we're going to do, E for extrude, go outwards, G, bring it up. If I've just got this on the side, on that side, so you guys can see what's going on. I'm just going to take it off X-ray mode just for 1 second. Okay, so we've got this side and we've got this side. I'll put this to here so you guys can see everything. Let's go ahead and rotate this round. This is just basically going to be a handle. Let's scale this in. E for extrude. And you just want to gently just bring this round. E for extrude. G, move it. Rotate. Like this. E for extrude. And then you just want to go ahead, just rotate these round. G, bring it back. And then E for extrude. And you want to bring this all the way to the top. And just press G. Just bring it outwards just a little bit. And what you're aiming for is this part right here at the top. So let's go G, bring that outwards just a little bit. E for extrude. And let's see, so we need to bring that in. So let's press G. Just bring that in just slightly. I'm going to rotate this. And then we're just going to go, as long as that's straight, E for extrude. We'll rotate this round. It's quite a tight angle with this one. And then we're just going to go E for extrude, bring it forward. And just press G to bring it down. Press G, move it inwards. And the reason why I'm putting it like this is because I'm going to take all of this and just move it down just slightly. So if I just take this, let's press G. There we go. So now we've got this nice little handle going on. I'm going to go ahead and just add, let's go Control R, just to make a loop cut right there. And I'm going to go ahead and just scale it outwards. So you've got a little bit of side to it. And then a Control R again. And then I'm just going to go ahead and just scale it out just ever so slightly. So once you've got that, take this off X-ray mode. And then right click shade smooth. You should have a nice little lantern. So what I'm going to do, let's do the material on here as black matte. Or black matte as it is. We should have something like this. So it's a little bit At the moment it's unscratched, it looks a little bit new, so I'm going to scratch it up a little bit just to give it that kind of essence. So what you're going to need is a little light on the inside, so we'll go with icosphere is generally best for this. So if we take icosphere, just press G, bring it up. Let's place it in the middle here. It's your little flame. Don't worry about the lighting. Unless you really want to do a flame in the middle of it, it's fine. Just for this piece, it's fine. So we're going to go new. Switch out the BSDF, the principal BSDF for emission. We're going to go ahead with an orange. It's a nice little orange. Let's go to add. And I'll put a plane at the bottom here so you can see where the light's coming from. Oh my goodness. Have we just... What happened? Something's just happened. Oh, that was really weird. Yeah, program's just started closing down. Right, I'm going to do one thing before I continue because I think my computer's overloaded. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to go open a window because I think my computer's getting overloaded. It's super warm in here. It's like a sauna. Yeah. Goodness. This is the type of thing that I contend with in summer. It's like you're making some really nice projects and then suddenly it's your computer just goes. Right, I'm just going to go ahead and just save this because I don't want to lose my work and I certainly don't want to lose the recordings that I've just done for you guys. So I'm just going to go ahead and expand that. I'm going to go ahead actually and get rid of this light from in here as well so we can adjust the light in a meaningful way for this lantern. If there's a little bit of background noise, I do apologise because the window is now open and stuff, so the room should cool down. I've got to get myself one of those temperature things, you know, yeah, that you can get temperature things for your computer so that it kind of sits on the edge and it can tell you how warm the computer is in respect to what you're doing. So I think the computer's having a little bit of a hissy fit, but we'll see how much we can kind of push. So we got the lantern right here. What I'm going to do, let's go to world settings, and I'm going to go ahead and just make everything dark so we can see how much this is actually illuminating. So you want to be able to see the floor roughly, because this is going to be the only light source within this picture. So let's improve the strength a little bit. So now we can see that we have this nice little lantern going on, nice strength to it. So the next bit that we want to do is the ghost. And the ghost is pretty easy because if you followed one of my other tutorials that I did, I show you how to make these. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and just save this as lantern, and then I'm going to go ahead, file, let's go save as, and I'll just put this as lantern with ghost. So when we do the lantern with ghost, it'll be a separate kind of file for me. Obviously I'll have to put in all the details, but I'll have a plain lamp to work with later on. So with this particular one as well, we needed a little bit of a handle going on just up at the side here. That's fine. We can go add. You can like torus or whatever it is, so we can rotate this by 90. Press G, bring it up. Press G, bring it to the side, scale it in. G, just to put this bit right here. Okay, so right click shade smooth, And we'll do black metal, and then we're going to go ahead, go across, and we'll do one for the opposite side as well. So both of these should be black metal, all that kind of stuff, yeah. So just looking at some photos right here, let's see. I think we could do the handles again from the top using a mirror modifier just to be able to pull this off. So if we go add cube, we're going to do the exact same thing as last time. Let's go ahead, edit, and we can go Control R just in the middle right there. Take this, take this, take this, and take this, and then we will delete faces. You can also do this as a circle actually. A circle actually might be better, let's see. Let's delete that. Let's go ahead and add circle. Press G to bring it up. We will rotate this 90 degrees. So we've got it like this. So you guys can see that. And what we'll do, we'll go to edit, mirror modifier. So add modifier should be a mirror. Where's it gone? Mirror modifier. We can go E for extrude. Oops. We can go F for fill. E for extrude. Make sure it's on the Y and not the X. Oh, something's gone wrong. Hold on. So, let's get rid of that. Add modifier. Mirror on the Y, not the X. E for extrude. That's strange. Okay. Let's get rid of this. Delete that face. Should work, but I don't understand why it's not. How bizarre. Right, okay, maybe if we get rid of this. Let's go with add, and we'll go with cylinder. Press G, bring it up. Okay, I think this is glitching a little bit. Cylinder, there we go. G. Rotate this by 90. Then we'll go with edit. Control R for the middle, and then we want to get rid of all the faces right here, so we'll go for X-ray, do that, delete faces, and then we can go for a modifier, mirror on the Y. Okay, apparently it's doing Z. Okay, well, you know what, we can work with that. Let's press A, scale this down, make sure you clip it as well. Let's go for S, scale this down. So basically what we want to make is a little handle. So let's go with G, bring this up. Maybe just have it about there. And we'll go with this face just at the side. And you know what, I'm gonna go for E for extrude. Let's rotate this round. G, bring it down a little bit. E for extrude, bring it round, E for extrude again, rotate this, just coming down, E for extrude, and then we'll go E for extrude again, rotate this again, going down, and then E for extrude. And I mean, your handle could be anything really, whatever shape you want, really, as long as it links up. So E for extrude again. We'll rotate this just inwards. Rotate in. E for extrude. E for extrude again. Rotate at the bottom. E for extrude. And then we can just bring it back outwards again. So rotate this bit. E for extrude. G, bring this down. Just level this off just ever so slightly. Then E for extrude, and we can just bring it into where we need it to be on the handles. So what you can actually do with this, because obviously this has now gone through the handle, what you can do is just go E for extrude, bring this forward, make your little loop, and then pull the whole thing forward as well. E for extrude, rotate, G, bring it down, bring it across just slightly, E for extrude again, press G, bring it up, bring it across, rotate this just ever so slightly, then we can go E for extrude again, rotate this, E for extrude, rotate, oops, R for rotate, and then we go E for extrude, bring this up, let's rotate this here, and then E for extrude again, E for extrude, and just press G, just bring it back a little bit like it's been cut off just here. So what we can do now, object mode, right click shade smooth, press G, and just bring this back so that it sits on the hook. I have a feeling I've gone sideways. Yes, I have. Okay, so in that case, we just scale this outwards. So you have this nice little hook going on. Probably not the best hook that I've ever made, but if it sits, it fits. Yeah, so you could go ahead and just amend this as well. You could, let's see, you want the edit mode for this. You could go ahead and amend this little hook right here. Maybe scale it down just a little bit. Bring it in. Let's see. You could rotate this. So it's like that. And then we can take this little bit. Let's go there. Rotate. And just have that kind of clamped down on that little bit. Hopefully that music doesn't come through, because that would be a pain in the backside. Although it is. 1 second. Yeah, that's the only problem with doing CG. It's like your computer overheats, so you open a window, but then your neighbours have got this thing about playing music really loud in cars. It's, you know, I'm all for fun and stuff like that, but if I can hear it in my house, it's too loud. Sorry for the swearing. But yeah, let's see. So right, so we've got this one. Let's go for new. We're going to go with the principal BSDF, but we'll change this to metal. So I'm just going to turn the roughness down. So now we have this nice little lantern, and you can't really see the handle that well, but that's fine. Hi guys, welcome back to another tutorial. So today we're going to be doing just a regular smartphone. So yeah, we're going to start off with the default cube. Just scale it outwards, and so you've roughly got the shape of a smartphone. Now we're going to scale it down, so you've roughly got the back of one right there. Okay, so I mean, you could do this in any way that you wanted, really, depending on what model of phone you're modeling. I'm just going to go with like a generic shape, but you guys can go for something else. So what we're going to do, select the top, we're going to have curved edges. So E for extrude, just go up slightly and then just bring it in, scale inwards, and then we're going to do the same on the back as well. E, and then just scale inwards so it's curved. And then for the screen, we're just going to go ahead and select the top face, E for extrude, but don't move it, and then we're going to just scale in just ever so slightly. I mean, you can include buttons on the bottom if you wanted to, but to be honest with you, like most smartphones have the little buttons integrated within the touch screens now, so that's going to be different. Okay, so what you want to do on this part is you want 2 different colours. So you've got the original material, which we're going to rename the phone back, and then you're going to want to make a secondary material with this. So press the plus button, go to new, and this is going to be screen. So screen is just going to be for the front of the phone, the rest of it will be the phone back, but if you want to create a different back for the phone, then you can make a 3rd colour if you'd like. I'm going to do that in a second, but for the screen we're just going to click assign, and then we're going to go here and we're just going to make it a little bit grey and a little bit reflective as well. Now you can add stuff on here in the shading tab if you wanted to. You can have a photo, just make sure that you size it up. Okay, so we've got that now. I'm just going to go ahead and change my engine here, which is cycles, should be cycles. I'm going to shade it smooth. Now usually, like, especially if you've got like a few phone brands, I don't think I can mention brands on here, but a few phone brands have the drop off edges at the side, but we're just going to go with generic phones for today. So if we go for the underside right here, the first thing that we can add is a cylinder, and we're just going to scale that down a little bit, bring it up, and just sit it right at the back here. Now this is the part where it gets a little bit tricky. You don't want it to poke through the top, but you want to just make it just thin enough that it pokes through the back. So we're going to go with a texture on this one. We're going to change this one to black, and then what we can do with this is we're going to right click and shade smooth. Oh, sorry, go into your object mode, right click, shade smooth. Then what you want to do, go to edit mode again, select the face on top, press E for extrude, but don't move it, scale inwards ever so slightly, and then E for extrude, and we're going to go down, but don't clip the phone, just have it just there. Now you're going to make a secondary material on this item as well. So of course we're going to press plus in the corner, press new. We go for a silver, but we're going to go full metallic and roughness down. So when we render, we'll see like this. Now obviously press assign. So you want to go, this is camera lens. Sorry, my mistake. Camera lens. Then we'll call this one camera base. So your camera lens, you're going to want to assign that. So now a lot of phones do have a backing to their cameras, so we're gonna put a few of these just at the side. So Shift D to duplicate. Just move it across. Make sure that you're moving on one axis, so you're not going like this. So they're all at the same height. We could go put one down here, maybe another one here. Have one of those phones where it's like weirdly covered in lenses, which is every smartphone nowadays. Yeah, so something like that would be real great. Now what we're going to want to do is put a back to this, just to enclose them a little bit. Now you can use a cube to do this. Yeah, I'm going to use a cube. So just go ahead. I've just gone back onto the viewport shading here. Go ahead, put this over the top. You might want to use this one, which is the X-ray. You can use that on viewport shading on the second option. So just scale it down so it just sits under the lenses but it doesn't clip the actual phone itself. I think I got that one right. So you're going to want to just gently come up. Now, here's the thing, right? So you come up there and you notice that the lenses are now being obscured. So what you want to do with that one, bring your lenses up. So we're just going to finish off this part just here, just to smooth it out a little bit. So I want, come on, I want that face. Right, yeah. I want to select that face and that face. Just going to press E for extrude. And then we're going to go S for scale, bring it down a little bit. S for scale, bring it in a little bit, just so that it smooths off. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. There's just my save files. Right, yeah. Okay, so we've now got this. For some reason my save files decided to pop up. Right, no, I don't want that in the center. Just gonna go Control R, just scope it here, just at the side so it's got kind of a little bevel around the edge. And then go back into object mode, right click, smooth shade, and we are going to go with maybe, I would say a white for the back. So now I'm going to go ahead and select all my lenses, so just click, press shift, hold, and just click all your lenses here. And then we're just going to press G, bring them up. Let me see. Do I want a 6th one on there? Actually, does look like it deserves a 6th one. So you got that space. So of course this is just a generic kind of phone layout. Just click all those. There we go. So now this back, I want to change this back of the phone. So we're going to go into edit mode. Just select the back. I'm going to take this x-ray off actually. Face. Yeah. Okay, so I'd like a kind of green colour. So we're going to add another colour to this. Click assign. And then we're going to go with kind of like a greeny kind of colour maybe. I'm just going to put this onto object mode so we can see that a little better. That's too green, I think. That's pretty cute. So you kind of have this this nice smartphone going on. So, I mean, you can add a logo at the bottom there, you can add some details at the bottom there, a little bit of text, like they have like the terms and conditions on the bottom of phones as well, I've seen. So yeah, that's basically the phone shape. So now, depending on how your phone will function and depending on the brand of your phone, you're probably going to want some USBs, you're probably going to want some little places to charge things. So I mean, we're going to go E for extrude, and this will be the charge port, scale it down a bit, E for extrude, and then you could have it that way. Then you could go E for extrude, scale it inwards. So if you guys can see what I'm doing here. And then you kind of have a point. Now, let me think. So, yeah, here you go inwards. You just go into the phone right there, and that's charge port. So yeah, that's the basic premise of a smartphone. You guys can add to that, but yeah, that's just basic generic kind of looking smartphone with curved corners. Please don't sue me. You know what company I'm talking about. But yeah, if you guys are interested in any more tutorials, there's plenty on my page. I'm trying to get a tutorial done every single day for this month. So yeah, if you guys liked, please subscribe, please follow if you're on Facebook. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing metal shelving. So it's pretty easy to do. It's just a little bit repetitive. So what we're going to do, we're going to keep the default cube. Let me just turn my screen thingies on. Hold on 1 second. Before I forget, because it's like, I always do this. Right. So what we're going to do with the default cube is we're just going to press S for scale and just scale it outwards. And then we're going to go S for scale again and then scale downwards. Okay, so now at this point you want to go into edit mode. And you want to go to the bottom right here. So select this face, the bottom face right here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go S to scale, don't move it. And then we're going to go scale inwards. Sorry, E for extrude. Sorry, E for extrude on the bottom. S to scale for just coming in. Just slightly, so it should be flat like that. Sorry about that. It's like S for scale and E for extrude. So what we're going to do is, because we've got this tiny little gap here, this one's okay. I'm just going to make that a little bit smaller. But we've got this massive gap on this side. So what we're going to do is just press S for scale and then go along the axis by holding the center scroll wheel. And then we're just going to clip it so that it's just about the same size. And then we're going to go E for extrude. And then this will come upwards just like so. So that will be our basic shelf. So what we can do now is we can duplicate this and we can make levels on our model. So go back to object mode if you haven't already. So this will be our bottom shelf right here. So what we're going to do now is we're going to make the outside struts that go upwards. So for this one we're going to go with a plane. And I'll show you why it's a plane, because working with a cube is just going to be a little bit more of a task. So you want it just about level here. Place it just around your corner, just here. I'm just going to scale it down. Now we're not going to go E for extrude and just bring it straight up. Just going to leave it the way that it is. So what you want to do is go to edit mode. We're going to go Control R and place one in the middle. Control R, place one in the middle. And then we're just going to go Control R, place another one in the middle of those two squares, and then Control R, place another one in the middle. So now what we're making is kind of like an L shape around the outside that makes it look like the metal's been folded over on itself. So we're going to go again with cutting that, and then again with cutting that. So what I want you to do is just take this corner right here. So we're going to select the corner with selection mode at the top. And we're just going to press G, move it along the axis, because if you don't move it along the axis, it can go up or down. You don't want that to happen. So we're just going to place this just in the middle, so it's kind of got a little bit of a rounded curve to it. It doesn't have to be perfect, because let's put it like this: every piece of metal that you've probably seen is bent in some sort of way, so it's okay. So now we're going to want to just select these squares right here. Just press shift and then click on the squares that you need. We're going to want this pretty thin. And then we're going to press delete on the keyboard. Delete faces. So now we have this L shape. And then from here, we just want to scale this down a little bit. I think it is a little bit thin, but I mean, you can make yours thicker if you wanted to. You can grab the edges. So if you wanted to make this thicker, if you think it's too thin, you can go to edit mode, go to the edge selects tool, and then select these edges. Press shift whilst you're doing it, and then press S to scale, and you can scale them inwards. That's totally up to you if you want to make that bigger. For me personally, I'm just going to leave it the way that it is. So from this point, what we're going to want to do is make this 3D. So we're going to go to the edit mode. We're going to press A to select everything, and then E to extrude, and this will go straight up. So now this is part of the side of the shelving that we've got right here. So G, I'm just going to move this up a little bit. Okay, so now this looks like a piece of metal that's been folded over. So I'm going to go to the corner right here. I'm just going to move this inwards so that it's flush with the shelf itself. So now you want to do this on all four corners, but there's a neat little trick. Instead of doing this to all four corners and making 4 objects, what we're going to do is we're going to go Shift D. Now Shift D duplicates. So Shift D, and we're going to move it to the side. Now you notice that this shelf piece that we've just duplicated or cloned is facing the wrong way. So what we want to do is you want to press R for rotate. Make sure that you're on the blue line, which is the Z-axis, and we could type in, say, I think 90 would put it onto the opposite side, but 180 would turn it onto this side. So this piece right here can go here, because 180 is the opposite way. Now usually I do mine in 90s, 90s, 90s for turning things quarterly. It's just easier for me. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab both objects and just bring them down slightly. That's flush. Just make sure that it's flush against your shelf as well. So, yeah. I think I just moved that one down. No, I didn't move that one down. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select both. I'm just bringing these both down to floor level so that they're flush. Okay, so now we have these two. So if you shift duplicate this one and you brought it out kind of thing, just leave it over the top, and I rotated this by 180. You notice that nothing happens. So what I would suggest to you is rotate things by at least 90 degrees each. So just go Shift D, and then we've got some of these. Leave it where it is. Then we're going to go rotate and put 90 in. So that brings us up to this one. So now what we can do is we can take these pieces and just move them across the board into position. Just line them up very nicely. Now you notice that if you've got this hatching kind of thing going across right there, you see what's going on right there? It means there's another one underneath. So just press delete, just click delete. And then we're just going to bring this up just to the level. Now, you'll notice that we've got the shelves now going on. So what we want to do is make the rest of the shelves on this unit. So we're going to do Shift D, and we're just going to go up. But we're not just going to go up and place it anywhere. If you press 1, it'll place it here. So if I take 1 off and I press 2, it'll place it here. If I press 3, it'll place it here. 4, so on and so forth. So depending on how you would like your shelves, you can get them equidistant from each other. So I've just pressed 4 on this one. So if I go Shift D and then press 4 again, this will give me the exact same space between the shelves as the lower one, between those two. So Shift D, press 4, and we've got another shelf right there. So with these bits as well on the ends, I mean, you could leave them there if you wanted to, but if you really wanted to shrink them down, I mean, you just select them all, press Shift, scale, S to scale, and just bring them down to where you need to put them. So that is a basic shelf tutorial. As well, if you wanted to pull these out, just press A to select everything, S to scale. Obviously you've got the camera there as well, just pulling in, but you can make the drawers bigger or smaller. depending on your design size. So yeah, that's basically how to make shelves in Blender. Hope you enjoyed the tutorial. Please subscribe. If you're on Facebook, please follow. Give us a like. Really helps my channel out. I'm trying to get my watch hours up at the minute. So yeah, any help would be absolutely fantastic to attract more people to the channel. Yeah, have a great day, guys. I'll see you in the next one. Hello guys, welcome to the next tutorial in Blender. So today I'm going to be teaching you how to make a basic table. So, the last project that we had, it was a basic chair. So I was kind of tempted to take that chair and then make it into a table, but I guess I need to show you from scratch what's going on, because if I just take other objects, then you're going to have to build the other objects, and it's probably going to confuse a few of you. So not that I'm saying that it won't, but you know, it's just better for me to show you from the beginning rather than taking other objects and then making into something else. So we're going to start with the default cube, and we're just going to press G on the default cube just to bring it up. We're going to squish it down, S to scale, and then S to come across, and then just squish it down again. So once we've got the basic tabletop shape, we're going to go to edit mode, Control R, just scroll on your scroll wheel twice just to make the vertices 2. Then we're going to go S for scale, just bring it out a little bit so it bevels the edge. I mean, you can do this in a regular bevel if you want to, but I'd like to do it like this. We're going to go right click, smooth, and then to add the legs, you can have any shaped legs. We're going to go with square legs on this one. Scale upwards, just to make it long, and then we're just going to scale in perspective, G to bring everything up, go across, and then we're going to put this table leg on one of the following corners. So what you want to do with these legs, you want to make sure that they touch the table and also touch the floor. So this is a little bit too high for my liking, so I'm just going to put this down a little bit so the table is roughly in line with the floor. There we go. Then we're going to scale this leg upwards. Now, to get this on to the other sides as well, we're just going to go Shift D, G to go across, if you need that, and then we're going to press Shift and then click the other object, Shift D, and then just move it across the axes again. And that is your basic table. Just going to go cycles. There we go. That's your basic table. I will teach you textures at some point, but for now I'm just making basic objects with you, and then I will teach you how to do the textures upon those objects. Okay, see you guys in the next tutorial. Okay, what's going on, guys? So we're on to our next tutorial now, which is screwdriver. We're going to be building a basic screwdriver today. So we're going to keep the default cube, I think. I'm just going to press S to just pull this out a little bit. And then I'm going to go into edit mode. We're going to go Control R. Just cut that one in half. And then Control R up on the side as well. Just cut that one in half. So, you're going to want some sides on here as well. So select all of your sides. Sculpt outwards. And then sculpt upwards as well. So this is going to be the handle for your screwdriver. Then we're going to go E and just pull it in a little bit. E, shape it in a little bit more. And we're just going to make it round at the end. So it's kind of basic screwdriver shape. Then we're going to start making the handle. So the handle, I'm just going to bring it out a little bit, press G just to move it. So I think that's long enough. E. And then I'm going to scale it outwards. So you've literally just extruded it over the top and then just expanded it out. So we're going to go G, move it forward a little bit. E again. E again. Just scale it inwards, just slightly. E again. And this is just going to be the front part. And scale outwards. E. Scale outwards again. Scale it. This is just going to be the front part of the screwdriver. And I'm just going to scale that one in. So now we want to do the handle. And if we go back to object mode, we'll add a cylinder. Rotate that by 90 degrees. Scale outwards. You want to scale across. Sorry. S to scale. Then we're going to place it where the handle should go. Now this is a little bit longer than we want it to be, so we're just going to scale that down a little bit. Just put it back in there. I think. Maybe just move it down a little bit more. Shrink it down just a little bit. Okay, so the end part here, we want to kind of squish it down a little bit. So we go into edit mode, E for extrude, and then we're just going to scale it down on one side. This is just a basic screwdriver, so I mean, like, you could edit this however you'd like to. So it's smooth. And then I'm going to go E for extrude. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to scale this out first. And I was thinking about putting, like, maybe the end just there with this object, but to be honest with you, they're most squared off, so I'm going to put a cube and then move it across, and then we're just going to scale this down until it fits the end of our handle right there. And then I'm going to sculpt it out from there. Okay, so I think that should be roughly right. E for extrude, scale it outwards just slightly along the same axis, and then we're just going to go straight ahead, straight forward, and maybe just round it off just a little bit at the ends. So that would be just a basic screwdriver. I could have made it a little bit better, but I think that would do for a basic screwdriver. You could just add the metal as well. So I mean, like, shade smooth, make this smooth as well. If you really wanted to, I don't think it'd be practical making that smooth. But let's see, let's add some red on there. Where are we at? Just change the cycles engine. We want a metallic on this one. It's like dark grey. Maybe turn the roughness down a little bit. Maybe just a bit lighter. And then this one, we're just going to go with the same colour. So yeah, that's your basic screwdriver. Let's see. Actually, that's 500. Oh, no, actually, no, 200. 200, yeah, 200 was a good choice. I'm just going to put a plane on there so you guys can see it a little better. I'm going to adjust that lighting as well. That's really harsh. Let's see, let's put it at 50. No, we don't want to go for 50. Let's go put it at 10. Nope, 5. 5's a little better. Oh. But yeah, there you go. That's your basic screwdriver. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, hi guys. So at the moment I've not got a webcam because I've basically been sorting out my room and I don't have a chair to sit on right now. So I'm literally sat on the floor like making these tutorials for you. I hope you're having a fantastic day. So the webcam will be present hopefully in the next couple of videos. I'm just literally going through all my stuff at the moment, so everything's kind of out of boxes and everywhere. So today we're going to be looking at creating a vase. So what we're going to do, we're just going to delete the default cube, and I mean this is a pretty easy project to do, so we're just going to scale it. If you've been to the prior tutorials on this channel, you'll know that we've been making cups and glasses and stuff like that. It's just basically the same premise, the same concept. So what we're going to do, just make your circle a little bit bigger, and then we're going to go to the edit mode. We're going to press F for fill, and then we're going to go E for extrude, and we're just going to bring it out just ever so slightly. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open a new little tab right here, and I'm going to put this one onto its side. So I'm just going to press 1 on the number pad. I've just realised I don't have the instructions for you guys, so I'm just going to undo that. We've got our circle and you've pressed F to fill it. I'm just going to turn on the key tracking software if I can get to it. Here we go. Screencast keys. Let me see. Yep, okay. So now, in theory, yes, we've got them on the screen. So, what I'm going to do, select your face. Go to the faces tab up here if you've not already, but select your face. E to extrude. And then we're just going to go S to scale outwards. E to extrude. Now this is going to be the bottom of our vase. And then we're just going to make this a little bit curved. We're going to make a fancy vase, kind of like a timepiece. So E for extrude, S to scale, and always keep it along the Z axis, which is your blue one. We're going to go E for extrude, S to scale. We're just going to make this really fancy one. G, come down a little bit. And then I'm going to go E for extrude, and then I'm going to come in, and then we're going to come back out again. So E for extrude, in we go. Just curve that just inwards so that it's smooth. E for extrude. And then from this point onwards, we're going to start going back outwards. Just very gently, so that it's not too much. Of course, this is your design. You can do anything that you'd like. E for extrude, S for scale. And then what we're going to do is we're going to bring it up to the lip of the actual vase itself. We don't want to go over the edge, because naturally vases will fall over if they go over the edge. If there's too much weight on one side, they'll start falling over. So we just want to come outwards very gently. And we're just about to the edge here, so I'm just going to come out just slightly. and then we're going to go up. Now this is the point where we can get a little bit fancy with it. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go E fret extrude, and I'm just going to scale it inwards a little bit. I'm going to make it like a fancy kind of vase. I'm going to go E fret extrude again, scale inwards, E fret extrude, scale inwards. So it's almost like a cup, and then I'm going to come back out again. So this is going to be kind of like a designer piece that your grandma would have had in her cupboard or something like that, you know. I'm just going to come back out again, E fret extrude, scale outwards, E fret extrude, scale outwards, E fret extrude, scale outwards, and then we're just going to come back up again, and it's almost going to be like a bulb kind of feature. Now most vases, they kind of come in at the top and then they splay outwards again, so we're going to do that. Excuse me. E fret extrude, and then we're going to come back in just slightly, E fret extrude, come back in just slightly, E fret extrude, come back in just slightly, and then what we're going to do is we're going to start splaying it outwards. So we're going to go flat on this point right here, E fret extrude. You get where I'm going with this one. I'm just going to press G and just bring this down a little bit, E fret extrude again, S to scale, E fret extrude, S to scale, and this is going to be the lip of the vase. So E fret extrude again, S to scale, E, S, and then we're going to get to the top here where we're going to do the lip of the vase. So what you want to do is do E fret extrude, and then we're going to go E fret extrude again, but then we're going to bring it in just slightly. Just be very gentle with your vertices right here, and then E fret extrude, and then scaling again. You don't want the edge of your vase to be too sharp, so make it just very smooth, very round. The more vertices that you have, the more round it will be when we smooth this out. So E fret extrude again, but don't move it, just click, and then we're going to go S to scale. Now this is going to be your flat part, this is going to be the essential rim of your vase. So then we're going to go E fret extrude, but now we're going to start going down into the vase. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn on X-ray mode so you guys can see where I'm going here, and just move it in a little bit so you can see what's going on. So what I want to do is I want to follow on the inside the pattern of my vase right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go E fret extrude, just bring it down just slightly, scale it inwards so that you've got some sort of curve just right there. E fret extrude again. You just want to go outwards just slightly, so it's got that little bit of a lip to it. E fret extrude. Now what you want to do, don't do this, because that's your inner coming outer. You see where I'm going with that? So what you want to do is just follow the edges. So maybe a square away from the edge is very good. A lot of people, they tell me, why don't you just clone it and just put it on the inside? But then again, you have to put the vertices on again. So I like to do this manually so that I have more control over my projects. So we're going to go and we're going to scale this in. Just press S for scale. Make sure that you're staying with Z axis, axis, however you want to pronounce that one. Press E, and we're just going to scale inwards. E again, scale it down, E again. I mean, you can follow the lines if you wanted to of what you've done prior. And then we're just going to scale it out, E again, excuse me, scale it out, E again, scale out, and then we're just going to continue doing this all the way down until we reach the bottom. So I'm just going to very, very quickly just do this. It doesn't have to be perfect on the inside, because obviously this is just the inside of your vase. So, you know, if you're going to change it to glass, then yes, perhaps you need to make it perfect and you need to go around the edges as much as you can. But to be honest with you, if you're just making a vase and it's just a painted vase, so to speak, and you can't see through it. I mean, you don't have to make that perfect, so for sure you can make the inside however you would like to. This is your project, you have full control over it. I would say make the glass just slightly thicker at the bottom because, you know, this, you can imagine the weight from the top is obviously going to be impacting the weight on the bottom, so you don't want the glass to be too thin at the bottom. You want it to have this nice, stable, almost physical aspects to it. I'm just going to put another little thing right there. Actually, no, you know, I'm gonna remove that. I'm gonna press G, I'm gonna take it up, and then I'm just gonna make a new vertices. So yeah, you've got to look at your physics as well. How is the glass behaving compared to the environment that it is being presented in? So right here, I'm just gonna finish off the base of the glass right there, and this will be the glass that I have, the vase even. So we're gonna go to object mode. Right click and then press shade smooth. So now we have this kind of this vase which it is okay, I guess. I don't quite like it, but this is a design that I've seen on the internet for a vase. To be honest with you, it looks like grandma's Christmas trees, but yeah, I just kind of wanted to go with something funky today. So we're going to go on to the materials tab, and we're going to press new. If you guys have ever seen that that meme of grandma's Christmas trees up on TikTok, and she's making the ice cubes and she doesn't realise what it is, you'll understand where I'm coming with when I say it looks like grandma's ice cubes. If you don't, you probably either not seen it or you're a little bit too young to understand what that means. But yes. So this is the vase that we have. I'm not sure, I'm going to get my mind out of the gutter now. So we're going to go with glass, BSDF. And we're just going to shade this down. Now, usually we're working with cycles, so we're going to go to the render engine and we're going to go cycles. And this is the glass that we will have. So you can see that we've got some glass going on right here. I'm just going to change this lamp to a sun, so we can see a little bit better, and then I'm just going to pull it back a little. And then I'm going to put a plane, so you guys can see this a little bit better. So this is the glass BSDF that's on screen right now. This is so that your object is glass. So what essentially you could do to make it look a little bit more glassy, I mean, you could put some more suns in here and some more lighting, so you've kind of got that thing going on. Now, another thing that you have here is you have caustics. Now, caustics are something new that's new to Blender. They've been out for a few years, but they're relatively new. They basically make better shadows. So if you click Shadow Caustics, they'll make more detailed shadows. They'll basically do anything for glass. They'll do anything for water. So if you've ever been to the swimming pool and you've gone under the water and you see all those waves and ripples that the light's creating from above, this is what caustics will do. It'll make lighting look a lot more realistic. So it'll put different things into it that, say, the original lighting that Blender provides will not incorporate. So something else that you want to take into consideration as well is not only do you need to put your caustics on your lighting, but you also need to put your caustics on your objects, so that they refract in the correct manner as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to put the caustics onto the object. So now the caustics can be found in the object mode, and from what I remember, visibility, I believe, shadows, shadow catcher, it's in one of these. One second. Shading, here we go. Shadow catcher, you've got that one. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, to be honest with you, this version may have incorporated it already within the software, but if you go onto this section right here, you'll be able to find it. I just want to make sure that it's actually in here. I mean, you could click shadow caster if you want to, shadow catcher. Yeah, I think, oh, here we go, sorry. I just missed it, right. Cast caustics and receive caustics. Okay, so this is the object mode. You want caustics, you want the shadow, the display, shading. So what we're going to do is we've done the background for caustics. We're going to do the object for caustics now. I knew I wasn't going crazy. It was somewhere. So cast caustics and receive caustics. Now, if I take one of these lights and I just turn it down a little bit, go to the light bulb section. Just turn that down a little bit, and then we turn this one down a little bit. I'm going to put this one as 500. Yes. I think this is too bright. One of these is really, really bright. Let's see, 100. See if that affects it. This is super bright. That's the blue one, the white one. Let's go with 50. Wow. Right, so Blender has this thing with the lighting where it's either very extreme or it's very little. And as you can see, I'm having to scale these lights all the way down just to be able to get some sort of detail in here for you guys. So you guys can see what's going on. So we've got a white light here and we've got a blue light. So this one is your blue light and this one is the white light. So we've got the blue on this side, hence why we've got a blue shadow, and this side is the white light, hence why we've got a white shadow here. They cancel each other out. Ironically, they work really well if you've got like multiple different colours. They actually meld really well together. So if you've got say for example, if you've got a red and a blue light on each side of the screen, they will actually turn purple in the middle. Blender's really good at blending together colours on the colour wheel as well. So that's something that you could also look at. So this is our glass. This is just the standard glass. So yeah, if you guys enjoyed the tutorial, please subscribe, please like. I'm trying to build the channel up at the minute to 100,000 subscribers. I currently have, I think it's 10,800 people on this this channel. 10,800 lovely people on this channel. I'd love to make it a lot more. I'd love to build the community here. So please, if you're on my YouTube, do subscribe. If you're watching this on Facebook or any other sites, give us a follow, give us a like, and it's free, you know. So yeah, have a wonderful day. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one, I guess. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing a little bit of lighting. So what I'm going to begin with, let's just mosey on that down. What I'm going to begin with right here is I've got a cube. I'm going to press delete on this. I'm going to get rid of the lights just for the time being. And I'm also going to get rid of the camera as well. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and you can use a cylinder for this, you can use a circle for this as well. I'm just going to go S and just scale this down and then scale it up. So this will be the base of the lights. We're going to go ahead and go to edit mode. Select your face is just on the side here. E for extrude. Scale in. E for extrude. Scale in. And just leave it where it is. And on the back we don't really need anything. So what we're going to do is let's go for E for extrude, leave it where it is. Scale it in. And then I'm just going to go E for extrude and just drop it. So we'll go to object mode. We'll go to add. And I'm going to go with another cylinder. Now what you want to do is make sure that this cylinder is just about the right size to fit into the little drop down that we've just made. So we're going to press G, bring it up. And what I'm going to do is we're going to go to edit mode. I'm going to take the top face right here, press G, bring it down just ever so slightly. E for extrude, scale it inwards, just ever so slightly. E for extrude, scale it inwards, and then E for extrude, scale it inwards, and just keep going until eventually you reach a point just at the front right here. And then I'm going to go Control R and just roll your center scroll just to make these little lines right here. So this, we're going to go right click, shade smooth, the bottom one as well, right click, shade smooth. So this one right here, what you want to do is we want to go Shift D, and we're just going to duplicate this. So what you can do is just bring it up just at the top there. This one underneath will be our emission piece, so we'll go with material, we'll go add, change this to light, and we're going to set this to an emission. Now before I set this to an emission, what I'm going to do, let's just undo that one, you don't need to undo that. So I'm just going to place a plane so you guys can see the emission. And I'm also going to go to the render engine and change out EV to cycles. So let's go back to our emission piece right here. And I'm just going to place this on render so you guys can see the emission that comes through. So we'll go to Principled BSDF just here. We'll go to emission. And now we can see that we've got this nice little glow going on. Because this is an outdoors light, I'm going to change this to a kind of yellowy orange. And I'm just going to increase the strength just ever so slightly. So this would generally be a wall light. Next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to take the base and we're going to go new, and we're going to go, this will be black. So let's change this to black. This will be part of the plastic. We'll change this roughness upwards just a little bit. So once we've got that done, we'll take the top part that we've made right here. We're going to go into modifiers and we're going to type in wireframe if it's not down here in your Dropbox. So now we have this nice little wire. So I'm just going to press G and I'm just going to bring it back over the top. Just as such. And we can now mess around with the thickness of the lines that we have. Just going to press G and just bring this down just ever so slightly. So now we have this nice little light going on. So what we can actually do, if you wanted this as a floor lamp, we could take this, let's see, so if I just go back onto this mode, I'm just going to go ahead and select everything and just bring it up. We could take this one, we could duplicate this, scale outwards, and we could kind of have a double bubble kind of setting for this. Also with this little frame that we've got on here, what we can do, we can go down to materials, click new, and we can make this black. Or if you want to make it the same colour as the stand, just click the black there. That way it's all uniform. And that's just basically how you make a wall light. If you want it against an actual wall, we can take this. I'm just going to go ahead, just rotate this by 90. Right, so if you wanted this as a wall light, wall mount, we can press G. I'm just going to go ahead and rotate it by 90, and then we'll go ahead and rotate it again by 180. Let's press G. Place it up against the wall like that. And then you could do this, just upwards a little bit. And then Shift D, duplicate, maybe have it as, let's go with, maybe -50 apart. Shift D, -50. Shift D, -50, Shift D, and then -50. I don't know how much you guys have got, the distance wise, but you could do this and we could go 50. So everything's going to be minus on this side and plus on this side. So just type 50 on this side, minus on this side. So Shift D, and then we press 50, 50. So Now we've got all of these, we can do a little render. You can see that we've got these wall lights going all the way across. So, what you could also do as well, if you wanted to do a wall right here, let's turn this around. This is a shading tab, by the way. We can go brick texture. Just click that there, colour to base colour. You got your nice little brick texture going on. Let's scale that down a little bit. And then what we can do, just move this to the side, we can actually add a bump texture, just right in here. Colour to height. You also want a colour ramp on this as well. Just to go in the middle, just right there. It should pop up. If it doesn't, just delete the bump node. Let's go bump again. Right there. Get that to height. Might just be taking a while to load in. Or maybe not. Maybe I've glitched it up a little bit. But anyway, if you can't get the bump node to work, you always have this as a brick texture. And then we can go ahead and add some noise. I might try the bump texture again in a second. So, you can get some noise on here. Bit of diffusion. You see how that's noise right there? And then we'll try the bump texture once more. Just to see whether this works or not. Yeah, I don't think this one's going to work, but what I can do, let's go ahead and stick it here, height. We can change this to the roughness, just in the background as well. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of that bump node and maybe just have the wall tiles just for show for the moment. So, let's go with layout. I got rid of the camera, didn't I? So, let's go with, where have you gone? Let's add camera. We'll go to view, align camera to view. We'll go G, bring this back. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on this one right here. So if we go to depth of field, take this little dropper right here, select this, and then just lower the f-stop ever so slightly. And we should have this nice little blur that happens around the outside. See, ratio. Just going to pull that ratio down a little bit. And you get these nice little bits at the side as well, quite artistic. This nice little blur of light. So, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and just move this slightly. And I'm just going to tone this down just ever so slightly as well. I think that should be okay. So when we go to this render tab right here, we can now get this kind of look where we've got nice little blurs on this side, and we have the blur on this side, and then we have the light that's in focus. And usually I would say to give the brick a little bit of texture, but today it's not working for some reason. So that's the tutorial for today. I hope you liked. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Please subscribe. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So this is going to be a huge tutorial today. If you've got a good couple of hours, I would suggest doing this. If you don't have a good couple of hours, maybe save this video till later. But to be honest with you, I guess like you could just kind of watch what I'm doing. If you're not going to be building this today, and just see what I get up to, really. So I think what we're going to start with, I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of the default cube. I'm going to get rid of this light, and I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the camera as well. We don't need those right now. I'm just going to go ahead and put the screencasting keys on. So in June, July, I'm kind of doing themes of kind of Athens, Rome, kind of Greece kind of thing. You know, Athens, capital of Greece anyway, but, you know, Greek, Roman kind of things, because it's summer and I just kind of want to put that stuff out there, and it just looks nice. So I've started making a few videos of that, but today, this particular one, it's almost kind of Greek, Roman, but then it also kind of has a Middle Eastern vibe to it as well. So, yeah, let's start off. I'm going to go ahead and make I think we should start with the chandelier to begin with. And then we'll work on everything else. So this might be a couple of hours worth of tutorial, but hopefully it's worth it for you in the end. So this particular chandelier, we've made chandeliers in the past. We're just going to go with a circle. Let's just pull this out. So don't worry about the size of everything at the minute, because we can just like size it all back down. So what we're going to do, we've got our circle right here. We're going to go ahead and add, let's go with I think we're going to be going with circles maybe, or, I think I did it with the cylinder last time. I'm going to do it with the cylinder this time. So this is going to be one of our jewels that's on the side. I'm just going to go ahead and just squish it down just slightly, so that we've kind of got this oblong, almost shape going on. We'll go to Shade Smooth. And then what I'm going to do, go to edit mode, and we will take this, and we're just going to go E for extrude, and then rotates this part just in slightly so that it's got this nice little kind of point bevel thing going on. You can just bring that down just slightly and rotate it again. You want to just scale it outwards just slightly, so we've got that nice little point going on. And then we'll do the exact same to the top as well. So we'll go E for extrude, and then we'll rotate this one. Just bring this roughly around to the top. Just again, scale it out to where it needs to be. So you've got almost an object just like this. Doesn't have to be perfect, but we just need something for the glass. So we're going to go, sorry, ignore D. So it selects this, scale it down. Press G, bring it over. Let's go 7 to heaven. And we're just going to place it here. Now, before we do any editing and duplicating this around the ring, we need to put a material to it. So we'll come over to your materials tab. We're going to go with glass. You can go with Principal BSDF for this again, or you can go with Glass BSDF. So just turn down your roughness. Remember, if you put this material to any other object, it's going to be the exact same material as the original. So just bear that in mind. You can also change the colour to this if you want to. That's totally up to you. I'm just going to take this ring right here. I'm going to go edit mode, and I'm just going to go F for fill, E for extrude, and just bring it up just ever so slightly so that it's got this little ring around it. Just press G to bring it up if you've not already. And then I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this face and this face. We'll just go delete. So we've got this delete faces right here. Press A to select everything, and then E for extrude, leave it where it is, and then scale inwards. So we've got this nice little ring going on. So now what we want to do is take this ring, shade this smooth, and we're going to go with gold for this one. So we've kind of got this other material that's kind of come into play right here. I'm just going to go ahead and change this to gold so that we've not got any rogue materials. You want to just go for a nice orange, turn up your metallic, turn down your roughness slightly. So once we go on to the render engine right here, we'll change from EB to cycles because I work in cycles. Excuse me. And we'll notice obviously we've not got any lights in here right now, but we've now got this kind of glass theme that's going on. And we've got the little gold ring that's going around. So what we want to do is let's go 7 to heaven. We're going to take this glass right here that we have, I'm just going to go ahead and call this the glass 1. Oh, you can just call it glass. Usually it'll number it afterwards. Let's go ahead and we want to go Shift D, bring it across to the side. Now this is going to be facing the wrong way. As you can see, the points are up on this side. So what you want to do, go rotate, and you want to go 180. Press 7 to heaven again, and now you've got these two on each side. As long as you stay within this little crosshatch right here, each one should be fine for this. So we're going to go ahead and select both of them. Shift D, leave it where it is, rotate, and you want to go 45. Oops, where's that? Oh, sorry, you want to go 90. Let's go 90. Sorry, and then it's 45. So let's select these ones. We're going to go Shift D, leave it where it is, alpha rotate, 45. And then we'll take these ones in. And then we'll go Shift D, and it's for, if we just keep it where it is. Oops. Try and line that up as best as I can. Rotate, and then I think it's 22.5 that should be there. I'm just going to go ahead and grab my calculator just to make sure that calculation was correct. So, we had 45, we divided by that 2. Yeah, 22.5, then we're going to divide again by 2, which is 11.25. So we need to select all of these points just around the edge right here. Then we want to go for Shift D, leave where it is, rotate, and we are going 11.25. And that should be the basis of one of the tiers of the chandelier that I've got on here. So, we're not going to have light to it, but if I do this, we can now see we've got this kind of glass thing going on. So we will add the lights into this. So the light is actually a central light that comes down. And the great thing for us right now is the chandelier isn't multiple tiers where everything has to be the same size. The chandelier is actually multiple tiers where the tiers are actually different sizes. So we can actually take this design right here and we can just make a little chandelier right out of it. So if we press 1, which is a side view, take this and we just Shift D it, bring it down, make sure there's a little bit of a lip, scale it in, because the jewels on my plan actually get smaller as they get to the bottom. So again, Shift D, and then you can just scale this in as much as you want to, whatever seems correct for you. And what it is, we're getting smaller and smaller and smaller to the end. What I want to do is Shift D again, smaller, Shift D again, smaller. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to just scale this one up. So we've got this nice long tier at the bottom. And then we're going to go Shift D, bring it down, scale it inwards, and then just bring this just a little bit shorter, and then we're going to make it up to a point. So this is going to be kind of one of those weird fancy chandeliers. Shift D, bring that in. And then, once we get right to the point right here, go Shift D, bring it in. Actually, you know what, I'm going to take this one. Just elongate it. Press G. Obviously, now this is your chandelier. You can do whatever you want with it. And then I'm just going to go ahead, put another one of these here, and then even thinner. So it's almost like one of those really posh chandeliers where it's kind of very artistically made. So, once we get to the top again here, I'm just going to go ahead and select this ring up on the inside right here and just go to the side view for you guys. So these are actually, this is going to be a double tier right here, so we're going to put these ones right here, and I'm just going to slightly pull it out, just slightly, and then we're going to go back in again. So Shift D, scale it in, and then Shift D again, and then you would just want to scale it in, Shift D, scale it in, and just slowly start going up the tier, really, of what you would like. Oops, Shift D, let's go up there, just into the center, and then we've got this nice little kind of weird looking chandelier, but trust the process, because this is going to be hanging in the main lobby that we're going to make in a moment. So we want to go ahead and just add a cylinder just at the bottom here, bring this up. Just press G, bring it down, scale it so that it just clips the edge of your jaws right there, just in there. Shade this smooth, go to your edit mode, take this face right here, just go G, bring it down, then we're going to go E for extrude, scale outwards, and then E for extrude, and then E for extrude again, and we're just going to make this into a nice little point just at the top, so we've got it kind of got this fancy light feature hanging on. And then once we've got to that, we're going to go E for extrude and just bring it straight up. So now this is where the light will hang from. And even you could put a square on here, and then you could put a square on the other side of the building, because what most chandeliers have that I've seen, at least in places that I've been where they've got chandeliers, they actually have, I don't know what you call it, maybe like a stress line. So what it is, if the main chandelier bracket breaks off the ceiling, they actually have a secondary chain, and it allows the chandelier to swing away from people rather than fall straight down. So it's kind of like a safety feature kind of thing going on. So with this particular material, I'm just going to go with black plastic, because that's what essentially it is. It's just black plastic on the outside here. So you can add a chain onto here if you'd like to. You can switch this out. To add chains, all you need to do is just go to add, and then we've got you've got meshes, you've got torus, and then you just interlink them. To be honest with you, I think that's a really good design. I think I might actually incorporate that. So if I just go to edit mode, if you guys want to do this, you can do. If you don't want to do this, you've got the original anyway. Just press J, bring it down. I would advise people who've got powerful computers to do the chains, and if your computer isn't so powerful, just leave it the way that it is, because I don't want you to overrun your computers. So we go to add, and then torus, press G, bring it up. I know what it's like to have a laptop or a computer that doesn't quite run things correctly, and it's quite slow. So, you know, if it does get to the point where your computer's slowing down because there's too many objects within it, I would highly recommend that you just keep it straight rather than adding this additional detail. So you'll notice that this is right in the middle right here. So because we're still on the crosshatch, so that shouldn't move. Right, so this ring right here, we can have the first ring as black, so we could take that black plastic if you wanted to. Have that as black, so that's that connecting. The second one that we can have, bring it up. You want to rotate this by 45, I believe it is. No, 90. Sorry, 90. Where's my head today? Right, so we'll take this one particular ring. We're going to go to edit mode. Make sure that everything's selected. If it's not selected, press A to select everything. We're going to go plus. And then, you know, we could either do the gold that we originally had, or we could do another assign. We could do new, and we could do kind of like old gold. So it's kind of like a faded gold. Could you imagine if this has been hung up for quite some time, maybe no one's cleaned it? So you can call this one the old gold, and then maybe it's a bit more duller. So you can pull up your metallic right here, bring that in, maybe pull the roughness up a little bit. Maybe it's dusty. And now what we can do is we can go Shift D, bring this up so that the link's just there. We're going to go alpha rotate at the 90-degree angle, and then we'll take these two and we'll go Shift D, bring it up to the point, Take these two. Let's go with, where am I going here? Yeah, so take these four, bring this up, and you can just go all the way up the chain right here, just on multiple. Bring this up. And now we have these nice little chains that are going on, holding up the chandelier. You can make these smaller actually, they look a little bit too big, but 1 second. I can do that. If we select them all and then we just shrink them down a little bit, we can make those a little bit different. Just box selects them all, I guess. So it is a little bit too big for the chandelier. So I'm just going to go ahead, scale these down to a point where it looks relatively good on the chandelier. If we press 1, then we can see how big the chain is in comparison to the chandelier. So scale it down just a little bit. Maybe you want big chains for this because, you know, it's a big chandelier. You don't want little chains holding it up. So just pull that down just a little bit so that it fits and sits. So if I go on 1 now, hopefully from this point on, I should be able to just add to the next one. So let's see, I need a chain going that way, chain going that way, chain going that way, chain going that way, chain going that way. Just trying to figure this out. We keep going, box select, just hit shift just to keep those in line, and then we go shift D, duplicate, and then we can add onto that chain just right there. So I would definitely implore at this point that you go to your save and you definitely save that. You can go ahead and save this as chandelier if you wanted to. We could just call this chandelier. I might make another tutorial just out of building this chandelier, to be honest with you. So yeah, there's your chandelier. We've got no light in it at the moment. So what we can do, we can take this object right here, we go to edit mode, and then we come over to toggle X-ray. We can now see just about the face underneath, just right there. So we're going to go E for extrude, bring this down, just ever so slightly. And what we can do is just scale it inwards. This is going to be the light source of the chandelier. And then E for extrude and bring this down. So if we go into the wireframe right, let's go to the wireframe right here. So now you can just about see this object is just coming down into the center of this. You can't see it very well. There you go. So now you can see this object is going down to the center. If we go E for extrude, just bring this out. E for extrude. And then we can go E for extrude again and just bring this in. So this can be the light right here. So if we box select this, so we're selecting all of this, we go to plus and then assign for this one. And we're going to call this one the chandelier. I'm just going to call this chandelier light. Ooh, it's getting windy outside. We're like bright sunshine right here in the UK at the moment. Like the temperatures are really hot, but it's we complain about the temperatures and stuff like that, but it's the humidity that gets you. We have very high humidity at the minute. So with this, sorry, I'm getting off topic. Select your principal BSDF, go to emission, and then we want to make this slightly orange. And then obviously click your assign, and when we go back to object mode, take off your X-ray mode. And now, in theory, we should have a chandelier that lights up a little bit. And the best thing about this as well, we're going to be doing some daylighting as well, so there's other lights coming into this. If you want to turn this up, you can do. Make it a kind of bright chandelier. You can also extend that pole in the middle a little bit more. So if we go to edit mode, and we can just see it right there. So if we scale this up and then bring this down just slightly, we should be able to get a lot more light within this. Just make sure that that top bit, this is all the emission, and that top bit's just tucked in right there. And that looks a lot nicer for the light. This glass as well, you can also, the IOR as well, you can edit that, so you can just pull that back slightly to let a lot more light come into the bottom. Obviously you won't see this properly unless you've got an object beneath it and you can actually see the shade that's coming through it. Oh, come on. For some reason it's not allowing me to shift. There we go. So now you can see the light emitting from the bottom of it, and you can see all the patterns and stuff like that. So this is our main chandelier. The room surrounding isn't too bad. Like the build of it is not too bad. Whether you want to add furniture in there is totally up to you, because I'm just going to make the hall and show you a nice chandelier and show you how to make a nice netting, almost a netting effect over the dome that the chandelier is actually going to be dangling from. So let's go on to the next bit, shall we? Let's take this at the bottom. I'm just going to get rid of that. Now this chandelier, select it in whole. Make sure that you've got everything selected so that you've not got any rogue pieces. We're just going to press G, bring it to the side. We'll bring this back a little later on, and we'll size it up to where it needs to be. So in the centre right here, we're going to add a circle. Just scale it out so that it's big enough that you can see. I think I made the chandelier just a little bit too big because I just wanted you guys to see what was going on with it. So this right here is going to be the centre of our hallway, if you want, or a meeting room, or whatever you want to call it. So we're just going to go to edit mode, just press F for fill. Let's go on the outside. So for this particular one, we're going to go E for extrude, and we're going to have like a little fountain going on in the middle, just like a little greeting area. We're going to go E for extrude again, just scale it inwards. E for extrude, scale it inwards. So this will be the little kind of, I wouldn't say fountain, but just little area. E for extrude, we scale this inwards. E for extrude, scale outwards. E for extrude, scale outwards. E for extrude, scale outwards. Don't go past this little ridge right here. E for extrude. I'm just going to take off this x-ray. This is really distracting. This is going to be like a small little table fountain thing. I don't know what you call it. E for extrude, right in the middle right there. Scale it inwards. E for extrude. And then we'll go just about there. So we can put like a little bit of glass. We can put a little plant in the middle there just to make it look real fancy. We'll just shade smooth, just for now. To be honest with you, think that it needs a little bit more vertices, because that just looks a little bad in my eyes. It looks okay for what it is, just for now. Okay, so we're going to go with another circle. Scale it outwards. Wherever this circle's gone. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this is going to be the outer part. So we're going to go to edit mode, press F for fill. Notice that it goes around the outside there. I'm just going to take off that x-ray just for a moment. We're going to go E for extrude, bring it up. Now this is the point where we're going to have to get rid of this face on top, because otherwise it's not going to work. You want to go E for extrude, just use your imagination a moment. So we'll get rid of this face right here. So let's go with faces. Yep. Select everything on the outside. So Control Shift or Shift Control. Make sure that you clip the outside rim from this option right here. We're going to go E for extrude, scale it outwards, and this will be the center of our little meeting area. And then we're going to put the chandelier that's here right above this, and then we'll have a dome over the top of it. So, it's a pretty tall room, so I would suggest pulling this all the way back, because it's a circular room. We kind of want circles with that one. We're going to go and shade that smooth. And it looks a little bit odd at the moment. Trust the process. We're going to go ahead and take this chandelier. I'm just going to place it where I need it to be. So just grab with box select right there. We're going to go with G, bring it over. If you want to press 7 to heaven to make sure that this is mostly central, you can do. So we're going to go ahead and just press G again. And we're going to bring this up just to about here. Now just leave it there for the moment, and if you wanted to just press your render, this is what it's going to look like. So maybe you can improve the light on this if you wanted to, because obviously it's a chandelier, it's a centerpiece, it's supposed to give a little bit more light, but then we'll also add little lights around the area as well, because this at the moment is technically in the dark. If we go to the world settings, that's what it would look like at night. So, from your material settings, if you were really tempted to do so, we've got chandelier light right here. For some reason it's just super bright on this when I click this. We can just do that. I think maybe just tone this down just a little bit. I think the program's having a little hissy fit. It's not quite the way that I want it to be. So this right here, let's go on to shading mode. Let's see what happens when we go on to shading mode. Just regular general shading mode. Let's go on to edit mode. For this piece right here in the middle, we're going to want a nice little blue kind of colour, like nice little blue offset. So I'm just going to go ahead and change the material to this, so we can do the, I don't know why this chandelier light on there. Oh, I get what I know what I've done. I know what I've done. Okay, so if I just go back out of this, I guess you guys are probably sat there going, she's done this. she's made this the wrong way. Right, so ignore what I just did about that chandelier light. Thankfully we didn't move on before I figured this out. So what I've actually done is put the chandelier light to this. That's why it went really bright. That's why it had the little bit of a glitch. So if I can just get to this light right in the middle right here. So if we click this at the top, it's just really easy access rather than trying to click through all these. So if we go to chandelier light right here, and then we go back to the object mode, and then we can turn this up as needed. For some reason, I decided to change that to chandelier light. I don't know why. Unless it was just a glitch. I really wondered why that happened, because I was kind of panicking then, going like, why is that happening? So, when you've got your room, and obviously it's dark outside, I changed the environment to dark outside, that's the way that the chandelier is going to look. Now obviously, what you have here is a very, I wouldn't say pixelized version, but it's a very unrefined version. So this gives you a rough look into what it's going to look like, but it won't be the final version. When you render this out, this will look a lot better. There'll be less buzziness and less, I don't know what you call it. We call it kind of buzziness. It's like flies on a TV, if that makes sense. A lot of people are going to like look at me going like, flies on a TV? What are you talking about, Bex? Flies on a TV, like, back in the 90s, we used to have these tube televisions, and they used to give these kind of like black and white dots all over the place, and we used to call them flies, because the TV didn't have a signal. And I guess you could call this the same thing. That's probably the closest thing that I associate to that with. So that's how your chandelier will look. That's what I was trying to show you, but for some reason I put the chandelier light on the back. Don't ask why, I don't know. So let's go back to the regular mode, and we'll go to, yeah, we were up at shading, right? So let's just change that into the middle. Let's go to edit mode. We're going to take this center piece right here. So now this object doesn't have any materials assigned to it, so we're going to go new. This will be the centerpiece. So this will actually be the base. Yeah, I'll just call it center P. So this one we want to have a nice little blue to it. So you'll notice that we only selected this part right here. Everything else is changing because this is the first material upon this piece. It will always be that material. So you need to change the rest of the vertices around the outside to change it to a secondary material. It's just how Blender works. So this gives us a really good idea of what we might expect for the center. So if we go for the add point on this and we go to the noise texture right here, we go to color to base color, we now have this beautiful kind of pattern going on of different colors right in there. So we need this to be blue, and we need to have this as kind of a shiny kind of look to it. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the color ramp, stick this in the middle, and then we're going to put a blue within this. Put a teal, nice bluey teal maybe. Yeah, okay, so we now have this nice little pattern going on. We can add a few other things if you wanted to. You could have a Veroni texture, you could do different ones. I think on a couple of tutorials ago we did marble. Marble's a really nice effect, but it can be overpowering for your project. So I would suggest that if you are going to do marble, maybe try some different techniques out with marble to begin with, and then come back to this. So we've got this nice little blue going on in the middle. I'm just going to go E-fret extrude a moment. I'm just going to scale this in because what I want to do is I want to make a nice little blue, and then I would like to make kind of an orange in the middle. So to make this orange in the middle from this one, we're just going to go duplicate, and this one will be, so we've got center P, and I'm just going to add orange to this. So this one's going to be orange. So all we need to do, for some reason it decided to do that. Let's assign the orange to the middle. See if this works. Oh, it's really bizarre. I've not done something there. Right, so we've got the center orange right there. So we want to assign that one. Let's do one thing. Let's select everything. I'll press plus. Put new. This can be base material. So let's assign all that. Let's take this piece right in the middle. Let's go with assign orange P, and then we want to take all of this, shift control all the way around, and we want to find the blue one. So center P was blue, and then assign it to that one, and then this one on the outside, this is going to be really fiddly. Control shift, select everyone on the outside. We're going to place this one to a new texture, so let's press plus. Then we want to go 0 base, assign. And now we've got the orange, the blue, and the white around the outside. So I'm actually going to put this one to 0 base as well, for this edging that's going around the edge as well. So this can kind of be really confusing if this is done in the wrong way, but once you get used to doing this, it should be fine. So for the edging right here, we've selected everything, we just click assign. So I'm just going to do a little loop cut just here because I would like to have a little bit more edging around the outside just here. So we're going to keep with this white theme just around the edges, just to edge that step a little bit. And then I'm going to take these ones that are around the outside. So if we go to the face tab, shift control, select all of these, and I'm going to make a new material. So you just want to leave this little bit out. So let's go plus and we'll click new, and this new material will be tile, because we're just going to make some tiles. Assign it. So now if we go back to the object mode, and we're in tiles right now, we go to brick, and hopefully this works. Go to add, type brick, brick texture, color to base color, and now we've got this nice little brick texture going off, we take the offset. We're going to go ahead and just shorten that brick length just there, and maybe shorten the mortar size as well. Okay, so now we've got this. Sorry for the motorbike. We'll go ahead and just scale this down so it's nice and tiled. Maybe, I'm just thinking for the roughness actually on this. See what this does. No, okay. So, we're going to go with a grey for the mortar on the inside, and we'll go with a nice little hue for the outside, just to give it that little bit of tone. You've also got the offset with this in the bias, so you can turn this up or you can turn this down, whatever you would like. I think we'll put in a little bit of bias, and then we're going to add a bump node just to this for the height. So we've got these nice little tiles that kind of stick out. So now you'll notice that it's all blue, so we're going to go to colour ramp, stick this in between, and we can kind of pull this back, we can pull this forward. So on this brick texture as well, I want to add noise just to give it a little bit of texture. So we're going to go colour 2, colour 1. And if I just scale this up, you can see that all of this kind of noise appears. Up on the tiles right there. And you can change your mortar to maybe like a lighter colour or a darker colour if you wanted to as well. So we can turn down the roughness, we can turn the roughness up. So now we can see that we've got tiles with a little bit of texture on them. And you could just pull this a little bit, or you could make it a little bit lighter if you wanted to. So, once we've finished with this, rendering wise, should look something like this. Obviously it takes a while. So I mean, yeah, you can sit there with that for a while. Like, to be honest with you, I know what it looks like. Yeah, I don't need to sit there. So we're going to do the dome that goes over the top first, I think, and then we'll make the pillars that surround the dome. So for the dome, what we want to do is go to add. I want to go circle. Press G, bring it up. You can also scale this up as well if you wanted to. And we can do like a little bit of a resize. I'm just going to go ahead and just take off these screencasting keys just for a moment, so that we can see what's going on here. So you've got mirror editing, you've got scale, all that kind of stuff. Excellent. So what you want to do is just make, if we go 7 to heaven, just scale this outwards. And you just want to make it just a little bit bigger than the circle above it. So what we're going to do with this is we're going to go edit, press F for fill. Now don't worry about intercepting the chandelier right there, we can fix that. So we're going to go upwards on this side, just slight by slight. We could go scale inwards just a little bit, E for extrude. So we're actually working backwards right now for the lip of the chandelier's hold. Got E for extrude, scale it outwards. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and delete this face right here. I'm going to go ahead and delete this face right here. I'm going to go E for extrude. Scale downwards, scale outwards. So this is going to be part of our roof. We go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale it outwards. So now we have this almost skylight look. So it's kind of like this this donut that's going on, and a lot of people will say, oh yeah, it's bad typography doing it like this, but to be honest with you, if it works, if it fits, it sits, why should it be bad? So I'm not saying that it is bad, this is just the way that I do it. So I'm just going to go ahead and just make that just above there. It's almost like a teacup, like a tea bag in a teacup. And then on the top right here, what I'm going to do is we're going to add a, we can go with UV sphere, bring it up, right in the middle right there, just scale it outwards. Just make sure that it fits and sits just there. So now we have this huge UV sphere here. We're going to press 1, so we've got a side view. Go to Edit, and take all of these faces right here. Just press Delete, Faces. Do the same with this side, Faces. You can also click the X-ray mode to do this with as well. So now we've got this nice little dome going on. We just press A, Subdivide, Subdivide. So now at this point, we want to go to, I think it's Edge and Unsubdivide. Oh, sorry, not Edge and Unsubdivide. 1 second. I'm just looking at my notes right here. Let's see. We can. I think I'm just gonna have to build this as just a regular net. So we could do it like this if you wanted to. It's kind of funky pattern right here. Just mess around with the vertices, kind of make it a little unique. What I would suggest before doing this is go to object mode, Shift D this and duplicate it, because this is going to be the glass, this is going to be the inside. So what we can do, edit mode. Let's take a few of these subdivisions off, edge it again, and then I think the way that we'd done it was edge ring. Was it edge ring that we did? I pressed something and it looked really good. Bridge screw loops. Let's see. I don't know what I did for that one. That was really weird. That actually looked really cool as well. I think I'm just gonna go down the listings right now and see what's going on. The only thing that I can do is just go back into what I've just done, like stop the recording and see what I've done. I think it was edge, cut and slide. No. Okay. Subdivide screw. I think we're on screw. Maybe we're on screw. Oh, I don't know. This is. Oh, come on. It's being weird with me. Yeah, I'm going to stop the recording, see where I was at, and then I'll come back to you. Right, cool, I got it. Because I clicked something random that I didn't have in my notes, and it kind of did a really cool pattern, and I just want to make it for you guys. So it's rotate edge CW. Right there. So, let's see what we got here. Right, so we've got rotate edge CW, and we want to go, and we want to make this into kind of a mesh kind of look. So if we just type in mesh on the side, we can do mesh deform. This is modifiers, so usually it's mesh. Let's see what we can do. Let's make this look cool. Wireframe. Actually, wireframe might be better. I think that's what I'm thinking of. So here's the wireframe of it. It's kind of a little bit glitchy, but we could go to edit mode and we could kind of edge CW. Let's see. Let's backtrack a little bit. I'm just kind of experimenting at this point. So let's go with edge SCW. Counterclockwise. I think we've got too many vertices up at this point. I think that's our problem. If we go to modifier and go wireframe, we've still got all this sticking out right here, but if we could kind of adjust it. Here we go, here we go, here we go. So, once we've adjusted it, got relative as well. Boundary, that was exactly what I was looking for, so we didn't have all those spikes sticking out at the top. What are we on? Let's unselect that one. So we've got this nice little pattern going across the windows. This will be our window, shade smooth. So press G to bring it down over the top. We could just have it just there so that it's not intersecting anything, but you can see what's going on. So we can actually take the edges of this window right here and we can just bring them down. So if we go to edit mode, try and select all of the edges that are just running around the outside of this building. So we've got them right there. If we just press E for extrude, just bring those straight down. Make sure they don't clip through the ceiling like that, and obviously you need to select everything. So, Shift Control, and then E for extrude, bring them down, just about there. And I realise the screencasting keys aren't on, sorry guys. So you just want to click Shift, and then Control, and then you can select everything around the outside. So now, we have this wonderful little thing going on, and we've got this chandelier right here going on that doesn't quite reach the ceiling, so we're going to have to amend that. We could also take this dome and the underpiece, and we can just scale these down just ever so slightly. So now we have this dome that we can be seen from the floor. So with this chandelier that we have right here, we can actually take the chains. So if we go to side view of 1, let's go with, oh good, it doesn't intersect that bit I don't think. Oh yes it does. Right, so let's box select this back off. This is why I like to do the chandelier last. Let's get that off there. Get that one off, just double click them. This one might be a little bit harder to get off. Just try and double click it up at the edge right here, there we go. Alright, so take this, bring it down. So we've got an open loop there and a closed loop underneath. So what I want to do is do the, we'll go from here. Or was it open loop, closed loop from underneath? So you need a closed loop to begin with. So let's start with closed loop, bring this up, adjust to about there. Shift D, bring it up to where you need it to be. And then I'm going to do one more just to make sure that that's in the right place. Now obviously you've got a closed loop above a closed loop right here. You could go ahead and just fit one of these, or take one of these off if you wanted to. Let's just unselect that one. Oh, actually, you know what, that would work. Shift D. Place that just there, and hopefully that works for a long enough chain for this, and we can cut off the excess in the end. So just double click those off. Yep, there we go. Okay, so when we get this into the room, now we've got the chandelier selected, most of it at least, hopefully all of it. Yeah. Okay, just make sure everything's selected, and then we're just going to press G and just bring it up to where we need it to be. So it's a nice long chandelier, and it's in the ceiling, just right there. Now you can take all these vertices right here and just kind of change the colours if you wanted to, but to be honest with you, this one's a net. So what I'm going to do is just going to put a cylinder, press G, bring it up. You want to scale this down just slightly. So now you can see that it's almost on the chain right there. Just scale it upwards. This will be the stopper for the chain that's hung from the ceiling. So now we can do something like this kind of design, and then change this to the black plastic so that we're keeping in with the same design. Just shade it smooth. So now, in theory, we've got no other lights in the scene at the moment, so bearing in mind there's going to be no sunlight coming through this. But hopefully we get a nice little pattern when we render it. That's my goal, really. I'm kind of just looking at this going like, do we have the pattern? Is it there? Is it more defined? Do we need to define it more? I'm pretty sure when we have the glass, we should be able to see the pattern a little bit better. So what I'm going to do is just take the glass on the outside right here, and we're just going to go with glass. And we've got this kind of nice little look going on. If you wanted to smooth that out, you can do. So, in theory, when we render this, we should be seeing patterns, but I think the reason why we're not seeing patterns is because at the moment we don't have a light source coming in. So, I will amend this if it doesn't work, but just bearing in mind we're trying to make it work. Well, I'm trying to make it work. Let's go with light, let's go with sun. Just going to press G and bring it over. Now, suns originally in Blender, you had to put them in certain places so that you could see them. For the future versions, you don't really have to do that. It's quite unique. So, let's go with the sun blazing down on this side. Put the light on. So now we can see the glass is working a little bit. And we can see that beautiful pattern, look at that. So with the sun, you're going to want to put this as kind of an orange, just slightly. Increase your strength. And we've got that beautiful, I don't know what you call it, it's where the light bounces off other objects. So we've got this nice stained glass roof with this pattern going around it. To be honest with you, you could probably make this a little bit bigger if you wanted to. So you could go with the modifier that you've got. Thickness, 2mm. You can make this a little bit thicker if you wanted to. Just mess around with the settings. Give it a little bit of an offset as well. So, for the sky outside, if you're wanting clouds and stuff like that, we could go ahead and go into your world settings at the side. We'll also go to the shader tab as well. So, if you come to objects, go to world settings, just right here. We'll change this to blue. Like a very nice light blue sunny day. We'll go to add and we'll go to noise texture. Just right here, colour to colour. You want to go ahead and add a colour ramp. And you want to put that blue back in there. So when you render this, what you should get, if your white is strong enough, is some nice wispy clouds. Just scale this up a little bit, or a little less, depending on what you'd like. So now that you can see the chandelier right here, we've got the roof, we've got everything like that. So, at this point we want to put pillars in, and we want to make this look very grand. So, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to place this here. Almost like you stood and you're looking up at it. And then we're going to go ahead and align camera to view. Now obviously I got rid of my camera before. So we're going to go ahead, put a camera in, view, align camera to view. Just press G, you can bring this back a little bit. So you get the whole space of what you're doing, just offset it just slightly. Okay, so you're pressing G and then the middle button on your controller, so not your controller, your mouse. So In the background here as well, I'd like some hills before we make anything else. So I'm just going to go ahead, put a plane in there. We can go to the modifiers, we can go to ocean. Ocean's really great for making hills. It's going to bring you back, excuse me, bring you back to the main part so you can see what's going on. So our camera, wherever it's gone, where's our camera at? So let's put this view to align view, view to camera. Oh, sorry, not that one. Yeah, I think that's where I wanted it. I just need to know where my camera is exactly on this plane. Oh, there it is. It's that diddle little thing right over there in the corner. So I'm just going to stop this from rendering just for one moment. So the camera's pretty small over in the corner right here. So we want to take the mountains and just pull these up. I can't even see what I'm doing here. I think I made this way too big. But then again, I guess it's a good thing because then you can see for bigger things, really. I'm just going to go ahead and actually select everything and just kind of take it down a notch. Just so we can see what's going on, because I think the computer's having some trouble making the backgrounds right there. You don't have to do that if your computer's behaving itself, but mine is kind of running out of space, so let's just put this here. Let's rotate this in just ever so slightly, and maybe just reduce it just ever so slightly as well. So we've got some nice mountains going on. Now, you'll notice that you can't see the background here, so if we go to the camera settings and just extend that. So now we can see these beautiful hills that we're trying to put in. Just going to go ahead and amend this just ever so slightly. Just maybe tip it down. Scale some parts up. So you've got that kind of nice hill look, but it's not been cut off on one side. So we just take the x-ray off just for 1 second and take the x-ray off for this one. We can now see that we've kind of got these little hills going on, but they're not quite perfect. So you're going to have to adjust this to where you need it to be. Scale it out, scale it down. Just so that you've got something to work with. Bring that over just a little bit. I'm just going to go ahead and amend the camera a little bit because I think that it's not seeing the entire picture there. Just pull that up. And then with this, just extend it just slightly. And just bring it across. So you can see that there's hills in the background, but it's not quite as subtle. So what you can actually do as well with this is you can amend the depth of field. So if we go to depth of field right here, use this dropper, and maybe our depth of field is a chandelier. You can turn this down, and what we can do with this is, as you can see, things start to blur out in the foreground and the background. So now we have these little hills and this little kind of meeting area in the middle. So now we just have to add all of the pillars and all of the fancy stuff to this, which is pretty easy to do. So this floor right here as well, I don't know what I've got for it, but I think it's too light. I think we were doing the edgings. Did we do the edgings? Did we finish that bit off? So with this object in particular, there's 3 of them. So there's the orange, there's the base. Let's see, go into the edit mode. Ah yeah, we've got all this selected right here. So is this the base? No. This is the tiles. So maybe we want to make these tiles a little bit darker. Just go back to object from your world thing. Just slightly darker for this. And maybe make these metallic. And just pull down the roughness as well. So for the sense bit right here, we can also go with a nice blue. So we can actually go with the same material that we just made sense P, which is the same blue. So now we've just got the pillars to make in a couple of plants and stuff, and then obviously we've got this as well. So if we go to new, and then we can go ahead and go to colour ramp. Colour ramp to base colour. We can go to noise texture. You want to go colour to FAC, FAC, or whatever it's called. I probably just mispronounced that and butchered it. We can go ahead and add some greens, maybe some, since this is almost like a desert theme, we could go with some oranges, just in the back right there. Plus this one. Orange on that side as well. So when we go to view and we go to viewpoint camera, we can now see that we've got all these hills going on. We can lower the scale just ever so slightly of these hills so that we can get some of the colours into this. Maybe we could add some greens as well. You just want a variation really of different kind of tones and colours with this. Could add some distortion in there as well. I think this is too big for what it is. Yeah, that looks a little bit better where it's got some more texture on there. But to be honest with you, we're going to be blurring that out in the background, so it should be fine the way that it is. Yeah, I think that looks a lot better. You've kind of got like a lot of texture right there. Maybe that green, not so much. Bring that down just slightly. And maybe that distortion, just put that to a 0. So you've got a tiny little bit of distortion just coming in there. And maybe take that green to make it a little bit more yellow. So again, I mean, this is going to be blurred in the background, so it shouldn't matter too much. I'll just take it down a little bit. So what I'm going to do with this in the background once I've finished it, I'm going to go to the layout. Just take that off render just for one moment. Let's see, so if I take this and I just scale it up a little bit, so we got some more of those lovely hills in the back, and then I'm just going to pull it back just ever so slightly. Oh. Okay. Yeah, the hills are probably going to be the hardest bit to make because they're just kind of crazy hills. So, yeah, leave them where they are, they should be fine. So now this is going to kind of get a little bit harder because obviously we've got different perspectives coming in here, and we've got different kind of characteristics coming in here as well. Okay, welcome back to this tutorial. So I've just gone and got a drink and a few things. It's really humid in here. So what I've done with this piece, just to amend a few things, is I've edited the background just a little bit, added a little bit more of a distortion onto the back. I've shrunk it down just a little bit more and then expanded it a little bit in the background so that we've got these nice little hills going on. I've also added this texture to the top here, which is Central P Orange. I just thought that'd give it a lot more texture in the long run. I'm actually gonna, duplicate this a little bit, and we're gonna add a bump node. I'm gonna move this a little bit because this microphone, like, it picks me up, but it's literally sat right next to me, and I seem really quiet when the audio comes out because for some reason it just does that. So I'm going to try and get a mic that can sit like right here, you know what I mean, so that I can talk to you guys about what's going on. So I'm not having to shout so much. So let's go with noise texture to height as well. So we're just giving this a little bit of a bevel, making this just a little bit different from the original orange that we had, but it's the same kind of theme. So I'm just going to make this slightly metallic as well so that it just picks up some of the stuff from the bottom. Maybe just de-proof the roughness just slightly. So we now have this kind of nice little kind of lounge area, kind of desert theme going on in the background. I'm going to put another one of these in the background, but I'm going to make it a lighter colour and give it some more finesse. So if we just go to layout real quick, so you can't really see what's going on, which is kind of a bit of a pain. I don't know why it's doing this, but it is. So I'm just going to go ahead and just Shift D, duplicate this. I'm just going to move it back to the background and just make it a little bit bigger. And then bring it over, hopefully, just to here. And then I'm just going to move it back across the scene. It's kind of a weird kind of angle, this one. So yeah, I'm just going to improve the camera and what that can see if that makes any difference. Let's go ahead and move that back. Yeah, I think like a lot more hills are appearing now. If I put this just about that much, we can now see there's a bit of a difference in the back coming from the front and from the back. So there's a lot of different hills going on as far as the background is concerned. So what I want to do now is make the pillars within this piece, and hopefully we can do that before it starts running out of memory, because that would be absolutely brilliant. So the pillars themselves are actually, I'm going to go with a plane to begin with, just to show you guys what's going on. Let's take this plane, move this outwards, so we've got plenty of room to work with it, because we're going to need it. Scale this upwards. I'm going to rotate this by 90. Just pull this out just at the side right there. Let's go to edit mode. So let's go middle, 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 middle. Let's take this right at the top right here. Middle, middle. I don't think we're going to do middle on that one, maybe. We'll do middle on that one, screw it. We'll do middle on that one. Okay, so we're going to want to make these into little archways. So just go ahead, select all these ones. And as you get to this point, you want to go inwards kind of thing. Just going to do one inwards right here, one inwards right here. Just trust the process really with it. I'm going to press delete with these, get rid of the faces. So now we want the points in the middle. So we're going to take these 2 points right here. Just press G, you can bring these down, you know, just press S, just move these in slightly. these two, press S, move them out slightly. Bring them up with G. Scale these outwards. You could bring these just down, just ever so slightly. You might have to fiddle around with this just a little bit, just to get to where you need to be. Take these two, press G, bring them down. I'm just going to go ahead and just move these four out of the way. Scale these at the side. Let's see, I'm just going to select the entire thing and just going to pull it in. So now we've kind of got these nice little archways going on. They're not exactly smooth, but they're better than they would have been. Just leaving them the way that they were. Jeez, man. So yeah, I think those will do. Yeah. Okay, so shade smooth, and then we're gonna go select everything, E-for extrude, just bring them outwards. What we could actually do around the edges right here, I guess, we could put some extra archways. So if we go to the edit mode within this, and just select these inner faces as much as we can without selecting the outside ones. So just press shift, just click them. There we go, E for extrude. Just scale them in ever so slightly. So these ones now can become these little kind of inner archways that we can put gold on, or we can put paint on them or something like that. So this one right here. And then we'll go ahead and just click these, just select them all. And we can add that nice little gold colouring to them. So you want to use the exact same gold that you used for the chandelier. Just basically keeps it in theme with the material ranges that we have here. So if we go to this right here, if we press plus, we want to have this new one as a pillar. So there's a shade for the pillar, and then we want to go plus again, and then we'll go with gold, and then we'll click assign just for this. So now, when we go into this, we should have nice little gold archways. Now, these aren't exactly foolproof. You can change them at any point. And to be honest with you, I'm going to use them for the project, and they might not be your style, depending on what you want for your style. But this is what I'm going to have for mine. So if we go into the shading tab right here, and we've still got this, we can go on pillar, especially if we're actually facing the correct piece right here, if it ever lets me go across. So we've got this one right here. So we can actually add a brick texture to this, just similar to the floor one. The bricks are going this way, so we can mess around with the row height, we can mess around with the brick height as well. We just mess around with the offset, put this straight. Then we can add a bump node to give it some little bit of finesse. Add a colour ramp, just right in the middle right here. And we can go ahead and add a nice kind of offset white just for the background right there. So when we go back to the layout mode, we can then take these and put them into where they need to be. But before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and make the actual pillars themselves because we need those. So I'm just going to go ahead, bring this one out, scale it up. I think we made this project a little bit too big, or at least I did. So let's go scale this up. And what you want to do with these pillars and these supports right here is you want to do a few tests with them to see how they sit and then amend them as needed. So with this one, we're going to go edit mode, take the top, take the bottom, and I'll just press 1, see if we can do it like that. We're going to go E-fret extrude, leave it where it is, scale downwards, scale outwards, and scale downwards again, but inwards. You're going to go E-fret extrude, scale, I'm going to scale downwards. It's got these nice little pillars going on. E-fret extrude again, scale inwards just slightly, scale upwards. We're just going to go scale inwards just slightly, oops, about there, scale upwards just about here, then E-fret extrude, scale upwards, and then E-fret extrude again, and you just want to scale this upwards, oops, scale upwards, and just scale naturally and then scale it back down. If this is ever going to work, come on. Scale in and then scale upwards again, so you're kind of just making patterns really, and then E-fret extrude and then scale again. So now we've got these nice little round pillars that are going to be used for this piece. So what we can actually do with these pillars, if we go to the shading tab, oh, where's it gone? Kind of looks a bit of a mess at the minute, it looks like a Dali painting. So take this, edit mode, you've got to select this entire ring around here, so if you press 1, then you go into the X-ray mode. We can just box select all of this, all of these faces, just right here. Make sure that you've got all 3 lines just right there. We're going to go to new. This will be pillar base. Go new right here. And we're going to go to gold. Click assign. This one should change to gold. Now what we're going to do is we're going to select and do the same thing to the opposite side. So take these 3 rows right here. We'll go assign with gold so that when we change this over, we now have gold trimmings on either side. So the best thing about this as well, we can actually do a marble effect upon this. So if we go pillar base, and I believe that what we had, let me see here, I did this yesterday, I think it was wave texture that we put in, so colour base, colour wave texture, and then we were adding, let me see, I think, I think it was like a noise texture or something. Let's see what happens if we just, so we get that one that moves, detail rotation, distortion, there we go, there it is. So this is this can be used for marble. So now what we want is we want a colour ramp. Let's place this right here. Let's move the white across if you want to. Make this a little bit bigger. You can also change this colour to, say, a blue or something like that. Like a turquoise kind of look to it. I could have it as green marble or something like that, but this will give you the marble effect. So on your roughness, we could also go, let's go with noise texture, just here, colour to roughness, turn up that roughness just a little bit. Turn up your metallic a little bit so that you've kind of got this nice little thing going on. And then you've got this porous kind of marble that's on the outside as well. So that would look really nice too. You can always change the settings on this at any point. So, given that we have this and we have this, what we're going to need to do is take this, press G, and we want to place this at the bottom of this, and we want this in there. So what I'm going to start off with, I think that might be the best option, because this needs to be just squished down just ever so slightly for the supports at the top. Take this, put this and put this together. Don't put one on the other side just at the moment, but just make sure that they fit relatively well. Just maybe move this over a little bit. So you've got a pillar and a thing right here. I'm just going to shift D this across just to see what it looks like. And then we can select all three of these. We can bring this over, oops. We can go ahead and bring this over to the original design. So you'll notice as well when we put this in the original design that it doesn't quite fit. Right, so all you need to do is just scale that down a little bit. You can scale these across. This is why I didn't want to really put in the pillars to begin with, because I just thought, well, you know, I'm going to be moving a lot of things around. So let's get rid of this one just for the moment. I'm just going to go ahead and just scale that one just a little bit. And what I'm going to do is go to object mode at the top, if I can ever see through this. This is fun. Right, I'm going to go E for extrude and just bring this up just a little bit. So now we've got this pillar that's very flush. So take this and this. Just go ahead and place one there. Maybe I'll bring that other pillar back actually. Kind of makes more sense. So all three of these. Let's make sure that they're there. Just place this one here. This one here. They can go like practically anywhere that you would like them to. But for me, I'm just going to place them where I think maybe they should go as regards to the scene. So, and then we can amend these later on. See where we can put them. So I'm just going to go ahead and go into layout mode again, because I think it needs that. And what we can do, let's see, I want these to cross hatch as well, so it's kind of a trust the process moment. So we've got these on this side. Take these on this side. That's generally how stuff works. We can have the chandelier just through the middle right there, so that we can still see the chandelier and we can still see the mountains, but now we have this nice little kind of curve. And then we can go Shift D, rotate by 90. What you want to do is just get them. So if we put these at the end right here, we want to put the pillars relatively close to one another. So you can go right at the end here, so that they kind of interact at that point. So in theory, if you've got that, then there should be four kind of stood next to one another, but in this case there's not. So we can go Shift D again, move these across. I mean, this is your world kind of thing. You can do whatever you want with this. I'm going to go ahead and put something here actually, because I think that it's just too much around the edge. I think we need an edge right here somewhere. So to do that, we could do a cube, bring this across, scale this out, bring it down, and we could kind of make an edge to this kind of balcony kind of thing that's going on. It doesn't matter if the pillars kind of go into the floor a little bit, because it just makes sense in the end to kind of do something like this. Maybe the pillars are a little bit buried, maybe this was added afterwards. So take that, then grab this side and E-fret extrude and bring it down here. Press G, bring it across. Take this face, and then we can go just there. So that could be the edge of the building. We could go G, bring this across to that side, edge of the building. And then on this side we could do some little detailing if you wanted to. Some little walls. So you could actually take, let's see, one of these pillars right here, Shift D, bring it across down here, scale it down so that we all match the same theme, or at least the scenery matches the same theme. So you got to imagine how tall someone is. You place this here, G. There you go, G all the way across onto that side. You know, if you're just making an image out of this, in theory, all you need to do is just be within the camera's kind of look. The camera, what the camera can see really. But if you want to make full scenery, then you can do so. So I'm just gonna press G. Just bring this one across, and then I'm gonna press Shift D, -10. We could do this one again. Shift D, -20. This one again, Shift D, -40. Let's go again. So yeah, you got to select them all. So now it should be -80. So Shift D, oops, -80. Let's go, and then it'll be -160, I think. So let's go on that one, and then we're gonna go minus, and then 160. Would that be correct? Oh, sorry, we didn't put the minus in, did we? So if we, sugar. Right. So Shift D, and then -160. There we go. So then we can take all of these, if you wanted to, just move them across a little bit. Okay, so I'll press G, bring them across. Excuse me. Just to that point just there. And then from here, we could get another cube and just stretch this across. So, let's go for cube right here. G, bring it forward. G, bring it up. Scale across that way. And now we've got a little balcony for people to look out on. And so, when we look in the picture kind of thing, because we've got the depth of field that's going on, and we've got the lowest depth of field here, in theory, we should have some blurring and we should have some stuff going on. I don't like how shiny that floor is, to be honest with you. That gold's not too bad, but I don't like the way that it's done. Maybe a little bit of a rougher gold. I don't like the colour. The colour matching is not very great. Obviously the colours are matched, but when you've got something like this, it looks great, and then when you turn it into kind of a render, it's a different story. So maybe that gold needs to be a lot deeper. So let's go to the gold. You've got the old gold and you've got the new gold. So I'm going to assume, let's see, you've got gold, old gold, new gold. These two are gold. So let's rough this up a little bit. Take down some of this roughness. I think there's too much blue. So this flooring right here, maybe just put the roughness up just slightly. And then this roof, maybe just make this a little bit lighter. I think we're going to start adding some plants and some bushes into this. I think that would make it look a little bit more cleaner. So, it's looking pretty good, but we just need to amend some of these things, such as these pillars right here. We should definitely get another crossover of these. So I'm just going to take these. It's going to go ahead and shift these over. So you want to be able to view the fountain as well, and then you want to be able to view these. So I think maybe place these just here so that they're off camera, but you've still got that little bit of shade that's coming over. I'm going to move this sun just a little bit to see what happens. And then maybe take the colour from the outside and just turn that off just for the moment, just to see how the rest of the lighting is kind of behaving. So this sun right here, maybe we'll want this to be super powerful. If it's ever going to work for me. Let's go 100,000. I think that's 100,000. So super powerful sun, maybe slightly orange. Maybe just tone that down just a little bit more. Say 7,000. 7,000 looks okay. And then if we can just bring the strength back up of the clouds. I'd say that looks relatively okay. Maybe take this material that's in the background right here. Let's go with, I'm just trying to think, like my brain's like puddled. I do quite like it, but I don't like how the light's refracting off it, so maybe we could turn this light down just a little bit. We could go with about 600. I think it's just too much. I think maybe we could rotate the lighting just by slight, just to get it off, so just to basically stop that glare, really, because there's a lot of surfaces that the light's just hitting straight up. And also, that barrier doesn't look correct. Haha, no wonder the barrier doesn't look correct. I've not put the blooming bar on it. I think I've been at a certain angle and I've looked at it and gone, oh yeah, that bar's in the right place, and then realised, like, no, it's not actually, it's not even attached. So, that needs to be there. Glad I noticed that. So attention to detail mostly with this. I'm going to change this to a black, actually. Yeah, I think that works a lot better. Maybe add some strip lightings just across in different places, just to kind of illuminate certain things. Maybe that's something that I could work with. Now you kind of got this blockiness that's going on in the middle as well, which I don't quite like, but I think it just adds a little bit of character to it. We can back that camera up a little bit. I don't like the depth of field on it. I think there should be more depth of field. I think it's too big to make some of the depth of field, but I guess you could take the depth of field in Photoshop or something like that, something similar. Just have that right there. We've got that nice chandelier going on. So see, there is a depth of field just there, but it's not enough that I need for this piece. So maybe if I can press G and just bring this forward a little bit, maybe that would help. Just bring that in. And then maybe put the depth of field as the chandelier. Perhaps that would look a lot better. And also what I'm going to do is put some more pillars going down this side so that we do have that depth of field coming into play. So I think what we're missing is we've got the camera facing this way and there's not much of a background to be looked at. So if we just take these, Shift D them over without selecting that one. To be honest with you, that actually looks pretty good. Shift D this, rotate it 90. Press G, bring it over to this. Maybe this is what we're missing. And then we can kind of put that there, get rid of these two. Then get rid of these. I think that looks okay for the end of the project, to be honest with you. Just kind of a nice little build to be had and to be done, really. Yeah, if you guys like this tutorial, please like, subscribe, follow, do whatever your heart desires. It would really help my channel. So, I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hi, so welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So I'm going to be showing you how to make kind of a 1970s lamp. I've been looking on Pinterest and this has been coming up quite often. So I thought I'd have a go at making it for you guys today and teaching you how to do it. So we're going to go ahead and start with a circle from the mesh drop down. We're going to go scale. And then we're going to go to edit mode. We want to press F to give this a face. And we're going to go E for extrude just slightly. And we're just going to scale out just slightly to make a slight bevel on the bottom. Now I'm going to split my screen in half. Oops, we don't want to do that bit. Come on. There we go. Right, so I'm just going to press 1 on the number pad right here so you guys can see kind of a side view of what's going on whilst I work on the 3D view. So we're going to start with E for extrude. I'll just bring it up. E for extrude just slightly. And we're just going to slightly come in. And then E for extrude, slightly come in again. And then we're just going to go straight up. At this point we can kind of pull this in just slightly. And then we're going to go E for extrude. We'll scale this outwards just again. And then E for extrude again. Scale outwards. E for extrude. E for extrude, and then we're going to go E for extrude and then scale in. Sorry if I'm going a bit too fast here, I'm so used to going like so quickly. So E for extrude in the middle, and this is just kind of a made up kind of 1970s inspired lamp. So we're just going to bring this up just to here, E for extrude again, and then just bring it in. E for extrude, and this is where your bulb's going to sit. So we're just going to take this part and we'll scale it outwards, and then we'll come back. Oops, sorry, just get back on that one. E for extrude again, and then we'll just scale this one inwards. E for extrude, don't move it, and then scale inwards, and then just come down just slightly so we can see on the x-ray there's this little bevel that's going on the inside. So this part right here, if we go to object mode, we're going to shade smooth, come into your materials right here, new, and then we're going to go to, we're going to make this a gold colour, so we're going to go metallic up, roughness down. If you haven't already, change your render engine to cycles. And this is what we should have. So the light's not great on here, so I'm just going to go to the light right here. I'm going to change it to a sun. See if that makes any difference. And then I'm going to add a plane underneath so we can just scale it out. And now we can see the shine on it as we do so. So I'm just going to tone down the sun a little bit because I think it's a little bit too bright. So I'm just going to go with 50. Actually, no, we'll go with 5. So this right here, we can go to material and we can add a little bit of roughness to it if you want to. Or you can take that away. Totally up to you. So we've kind of got this very gold looking piece right here. What we want to do is go ahead and add... we'll go with a cylinder. Press G, bring it up, and we're just going to scale this up very nicely. So with the cylinder itself, what you want to do, go into edit mode. We want to take this top face right here, and we're just going to shrink it in. And I'm just going to go ahead and delete that face. And then take the bottom one and go ahead and delete that one. Press A to select everything. E for extrude. Keep it where it is. And then we're just going to scale outwards. So now we have this nice little lampshade that's going to sit on top. So take this, shade it smooth. We're just going to scale this down and then we'll scale this up. Just slightly. That's a bit too big, and then we'll place this just here so it's almost like this kind of bottle type lamp that we've got. So once we've got all of this, let's go into the materials tab. So Before we go into the materials tab, I'm just going to take a icosphere, press G, bring it up, and we'll just elongate it just slightly, make it a little bit bigger. So this will be our light bulb. So obviously we're not going to see this inside of the piece, so it can just be an icosphere the way that it is. So go to your materials tab, press new, come down to your principled BSDF, and we're going to go to emission, and we're just going to turn this up. So I'm just going to remove this sun just for the moment. We can replace it afterwards. So now you'll see that we have a light, so we can actually turn this light down. Oops, I think I got the wrong one there. So if we look at this light right here, let's go to the icosphere for 1 second. We can turn the light down and we can turn the light on. So with this shader right here, we kind of want to almost make it glow, but we also want this transparency as well. So we're going to go with roughness, bring it up, and we're just going to go alpha and just bring the alpha down just slightly so that it glows a little bit, and obviously it's got that little bit of see-through going on. So with this particular lamp we can also change the colours, so we can have a red lamp if you wanted to, and you get that lovely glow from the outside. Also I would say subsurface, you could use a little bit of subsurfacing with this. You could also use a little bit of transmission, so you've got that nice little glow coming off the lamp itself, and you could turn up the alpha in theory. So the alpha's all the way up and your transmission is just slightly up as well, so we can take that down, we can make it full, and you've got that nice little glow coming from the lamp. So yeah, that's the 1970s kind of bottle lamp that I've been looking at Pinterest, that's come up a few times. Yeah, if you like this tutorial, please like, subscribe, and all that jazz. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Okay guys, welcome to the next tutorial. So today we're going to be making a lantern. So we're going to take the default cube right here and we're just going to work with this. Just elongate it slightly so that it is much of a lantern shape. So we're going to go on to edit mode, and what we will do is we're going to subdivide this. So we're going to Control R just to give it some loop cuts, and you want to just quarter it. So that you've got the same kind of pattern on each side. So 1, 2, and then 3, and then 1, 2, and then we should have a third right here. So when we do this, we're going to also go sideways. I'm just going to undo that one. Until at least you have the same amount of space around the outside as everywhere else. Corner to corner, Control Shift. We go corner to corner, Control Shift, corner to corner, Control Shift, corner to corner, and Control Shift, and then we'll go corner to corner and Control Shift again. For this part, just leave it as it is at the moment. We're going to go E for extrude, just keep it where it is, scale, and this will bring it inwards just slightly. Just scale upwards for the top, and then scale to the side for the sides. So you have this nice prism going on in the middle. So now for this one, we want to add glass and we want to have a normal surface. So when we do this, go to the colours for the materials. So material 1 will be outer. And then we're going to press plus, and we'll press new, and material, the second material will be glass. So the outer, we want this one as a black. And then the inner, the glass, will be glass. We're just going to change over to cycles right now. Let's come back to materials. So this one we're going to assign it. I'm going to go to object mode. And we will make the glass. So we can go with glass right here. And now we can see that we have this frosted glass. Change the roughness down a little bit. And you can just see through it. We can also mess with the IOR. So you can kind of have very frosted glass, or you can have very defined glass. I'm just going to bring the roughness down just a little bit. Okay, so at this point we notice that it's just a box with a load of glass, and I mean you can keep it like that if you'd like it like that. For me personally, I'm just going to shrink the box in at the bottom. So it's going to go to one corner, shift control, select everything, and then just scale it in. Just slightly. And then we're going to go to shift control all over the base right here. And then we can shrink this inwards slightly as well. Just to kind of give it a little bit of a bevel on the edges. Now for this top part, select the corners again, shift control, E for extrude. Now at this part you can actually scale this inwards. Press G, move it up. And then we can go E for extrude. E for extrude again, scale it outwards just slightly, E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude. How we can make this fancy little top here. Just scale it back in. And then right here we could have the top of the lantern, which it's attached to whatever it's attached to. So you could put that in just there. Now for these little sides we can make these glass as well. So just Control R. And then we will take this face, this face, this face, and this face. And just continue the pattern all the way around. And then we'll press E for extrude. And then we're going to scale it inwards on one side. Scale inwards on the other. So now we kind of have this lantern thing going on. And now we can assign the glass to those points. So when we've finished, we've got a lantern that looks like this. Now you can add some texture onto this part. I'm just going to shade smooth. So this would be just a basic lantern that you would have outside of a house, I guess. Kind of a very modern version of a lantern. So now we want to put something in the middle that emits light. So I'm just going to turn the light off here and just get rid of it. So for this, I'm just going to split this so you guys can see. And then I'm going to add a plane on the bottom so it just catches some of the light. So right here we want to add a cylinder. Just elongate it before you put it inside. Scale it down. Press G. Want the cylinder to come into the middle right here, as you can see it. Just scale it upwards a little bit so it matches with the top of the jar. Maybe you want to make it go all the way down. This is your design. And this will be our emission piece. So to make an emission, we're going to go to New, go to Principle BSDF and click Emission. And now we can see that we have a little light going on in the inside here. I'm just going to make this slightly yellow. Now if we mess with the strength here, you see that the light comes on, and you see that we have some light being caught right here on the base plane. So this is just a basic lamp tutorial for you guys. just to show you how to make these. And the best thing about it as well, you can change the colours. So you can have it as a ruby red if you'd like. You can take it to a green. A royal blue, I guess, if you wanted a royal blue. There's many different variants of colours here that you can choose from. Okay, so yeah, if you like this tutorial, like, subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Cheers, bye. Okay, welcome to the next tutorial of Blender. So today we're going to be making a compact mirror. So we're going to go ahead, delete the default cube. We're going to go to add. And then we can start with, we'll go with a cylinder. Let's scale this down, scale it outwards, S to scale. Just make it pretty big so you know what you're working with. We'll go into edit mode. Take this bottom face right here. And then we'll press G, bring it up. E for extrude, and we're just going to scale it in just slightly. E for extrude again, scale it in slightly. E for extrude, scale in, and then E for extrude and scale in. So what you're going to want to do is take this face at the top, E for extrude, we're just going to bring it up just slightly, and then scale it in. E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it in, and then E for extrude, and we're going to go back into the case itself, scale in just slightly, and then E for extrude, so you've kind of got this little kind of dip in the middle. So now what we're going to do, we'll take this, we'll shade it smooth, we're going to add, we'll go to circle. You're not going to be able to see it, so bring it up. Scale it outwards, all the way to the sides. Then we're going to go into edit mode, we'll press F for fill. Make sure that it scales all the way to the sides and it's not clipping the outside, you just want it to clip the inside. And then from here we're going to go to materials, add new, and we'll go to increase the metallic, turn down the roughness, make sure that on the render tab your engine is on cycles. So when we render this out and we just go to the object mode, you'll see now that we have a reflection on the inside surface. So now what we want to do, let's go off the render mode for a moment. We'll take the outside of the compact mirror and we will do this, the material, and we will change this to kind of a nice little gold kind of metallic colour. And what we can do at this point is we can take this entire object, and we select both of them, Shift D, and then we'll rotate this by 180, and then just rotate it in just a little bit more so it can kind of stand up on itself. G, bring it up, and then we can kind of place it just up against itself right here. Oops. Just make sure that you don't deviate between these two vertices. And then from here we can go ahead and we can put a cylinder for the hinge. So you just want to go ahead and rotate this by 90. Scale it outwards just a little bit. Scale it in. Press G, bring it across, and bring it up. So that you have kind of a hinge thing going on. Want to shade that just slightly. Bring it in. And then we'll plot this one as a new material and we'll go with black for that material. So now we have this wonderful, beautiful, compact mirror going on. Nice gold kind of finish to it. And we can see that it's also reflective. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. Bye. Okay, welcome guys. I believe we're at tutorial 24 now. So we are going to be making a TV today, and it's easy. It's super easy. So I've got my key kind of logging going on right here. We're going to use the default cube just to make this. So what we want to do is press S, just move it outwards. We're going to press S to move it inwards. We're going to press S to make it taller. And that's roughly the size of our TV, so now we just have to add some details. So we're going to go in for the first face. We've got E for extrude, don't move it. Scale inwards. And we're just going to scale it across the sides. And then, from this point, this is going to be the part of our screen. So we're going to go E. And we're just going to take it in just slightly. And just... It's quite a sharp edge on the edge of TVs. So, now we have this. So what we want to do is we want to make two materials. So we've got material 1, which will be, we're going to name this, I don't know, TV back. And then we're going to get a material 2, which is going to be this one. So what you want to do is press the plus in the corner. This will be your second material, click new, and then we want to go screen. Now this is going to help you later on, because if you want to put any images on there and stuff like that, I mean, you can use nodes to do that. At the moment I'm just in the basic shape of a TV, so let's assign that. So that will be your screen. So now your screen on modern TVs is quite dark, so you just want to assign it, and we should have something like that. No. So right, you want your TV back as being a kind of dark plastic. They always are, they're always black kind of plastic. Now, notice that the edges are a bit sharp on this. So what I'm going to do is edit mode again. It's going to take the back here. It's going to bring it in. We're just going to scale it out just slightly so that it's not as hard on the corner there. Just bring it forward. And you just want a little gap so it's got a curve, and then E to extrude. Make sure that it's on one platform here, one axis, because if you go on another axis it'll warp. So we want to go E again. Now the backs of these TVs are not completely flat. Contrary to popular opinion, they're not flat. So you want a little bit of an edge there coming outwards, if you can see that. And then we want to go out again and just in again. And this will be the back of your TV. This will be where all your wires are. So we just want to go G, just move it down. We go E for extrude, and we're just going to go inwards. And that'll be back of your TV. Now, I don't like it in one block, so I'm just going to press Ctrl Z and just undo that. So, what I'm going to do, I can either subdivide this, or I can add more objects to it. But I'm just going to go E again, scale it down. I'm just going to go E, and we're going to extrude inwards again. That looks a lot better for me. And then I'm just going to pull this out, so just go G, and just pull this forward a little bit, so you've got that little bit of a curve going on. So at this point we want a stand at the bottom. If you want a stand at the bottom, you don't have to make that bit. I'll make that bit last, so that if you just want this as a wall mounted TV, then you can just go ahead and just make that into a wall mount. You can essentially put it up against a wall, it's wall mounted, there you go. Magical CGI, you don't need screws. Right, so the next thing that I would do is I would put cables on here, and I would also put, let's see, let's go with a cube. We're going to put some HDMIs in the back of this thing. So, just scale it out. I might be going too fast at the minute. I'm used to like just like go, just getting everything out in one kind of hit. When I'm doing tutorials, I have to tell myself to slow down a little bit, because I was like, I just go. So yeah, you want this block right at the back here. Now you notice that this block isn't flush, so make it flush. And then what we're going to do, you also notice that the block is the wrong colour. So what we're going to do, go into the materials tab, which is at the side here. You're going to go to the click down, you're just going to go TV back, and it'll make it the exact same shade. We're going to go into edit mode, we're going to go to Control R, and we're just going to split this into a series of parts. We're going to go Control R, accept, and then Control R, accept, and basically you're just 4/4ing it. So now we have a series of squares. I'm going to go ahead and click one of these squares. We're going to hold shift down, and then we're going to go and click the diagonal opposite, and what will happen then, it will select those 2 rows. So here we go. Oh, it didn't work. Why did it work? I'm not pressing Control, Shift, Control, diagonal. There we go, boom, we got it. Right, so E, gonna extrude inwards. Maybe scale it down a little bit just to kind of give it some sides. And then, this is the magic part, what we can do, take this object, and if we duplicate it so it's Shift-E, and then we're going to scale it down so it sits inside of this object, and then we're just going to scale it going across so that it's this tiny, you probably can't see that, so it's like this tiny little outlet, and this will be USB stuff. Now what you want to do at this point is go to edit mode, these 2 faces selected as they are, press plus, new, and the material that we will name this is backboard for all your electrics and stuff, and we're just going to put this as a grey, just very light grey, and a sign. Now when you go back into your pre-rendered mode, you should see that you've got a grey part, you've got a black part, and what we're going to do, just move this across, Shift-D, duplicate it, Shift-D, duplicate it. This channel's gonna have, this TV's gonna have 4 channels to it, where you can put HDMI's in. So there you go, Shift-D, duplicate, and that's kind of like your HDMI kind of thing. I think they're a bit too big, but if we select all of these, we can just shrink that down just slightly, and boom. We've got some little controllers there. You can add wires here. Now, as regards to the stand, if you guys want to continue this this tutorial, you can do, but if you don't want to stand on the back of it, that's your basic TV. But for a stand, what I would do is I would take a circle, just bring it up to your TV there, rotate, so R for rotate, get it up against the y-axis, and then we're going to press 90 on our keypad, and then we're going to just scale it outwards, just slightly. Now this doesn't look like much, but I'm going to measure it up to the back of your TV. Let's put it there. So scale that down a little bit. I think it's a little bit too big. Usually they just have a bracket on the back of them. For a TV that I've seen, it was on the bottom. So we're going to have edit mode. You press F for fill, E for extrude. Just going to extrude into the back of the TV just a little bit so it's flush. I don't like how that's clipping, so I'm just going to select the entire thing and just either move it down or just squish it down a little bit. There we go. I'm going to press right click for smooth. That's going to be the bracket, the beginning of the bracket for the TV. And then we will go with the cube. We go upwards, scale it down. Make sure that it's flush to the back of the TV once more, but is also flush to the stand. So I just want to scale that down a little bit. That should be dead center. And then, to scale it outwards, I'm just going to curve it inwards so that it sits flush to that. Then we're going to go up to the bottom here. We're going to go E for extrude, scale outwards slightly, E for extrude, scale outwards slightly, E for extrude. You get where I'm going with this again. Let's see, I'm also going to pull the back out a little bit, just so it's got a curve. Let's see, I want to be on this one. Uh-oh. Yeah, there we go. E for extrude, scale outwards. We're just going to let it free scale now. Take this sort of vertices here and just bring it forward. The G, bring that forward a little bit, so slightly. And then E for extrude, scale outwards. E for extrude, scale outwards. I'm just going to keep doing that until we've at least got some sort of base to this. So now we have this. I want to be able to add something to the bottom so that it stabilizes, and we have a perfect object up here at the top. So what I'm going to do, right click, smooth that out. This object right here, let's take this, duplicate it, Shift D, rotate it 90 degrees, and then we're just going to scale it out. Now you notice it looks very clunky, so we're just going to scale it down. G, go upwards, go forwards. That would be our basic TV stand. Let's see, just going to X-ray mode a minute. On that one, and no, not that one. That one? Yeah. There we go. Just going to move that one out a little bit more. It doesn't look very neat, but I would say that's a basic TV stand. I'm just going to scale this one up a little bit. And then we're going to go to the colours, the materials, and I'm probably going to go TV black, just so that it's all matching. And yeah, that's your basic TV and stand. I'll just move that one. Yeah, there you go. Basic TV and stand. If you were wanting to, or you were inclined to, put scratches on there, Veroni textures, really good for that. But yeah, if you guys enjoyed the tutorial, please like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so we're in shading tab now. We're going to look at this one, and we're going to go with the drop down of maybe Cocoa 2. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this a little bit textured. So I'm just going to add a noise. Oops, what did we do? Add noise texture to this one. Go color to base color. Scale it up a little bit. So we got that nice little texture going on. And then we're going to add in a color ramp. Add a brown to this. So it's chocolate. And then we're going to add a bump node into the height. So now we've got this nice little kind of cascade of chocolate going on. So what I'm going to do is go to edit mode. I am going to select everything, subdivide, 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 until I've got plenty of faces. So I'm going to go to sculpt mode. And on this, I'm just going to start to pull some of these vertices a little bit. So what I can do, let's see, let's go on this one. Just start pulling things out a little bit. Start making it kind of chocolate looking kind of frill it a bit at the bottom. So it's like the chocolate's dripping down. It's a bit uneven. Perhaps an uneven cut on one side. And then I'm just gonna like add some bumps and stuff to the top. Just kind of build it up in places as well. Get kind of like this nice little ripple effect from where it's just been spread over the top of the cake. Just like that. And then I'm going to do the same to the middle part here, right? So we take this middle part, edit mode. I'm just going to go ahead and select everything. Subdivide, 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 subdivide. I'm going to go to sculpt mode again. And I'm just going to start picking at this a little bit. Maybe we want a smaller brush. A bit more strength to that one. Kind of pick at it a little bit, make it bumpy. I think pull some of these vertices in as well. Kind of cut it off at the end right there, so it kind of looks like it's been cut unevenly in places. We're just going plus and minus all over this. Okay, so once we've done this, we can shade smooth, and then we can take this top one as well and shade smooth if you'd like to do that as well. I'm just going to take down the roughness a little bit and pull up the metallic just for the chocolate on top. And then for the texturing or the shading for this one, 1 second, I think this one was just cocoa? Was it just cocoa? It might have been just cocoa. Let's go add, and we'll go with a white noise. White noise texture. Oh, sorry. Noise texture. Scale this in. Let's give it some texture right there, and then we can go add color ramp. Make this a little bit of chocolatey goodness. Just going to go ahead and move this across. Just to there. Scale it in just a little bit so it looks a bit crummy. Let's see, we could add a bump to this. Colour to height. I'm just going to go ahead and add another brown in here. Just a bit lighter. Okay, so that's generally what we should have for the game. So I'm going to turn up the roughness. Actually no, I'm going to leave that one alone, the Cocoa 2, leave it alone. Cocoa 1, just going to turn up the roughness a little bit. So it looks like a bit more of a dry cake compared to the icing. Cocoa 2, I'm just going to turn the metallic up just a little more. So we don't want it full mirror, but we just want to take that roughness down a little bit. Make it look like there's some moisture in there. And then I'm going to go ahead and add a little cherry on top. And just simple UV sphere. Just to sit there, shade smooth. And then we can go red with that one. And maybe give it some metallic shine. And there we have it, a piece of cake. And if you want to, you can kind of take all of that and you can duplicate it out and rotate it a bit and put them together, I guess. Let's try and get these two together. Yeah, 2 little slices of cake. If you like this tutorial, please like, subscribe. I'd really appreciate it. I'm trying to get up to 100,000 subscribers. I guess I'll see you guys in the next one. Yeah, thanks for viewing. Let's put this right here. So yeah, thank you for viewing. I will see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, hi guys. So at the moment I've not got a webcam because I've basically been sorting out my room and I don't have a chair to sit on right now. So I'm literally sat on the floor, like, making these tutorials for you. I hope you're having a fantastic day. So the webcam will be present hopefully in the next couple of videos. I'm just literally going through all my stuff at the moment, so everything's kind of out of boxes and everywhere. So today we're going to be looking at creating a vase. So what we're going to do, we're just going to delete the default cube. And I mean, this is a pretty easy project to do. So we're just going to scale it. If you've been to the prior tutorials on this channel, you'll know that we've been making cups and glasses and stuff like that. It's just basically the same premise, the same concept. So what we're going to do, just make your circle a little bit bigger. And then we're going to go to the edit mode. We're going to press F for fill. And then we're going to go E for extrude. And we're just going to bring it out just ever so slightly. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open a new little tab right here. And I'm going to put this one onto its side. So I'm just going to press 1 on the number pad. I've just realised I don't have the instructions for you guys. So I'm just going to undo that. We've got our circle and you've pressed F to fill it. I'm just going to turn on the key tracking software if I can get to it. Here we go. Screencast keys. Let me see. Yep, okay. So now, in theory, yes, we've got them on the screen. So, what I'm going to do, select your face. Go to the faces tab up here if you've not already, but select your face. E to extrude. And then we're just going to go S to scale outwards. E to extrude. Now this is going to be the bottom of our vase. And then we're just going to make this a little bit curved. We're going to make a fancy vase, kind of like a timepiece. So E for extrude, S to scale. And always keep it along the Z axis, which is your blue one. We're going to go E for extrude, S to scale. We're just going to make this really fancy one. G, come down a little bit. And then I'm going to go E for extrude, and then I'm going to come in, and then we're going to come back out again. So E for extrude, in we go. Just curve that just inwards so that it's smooth. E for extrude. And then from this point onwards, we're going to start going back outwards. Just very gently, so that it's not too much. Of course, this is your design. You can do anything that you'd like. E for extrude, S for scale. And then what we're going to do is we're going to bring it up to the lip of the actual vase itself. We don't want to go over the edge, because naturally vases will fall over if they go over the edge. If there's too much weight on one side, they'll start falling over. So we just want to come outwards very gently. And we're just about to the edge here, so I'm just going to come out just slightly. And then we're going to go up. Now this is the point where we can get a little bit fancy with it. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go E fret extrude, and I'm just going to scale it inwards a little bit. I'm going to make it like a fancy kind of vase. I'm going to go E fret extrude again, scale inwards, E fret extrude, scale inwards. So it's almost like a cup. And then I'm going to come back out again. So this is going to be kind of like a designer piece that your grandma would have had in her cupboard or something like that, you know. I'm just going to come back out again. E fret extrude. Scale outwards. E fret extrude. Scale outwards. E fret extrude. Scale outwards. And then we're just going to come back up again. And it's almost going to be like a bulb kind of feature. Now, most vases, they kind of come in at the top and then they splay outwards again. So we're going to do that. Excuse me. E fret extrude. And then we're going to come back in just slightly. E fret extrude, come back in just slightly. E fret extrude, come back in just slightly. And then what we're going to do is we're going to start splaying it outwards. So we're going to go flat on this point right here. E fret extrude. You get where I'm going with this one. I'm just going to press G and just bring this down a little bit. E fret extrude again. S to scale. E fret extrude. S to scale, and this is going to be the lip of the vase. So E fret extrude again, S to scale, E, S, and then we're going to get to the top here where we're going to do the lip of the vase. So what you want to do is do E fret extrude, and then we're going to go E fret extrude again, but then we're going to bring it in just slightly. Just be very gentle with your vertices right here, and then E fret extrude, and then scaling again. You don't want the edge of your vase to be too sharp, so make it just very smooth, very round. The more vertices that you have, the more round it will be when we smooth this out. So E fret extrude again, but don't move it, just click, and then we're going to go S to scale. Now this is going to be your flat part, this is going to be the essential rim of your vase. So then we're going to go E fret extrude, but now we're going to start going down into the vase. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn on X-ray mode so you guys can see where I'm going here, and just move it in a little bit so you can see what's going on. So what I want to do is I want to follow on the inside the pattern of my vase right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go E fret extrude, just bring it down just slightly, scale it inwards so that you've got some sort of curve just right there. E fret extrude again. And you just want to go outwards just slightly, so it's got that little bit of a lip to it. E fret extrude. Now what you want to do, don't do this, because that's your inner coming outer. You see where I'm going with that? So what you want to do is just follow the edges. So maybe a square away from the edge is very good. A lot of people, they tell me, why don't you just clone it and just put it on the inside? But then again, you have to put the vertices on again. So I like to do this manually so that I have more control over my projects. So we're going to go and we're going to scale this in. Just press S for scale. Make sure that you're staying with Z axis, axis, however you want to pronounce that one. Press E. And we're just going to scale inwards. E again, scale it down, E again. I mean, you can follow the lines if you wanted to of what you've done prior. And then we're just going to scale it out, E again, excuse me, scale it out, E again, scale out, and then we're just going to continue doing this all the way down until we reach the bottom. So I'm just going to very, very quickly just do this. It doesn't have to be perfect on the inside, because obviously this is just the inside of your vase. So, you know, if you're going to change it to glass, then yes, perhaps you need to make it perfect and you need to go around the edges as much as you can. But to be honest with you, if you're just making a vase and it's just a painted vase, so to speak, and you can't see through it. I mean, you don't have to make that perfect. So for sure, you can make the inside however you would like to. This is your project. You have full control over it. I would say make the glass just slightly thicker at the bottom because, you know, this, you can imagine the weight from the top is obviously going to be impacting the weight on the bottom. So you don't want the glass to be too thin at the bottom. You want it to have this nice, stable, almost physical aspects. So I'm just going to put another little thing right there. Actually, no, you know, I'm gonna remove that. I'm gonna press G, I'm gonna take it up, and then I'm just gonna make a new vertices. So, yeah, you've got to look at your physics as well. How is the glass behaving compared to the environment that it is being presented in? So right here, I'm just gonna finish off the base of the glass right there, and this will be the glass that I have, the vase even. So we're gonna go to object mode. Right click and then press shade smooth. So now we have this kind of this vase which it is okay, I guess. I don't quite like it, but this is a design that I've seen on the internet for a vase. To be honest with you, it looks like grandma's Christmas trees, but yeah, I just kind of wanted to go with something funky today. So we're going to go on to the materials tab, and we're going to press new. If you guys have ever seen that that meme of grandma's Christmas trees up on TikTok, and she's making the ice cubes and she doesn't realise what it is, you'll understand where I'm coming with when I say it looks like grandma's ice cubes. If you don't, you're probably either not seen it or you're a little bit too young to understand what that means. But yes. So this is the vase that we have. I'm not sure, I'm going to get my mind out of the gutter now. So we're going to go with glass, BSDF. And we're just going to shade this down. Now, usually we're working with cycles, so we're going to go to the render engine and we're going to go cycles. And this is the glass that we will have. So you can see that we've got some glass going on right here. I'm just going to change this lamp to a sun, so we can see a little bit better, and then I'm just going to pull it back a little. And then I'm going to put a plane, so you guys can see this a little bit better. So this is the glass BSDF that's on screen right now. This is so that your object is glass. So what essentially you could do to make it look a little bit more glassy, I mean, you could put some more suns in here and some more lighting, so you've kind of got that thing going on. Now, another thing that you have here is you have caustics. Now, caustics are something new that's new to Blender. They've been out for a few years, but they're relatively new. They basically make better shadows. So if you click Shadow Caustics, they'll make more detailed shadows. They'll basically do anything for glass. They'll do anything for water. So if you've ever been to the swimming pool and you've gone under the water and you see all those waves and ripples that the light's creating from above, this is what caustics will do. It'll make lighting look a lot more realistic. So it'll put different things into it that, say, the original lighting that Blender provides will not incorporate. So something else that you want to take into consideration as well is not only do you need to put your caustics on your lighting, but you also need to put your caustics on your objects, so that they refract in the correct manner as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to put the caustics onto the objects. So now the caustics can be found in the object mode, and from what I remember, visibility, I believe, shadows, shadow catcher, it's in one of these. 1 second. Shading, here we go. Shadow catcher, you've got that one, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, to be honest with you, this version may have incorporated it already within the software, but if you go onto this section right here, you'll be able to find it. I just want to make sure that it's actually in here. I mean, you could click shadow caster if you want to, shadow catcher. Yeah, I think, oh, here we go, sorry. I just missed it, right. Cast caustics and receive caustics. Okay, so this is the object mode. You want caustics, you want the shadow, the display, shading. So what we're going to do is we've done the background for caustics. We're going to do the object for caustics now. I knew I wasn't going crazy. It was somewhere. So cast caustics and receive caustics. Now, if I take one of these lights and I just turn it down a little bit, go to the light bulb section. Just turn that down a little bit, and then we turn this one down a little bit. I'm going to put this one as 500. Yes. I think this is too bright. One of these is really, really bright. Let's see, 100. See if that affects it. This is super bright. That's the blue one, the white one. Let's go with 50. Wow. Right, so Blender has this thing with the lighting where it's either very extreme or it's very little. And as you can see, I'm having to scale these lights all the way down just to be able to get some sort of detail in here for you guys. So you guys can see what's going on. So we've got a white light here and we've got a blue light. So this one is your blue light and this one is the white light. So we've got the blue on this side, hence why we've got a blue shadow, and this side is the white light, hence why we've got a white shadow here. They cancel each other out. Ironically, they work really well if you've got like multiple different colours. They actually meld really well together. So if you've got say for example, if you've got a red and a blue light on each side of the screen, they will actually turn purple in the middle. Blender's really good at blending together colours on the colour wheel as well. So that's something that you could also look at. So this is our glass. This is just the standard glass. So yeah, if you guys enjoyed the tutorial, please subscribe, please like. I'm trying to build the channel up at the minute to 100,000 subscribers. I currently have, I think it's 10,800 people on this this channel. 10,800 lovely people on this channel. I'd love to make it a lot more. I'd love to build the community here. So please, if you're on my YouTube, do subscribe. If you're watching this on Facebook or any other sites, give us a follow, give us a like, and it's free, you know. So yeah, have a wonderful day. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one, I guess. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. Today we're going to be building a petrol station or a gas station, kind of cyberpunk kind of theme. I've been told that I work pretty fast on these tutorials. I'm just used to doing things in CG and just moving real quick with all this stuff just to get things done primarily. If you guys need to slow anything down and you're on YouTube, there's settings below. I don't know whether you can get the same settings on TikTok, and I don't know whether you can get the same settings on Facebook, but yeah, all my videos go to YouTube first, so if you're seeing this on any other site, it's on YouTube. Just follow the same name. It's just Rebecca Mathers primarily. Anyway, so we're going to start with a gas station today. So we're going to make the roof of the gas station to begin with. So take your default cube here. I'm just going to go ahead and every time. Right, here we go. Right. So let's press G, just move this up a little bit. I'm going to put a plane in here so that we've got some sort of base to work with. Just scale it outwards. It doesn't matter how big it is. So we're just going to press S to scale along the axes. Make it pretty chunky. I'm just going to bring it in a little bit because I'm going to do some extensions on the top and the bottom right now. I got a little sketch that I'm looking at right now, and I'm just like kind of, you know, how am I going to do this? Right, so S just to bring this out a little bit. If your render engine is not already on cycles, put it on cycles. So what we'll start with is just elongate it, just roughly about that size, and then we're gonna get some. I think we'll have cylinders. Just gonna shape these up. So all you need is just the one cylinder just for now. So I'm just gonna scale this up and then just scale it back down a little bit so it's got a small kind of pylon pillar. The best way to do this, I think we're gonna split screen. Just in the corner there. I believe it's 8. No, okay. Side view is great. We're just wanting more of an upward view so we can see what's going on here. So, yeah, select your pylon. Just gonna put it to one side. Or your pillar, pylon, whatever you want to call it. We're just going to give it some imperfections. So let's go ahead and go to edit mode. And what you want to do is just select a couple of faces from this. Just take it off the X-ray mode. Just do them in bunches of 2s maybe, or 3s. Just select a few of them. Just going to go E. Keep it where it is. And then just scale it outwards. It's just going to give us some imperfections on our stuff right here. Okay, so right click, shade smooth, and now we can see that we've got all these lines coming down. This thing's been set outside for a while. I'm going to kind of get this kind of weird patterning going on with it, because the rainwater is gonna hit the side of the petrol station or the gas station, and it's going to start to corrode certain aspects of it. So what we want to do is take this. We're going to Shift D, just duplicate it over, take both of these, selecting them both, and we're just going to go ahead, Shift D again, and just take it over again. So now we have essentially a table, so to speak. So what we're going to do for the floor right here, we're going to go Add, and we're going to go Plane. What we want to do is we want to make an ocean. So just type in ocean. Down here to your modifiers, and you'll see that you get this. So what you want to do is just scale it down just a little bit so that it's flat-ish. And what you'll notice when we go into render mode, nothing's happening, right? So what you're going to do, go to material, add new. You can do this with glass. Personally, maybe glass is good. You can do this with glass if you want. Glass one is here, the glass BSDF. But personally, I like to mess around with my settings. Now, Blender's changed over the years, so at one point I used to do my own settings and stuff. Now they have everything categorized. So you know, it's different. It's different. It really is. So for me personally, if you're gonna go with the principled BSDF, change down your alpha a little bit so that it's a little bit see-through, and you just want to turn off your roughness so that you kind of got this reflection. So we're going to do like kind of a rainy scene. Shrink this down, just scale it down as to scale, and what you'll notice now that we just have a square in the middle, we want to fill the rest of this space in right here. So what we're going to do is just repeat on the other axes, and then we're just going to adjust it as we need it. So you should have something like this. So it's all kind of wet and rainy and all that kind of stuff. Now you'll notice that the pattern here repeats a little bit. So I mean, you can do random seed if you want. You've got waves, choppiness scales here, foam. I don't think you're going to need foam. Personally, I would probably go with random seed. It looks a little better. Okay, so the next step is to make some pavements or sidewalks right here. So what we're going to do is, you can do this with a cube or you can do this with a cylinder. I mean, cylinders are okay for bays and stuff like that. So with cylinders, if you load this in, you just like pull this down so it's kind of the height of a curve, and then you can elongate it. If that's what you'd like to do, that's cool. Just place that just underneath the pillars right there. This is where the pumps are going to sit. So we just scale this down again. I'm just going to go into edit mode, and I'm just going to subdivide this. Right click, subdivide, subdivide, subdivide. It just gives us a little bit more curve to work with. So yeah, we can kind of do an edging here as well. So if you just press E for extrude, and then you don't move it, just click it back, and then S to scale, and then E for extrude, and that gives you a little bit of a bevel on the edge right there. Excuse me, I've got a bit of a cold. So we're going to go Shift D, and we can duplicate this over, but if you want some texture on this, I mean, you can put the texture on to begin with, or you could do your textures at the end. I generally do my textures at the end. At the moment, it just kind of works out for me a lot better. It's something that I've just recently learned how to do. Because if you do the textures at the beginning, I tend to get like muddled up with which textures are what at the end of the day. Yeah, so we have these two bays right here. Now we want to make maybe some neon lighting, or we want to make this look a little bit more gas stationy. So I'm just going to go edit mode right here, select the stop face. We're going to go E for extrude, scale it in, E for extrude, scale it in, and then we can go E for extrude, but don't move it, and then we're just going to scale it in just slightly. Make sure that it's equidistant around the outside, and then we're going to go E for extrude again, and just bring it down. Just don't clip it when you do so. So now we have this kind of little roof going on. So right under here, I just want to make some, I want to make a little gap just in the middle right here. So we'll take this, E for extrude, scale it just downwards just slightly, so that you got this little line. E for extrude, and then we're just going to scale inwards. I think that's correct. Yeah, okay. So this little bit right here, we're just going to have this as strip lighting. So we want to go to the material. So this original material right here is the original roof. You want to press plus. So the original roof's going to be kind of what it says on the tin. It's just the original colorings for the roof. The second one, we want to put neon lighting. So just stick that in right there. Right, so your neon lighting, you want to go ahead and go to emission. So where your principal BSDF is, just check for the emission right there and just put that in. Maybe we go with a pink today. That'd look cool. And we're just going to go assign. Now you can make this as bright or as little as you want. We're just going to put it maybe midway. I'm just going to get rid of this lighting right in the middle here because it's a bit of a distraction for me personally. So I want to see how the lighting reacts without external lights. Okay, so what I'm going to do as well with the world, I'm just going to go ahead and just darken this whole thing. Just essentially turn out the lights, just see how my lights are working in general. So yeah, when you go into the materials tab, you've got neon lighting. I'm just going to put neon lighting hot pink. So if I want to use this type of lighting elsewhere within my project, I can just find the hot pink neon lighting, and it will be the same lighting, the same emission throughout the project. So the next part that we want to work on is perhaps let's see, let's do some tube lighting. Tube lighting would be great. So to make tube lighting, we're just going to do 2 cubes. So to scale these down, Just regular cubes. Doesn't matter. So you just want to scale them down to the point where they're going to match with the background. Just bring them right over. We will do these underneath all the way around. If you do one side, you can just duplicate it to the other side. It's kind of a way of cheating, but at the same time, if it works, if it sits, it fits, or it fits, it sits, whatever you wanna call that. So these two cubes are just gonna have a light between them. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna delete that one just for now. I'm gonna add a new material, and we're just gonna go with black edging. So I'll just call this one black edging. Yep. Okay. So. Let's change this one. We want to put the roughness up a little bit, and then we want to take this Shift D, just bring it all over so it's roughly the height and the size for tube lighting. So the tube lighting is going to be cylinder. Just rotate it to 90 degrees, and then we are going to press S, just scale that bad boy outwards, scale it in. You remember that hot pink that we got before? We're going to add that to this. So, just move your tube lighting into the fittings right here. I'm just going to scale this outwards a little bit and scale it down just slightly. Press G, make sure that it touches both of these blocks. I'm also going to do some wiring in here as well. I think that would be cool. I'll teach you how to do some wiring. I think I did it in like one of my previous tutorials. It was like telephone wires or something. Scale it down just a little bit. I mean, this is your project. You can put that wherever you'd like. So, as I was saying about the pink, so we got this object selected right now, which is our tube lighting. So you're just going to go neon lighting hot pink, and there you go. There's your neon lighting right there. And as I said, if you turn it off, you can turn it back on. You can do whatever you want with it. Okay, so it's hot pink lighting right here. We're just going to select 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so you can see this right here. Up on the side, and what we want to do is we want to put one here and perhaps one here as well. So we take this and we're just going to go Shift D. I'm going to move it across until it reaches the other side. It doesn't have to be perfect, but try and line it up the best you can. And then we're going to, hold on, yeah, okay. So, and then we're going to go Shift D again. Let's put one in the middle. And then what we can do is select 1, 2, 3 on this side. It'll let me. And then 1, 2, 3 on this side. And then we're going to come over to this side. And we're just going to place them roughly where the fitting should be on that side. So when you've done all this, let me just move that in just a little bit. It doesn't matter if it's off center, just slightly, you know, imperfections kind of make things look a little bit more real. So now we're going to go to the render port view, and this is what we're left with. This very nice hot pink kind of gas station kind of thing going on. Now I want to do something with this roof right under here. Let's give it a little bit more detail. So we're just going to go to edit mode. I'm just going to go on regular render. This one right here. So we're going to select his face underneath here. E for extrude, don't move it. And then we'll scale it inwards at the same height. Make sure that it's equidistant again around the outside. And then we're just going to go E for extrude. Just on there. Now I don't like the way that these pillars are set, so what I'm going to do, object mode. Just going to select all 4 pillows and just pillars and just kind of pull them out a little bit. So we kind of got that pattern going on. It doesn't matter if they come on the outside right there, because it kind of just looks like some architectural, blooming it, get my words out today, architectural design. Okay, so yes, on this part we want to do some texturing, but I'm going to leave the texturing until later, once I've built everything else, and then I'll teach you how to do all the nodes and stuff like that to make your scene look even better. So leave it the way that it is. The next part that we want to do, let's see, I think I'd like to add maybe some, let's add the gas pumps. Okay, so we're going to go to cube, and you only need to make one of these, thankfully, and then you can just duplicate it all the way across the scene. It's laziness, I get it, but if you want to tweak it and you want to make multiple of them, then be my guest. But personally, I will duplicate things and I'll change them slightly so they look like different gas pumps. But to be honest with you, all the gas pumps in my area look the same anyway. So let's go to edit mode. We got E for extrude. I'm just gonna pull it in right there. Brush G. E for extrude again. Just gonna pull it right in there. And then we're gonna go Control R. And then scroll your wheel once. So you got 2 lines. Then we're going to start doing some, let me see. I'm going to pull these inwards a little bit. So I'll just go to the edge select right here. So you want to select this one and this one. And then we're just going to press S and just pull them towards each other. Then we're going to go Control R again and split it into thirds. Then what we want to do, want to make some little screens, maybe. Okay. And then you obviously want where the pumps are going to be and stuff like that. Maybe we could have the pumps in the middle here. So if we split these into a third again, and then we'll split this one, hold on, into thirds on this side. Actually no, split it into, yes, quarter it. Then we'll go the face selection, we'll grab these in the middle, E for extrude, just slightly, and then E for extrude again, and then just drag it downwards, and then just scale it a little bit. So you've kind of got that curve that goes inwards. You want to do the same to the opposite side as well, so select these ones, E for extrude, E for extrude again, scale it downwards, and then scale it in just ever so slightly. So you've got something like this. Now, we want to make an edge on this side, so that it's got kind of a little bevel thing going on. I'm just going to grab these sides right here. Oops. Shift, and then click. And then we're just going to scale that in just slightly, just to make them a little bit more rounded around the outside. I'm just going to shade smooth as well, maybe shade smooth. Yeah, it looks a little bit up. It looks like it's been sat outside for a while. Then split this, and maybe we'll make some screens right here for each of the pumps, so to speak. I know there's 4 screens and there's 3 pumps, but maybe one of them's like a payment kind of screen, touch screen or something. So we just take those, or maybe it's an advertisement board. Maybe those are advertisements. You know, use your imagination. So yeah, before you take that, actually select the opposite side as well. So you just want to go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale inwards, and then this side should do the same as well. So you see this is scaled inwards, and then we come over to this side and this is scaled inwards also. So scale that to the side as well so it's straight. And then I'm just trying to think. I'm looking at this picture of different gas stations, just kind of trying to put something together for you guys here. There's a lot of buttons. There's a lot of different buttons glowing different colours. Okay, so these particular screens, I'm just going to have them white. So we'll go to plus on the materials. So your original material is going to be gas pump, original, and then we're going to add another one, plus, and then we're just going to go gas pump screen. This one's going to be your emission. And then we press the sign as well. So this is what it's going to look like. So the original gas pump colour, you could just change that to whatever you'd like. I'm usually going with the dark grey. Let's see. And maybe take this roughness down and just add some metallic. Because remember as well, we're working with a wet floor that's just rained, so maybe the rain has come underneath and it's hit everything. Which means that we have to alter the pillars and we have to alter the little sidewalk bit here as well. Yeah, okay, so that would be the basic kind of pump outlook there. You can put different things on here if you've got images and stuff like that. For me personally, I'm just going to leave it the way that it is for this tutorial. We're going to go edit mode. And I'm going to add some stripes to it. I'm just going to add some side bits. Maybe somebody crashed into the prior ones that were here and they didn't see them, so maybe we could take this and we could add some lighting, some emissions into the sides. You know, you kind of gotta use your imagination with this. Tell a story. Tell a story with your designs. You know? Why does your gas station look the way that it does? You know? Is your gas station abandoned? Is your gas station currently under repairs? You know? Tell the story. So we're gonna put gas light. We will do a sign and then we will do emission. So maybe on this one we could do blue. Maybe blue might look like a really good colour to do. So I'm just gonna press E for extrude. Just keep it where it is. S for scale. I'm just gonna bring this out a little bit because light's gonna have a little bit of a bevel to them, just around the outside. So this is how it should look. Looks pretty funky. Maybe we'll put some more screens just here to define these little parts. So let's go edit mode. I'm just gonna take this little section here, maybe take this little section here, and maybe take the floor section as well. Okay, so if I change it to this one, you guys can see what I'm doing. So take this section here, take this section here, this section. Yeah, I think we'll go with that. Oh, don't do that. I just I hit my wrist on my thingy then. I've got my keyboard right on the edge of my desk, and the end of my desk just went straight into my wrist. Yeah. Okay, so just select the same on the other side. And then we're going to go plus again when it allows me to. New. And then we're going to call this one gas lights. W. Let's go with emission. And then a sign. for this. I'm just going to go back to object mode just to see what this looks like. And then render. It looks somewhat okay. Maybe the lights are out on this one. Yeah, it's something you could do as well. You could like mess around with the lights a little bit. One of them's on the blink. Okay, so now we want to add the little pumps to the sides, and we also want to add maybe some boxes and stuff like that, discarded gloves or whatever like that. So, it's got a regular render. I'm just going to make this a little bit shorter actually. And then maybe give it a neighbour. See how that looks. Yeah, somewhat. It's so-so. Okay, so, just move this up a little bit. Okay, so, when we're making the pumps, I mean, like, you could just make these in general. If you want to make a real detailed ones, you could go with cylinders. I mean, you could go with boxes if you wanted to. Cubes. Let's see, if I go with a cylinder, maybe this will work. I'm going to make this outside of the gas station actually, and then I'll put it in. Like it's a little accessory. Shade smooth. Just rotate it. You know what? Let me think. If you guys wondered what that noise was, yeah, I have a stitch. My boyfriend bought it me a while ago. I must have nudged it whilst I was using the keyboard, because if you shake it. Yeah, I'll move this off my desk. Not the weirdest thing that I've shown on camera. I mean, like, you know, it's a gift from my boyfriend. He thought it was cute, and he kind of thought of me, and, you know, it's kind of like one of my favourite shows growing up, Lilo and Stitch, so it was a nice little gesture from him. So we're just going to go ahead and scale this up just a little bit. It doesn't matter about the shape here. Just go to edit mode, E for extrude. It depends on how detailed you want to make these. E for extrude again. Rotate. E for extrude. Scale it inwards. E for extrude. And scale inwards. This can be like the you know, I don't have a car. I don't know what pumps look like, but yeah, okay. This is like the basic kind of pump that you could go with. So object mode, you just want to shade that smooth. We're gonna go ahead and add a cube underneath. Choose your imagination if you don't know what one of these looks like, because I'm kind of struggling at the minute. I'm kind of looking at pictures going like, I don't know whether that's correct or not, but we're going to go with it anyway. I'm sure you guys could make something a little bit more detailed. Let's see. I'm just going to scale that bit outwards a little bit. To me, this is looking very wrong. I don't know about you guys. I'm trying. Oh, pray for me, please. I'm trying. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Control R. And we scale outwards. It's gonna... It's like a juice carton. Okay. So I'm just going to pull this outwards just slightly here. I'm going to bevel this. Shade smooth maybe. Let's... oh, wait a minute. Subdivide, subdivide, subdivide. Then I'm going to bevel it. So I'm just going to go to modifiers and just bevel. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so yeah, basic pump, I guess, handle kind of thing going on. I'm just gonna go ahead and go to sculpt mode a minute. So maybe let's see, clay. They've changed the settings on this yet again, and it's like I look at this and I go like, what am I doing? I'm used to the stuff at the side. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, I don't think this is doing anything. You know, I'm just gonna leave the sculpt mode because I need to learn how to reuse this again because Blender has decided to forsake me. So I'm just going to take this, scale it down. We're just going to put it into the pump right here. I've got the blooming song for Lilo and Stitch in my head now, like Beyond the Horizon. Okay, so we're gonna add a material to this. I'm just gonna make these two black, just so that they kind of fit with the theme. Scale it down just a little bit. Then we want to rotate it, I think, just into the side of the pump. It doesn't matter if it's not in great detail, like, you know. I guess you learn this stuff as you go along. Okay, so we're going to have that right there. Duplicate it. Sit one in there. Duplicate that one, sit that one in there, and then just select everything that you've just done. Then we're going to duplicate it, alpha rotate, and then rotate it 180. Yeah. Right, okay, add. And then we're going to go with some cubes at the bottom. And these are just going to be standard kind of cubes because we're going to be adding some lines to these as well. So you just want to put the cubes at the bottom. To be honest with you, I'm going to grab the pumps. So you want to go 1. I'm going to change these to black. 1, 2, and 3, and then just grab these and then just duplicate them to the opposite side. Okay, so we have that done now. So I could also put some little lights here to indicate which one is unleaded or whatever like that. So we're just going to take this cube right here and shift and then click this cube right here. So we're going to go add. You want to go with curve, knots, and then you want to go with the bottom one, which is catenary. I probably just butchered that, catenary. So now you see that there's this line that goes in between. So right here, you've got the settings for this. So you can have different steps with this. You could have different lengths with this. You could randomize it if you wanted to. Bevel. Bevel's a really good one. Let's bevel it on the outside. Let's see. I did this about 5 minutes ago before I started this tutorial. I literally extrude. Here we go. Extrude. Just slightly. Right, a little bit of an extrude. Just make that a little bit more flatter. Then, let's curve it. So just bring this down a little bit. I'm gonna do something different here. I'm just gonna delete that. Oh no, we don't want to delete that. Control Z. Yeah, okay, so delete that. Take one of these boxes, just duplicate them. I'm just gonna oops. Oopsie. I'm just gonna scale this down a little bit. Because I feel that the line is just not in the right place for this. So we're just gonna add a little cube right on the end of these. So it's part of the design of the handle. Yeah, I don't like the fact that it's sat right in the middle. So yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead, just put these on the ends right here. Press G, move that across, and then we're gonna go Shift D, and then place them onto the opposite side. Yeah. You could rotate them if you wanted to, but to be honest with you, you just do it like that. Okay, so once you're happy with that design, then we're going to go back to the cube. So select the cube at the end, select the cube at the bottom. We'll go to add, grease, no curve, go to knots, catenary, which I can't pronounce. Or maybe I just butchered it, I have no clue. So you want to go for the extrude. The extrude's already there. Just maybe thin that down a little bit, as much as you need it to be. We'll take this up just a little bit, I think. It's kind of got a curve, but it doesn't. Come on. It can be really at any length. So we're just going to go with black edging on the side there. Take this one. Do the same, add. We go to curve, knots. I don't like how flat they are. Oh, look at that, look at that. Let's try and, can we do something with this? I don't like how flat that is. Let's try this again. Add. Oh, comes curve, knots. Yeah, okay. Slight tilt, maybe. No, we're still flat. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so, bevel radius. That's what you want. That's what I was looking for. Let's make that a bit thinner. I was going to go 0.01, see if that makes any difference. It's a little bit thick, but it gives that impression that you've got wiring right there. If you got the extrude, I'm just going to go 0.01, see if that makes any difference. Yeah, okay. So that looks a lot more natural. You change that to black edging. Hopefully it does the same on this one. Let's add curve, knots. Yep, okay, it's got the same settings on there, so yours should follow suit. If it doesn't, just copy the settings from the other one. So we're gonna go add curve, knots, catenary. Just add the black edging to that. Do the same on this one. Curve, knots. Add that to the side. Oh, no, we don't want to go blue. We don't want to go blue, black edging. Right. Curve, knot. Come on. Curve, knots. There we go. Black edging. And the last one. Knots. Yep, okay. Yeah, okay, so We have basic linings there. If you want to pull these out a little bit, you can do. Or make your own lines. So yeah, this is what it should look like. And what I'm going to do actually is let's get some lines going up to the ceiling and maybe some kind of very rustic stuff going on. So what I'm going to do, I'll take this. Just going to edit it a little bit more. Let's put some more lights on it. Let's take this off the wireframe mode. Yep, okay. So E for extrude, scale it inwards just a little bit, then plus button, new, emission, and maybe we'll do a red kind of emission, assign. Okay, I'm going to turn up this the lighting on the side, I think. Let's make it glow a little bit more. And then we'll make this walkway right here that we've got. Yeah, you know what, I'm going to make it look like it's wet. So we're going to put wet look. Yeah, just a wet look. A little bit of metallic, turn the roughness down a little bit. So you've kind of got the sheen coming through. We're going to edit this later on, but this is just the basics for now. I'm just trying to think. Okay, let's take this pump, the whole thing, and duplicate it onto that side. So I'm just going to go ahead, select the entire pump, and you'll notice that you've clipped these two pillars as well. So just double click these and they should clip right off. You want to go Shift D, just duplicate that over. Doesn't matter if it's not perfect, it's okay. Select these again so that you've got everything. Double click these, and then once you're happy with that, Shift D, and we're just going to go ahead and just bring it over to the opposite side. You can have another pillar in the middle here if you wanted to, but I'm going to leave mine the way that it is. Trying to think. Okay, so we want some cables that are going to be kind of flying around all over the place here, and maybe just, it's a mess. It's owned by a guy who's a really bad electrician, and he's really bad at doing what he does. So we're going to put some crazy lines everywhere, because this guy is more bothered about profits than he is about keeping his gas station in a healthy manner. So I'm just going to go ahead and put some cubes all over the place, and I'll show you what we're going to do with them. Make sure that they're not intersecting anything, and your lines don't intersect anything. It just makes it look way better. So take these two and just duplicate them everywhere. It's like this guy is really bad at wiring. Okay, so what we're going to do, if I put this onto the side right here, I think this is too wide. I think we need another station in the middle, to be honest with you. I think I'm going to do that, to be honest. So just double click these off. That one I can't double click off, but I will delete it. So if you just Shift D it, put that roughly in the middle. Actually, does it? It doesn't look like there's a lot of room for 2 cars right there, so you know what, I'm going to get rid of that. Ignore me. Just experimenting with different directions here. So, okay. What we're doing, oh yeah, wiring. So, select this one, select this one. We'll do the add, curve, knots, catenary. Notice that it's all the way down there. So we're going to bring this up a little bit. If it'll allow us to, come on. Why is it all the way down there? That's just bizarre. It's like a really thick wire, I guess. Tilt. That's a bit of a conundrum, because why is it all the way down there? That's just a bit weird. See, tilt. That is a weird one. Let's leave that alone. Extrusion. Yeah, okay. Let's try this again. I just don't understand why it's dropped so far. This is really bizarre. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'm just gonna figure this out. Okay, so what it is, I press this button right here. That seems to have fixed it. Don't ask me how that happened, but it happened. Okay, so we've got the line right here. We have some thick wires just coming overhead. Let's maybe make multiple of these. So you kind of got this very disgruntled gas station employee who can't be bothered to wire things properly. That could be the story that you tell. Curve, knots, catenary. So yeah, just bring this somewhat down, or up, even. Just make sure they don't intersect with one another. Or clip each other. Let's go with curve, knots. Yep, okay. Take this down a little bit. Have that as a hanging wire. Just make this absolutely ridiculous amount of wires. Yeah, there we go. That's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? It's just clipping the top of that little pump there, but I think that's okay. Okay, black edging, black edging. Just try and keep it as uniform as you possibly can. So this is what we should have at the moment. We'll change the floor as well and everything once we're doing all the texturing and stuff like that. Let's see. Maybe we'll put some sidewalks at the back here and maybe some poles and stuff just to kind of give it some sort of street level. That'd be cool. Let's just go with G. Oh, where's my default cube? Add cube. There we go. Stretch this over. Scale that in. scale it back. G. Just bring that over there. So, I mean, we could make some smoke on here, or we could do some other things. I'm just going to take this one, Shift D, and just put it up on top, and then I'm just going to scale it down a little bit. So it kind of looks like the place has got an antenna kind of sticking out of it. Again, we've got a lazy service person who doesn't want to do their own wiring, so they kind of have this weird set of antennas on their roof, I guess. So I'm just going to go G. I'm going to take another one of these pylons. I'm just going to mosey it on over here. Scale it out a little bit. This is just going to be an anchor point for this. I'm going to go curve, knots, catenary. Let's get some random wiring in here. So I'm going to set up the camera as well, actually, whilst I'm here. So maybe we could have the camera just facing here. So to set up your cameras, just go to align view, align camera to view. Alright, just go G, bring that back a little bit. I'm just going to go down, R for rotate, and then just hold in the center scroll wheel. Just kind of. If you don't know about framing, it should be a crosshatch. So you want to get your objects to one side. G. If that's the side there. I'm going to elongate these a little bit. The floor. Scale it outwards. Get some depth of field in here a little bit. Okay, so shove it like that. That looks okay, right? No texture in it within it at the moment. You know, I got to do all the node stuff, but that looks okay. Maybe we get some blue lighting on top and maybe some stars in the background and some city lights. That'd look cool. Okay, so let me think. I might make that black edging a little bit more reflective, actually, so it picks up on some more of that light. And obviously these pillars as well, they need some sort of shine on them. So let's go new. Let's go wet, black edging. It's ghosting me. It's doing that thing where it's like it'll do one letter at a time. Let's turn this a little bit more metallic. We've got black. Oh yeah, you wanna hit a sign too. So you kind of wanna take that roughness down a little bit because obviously it's wet scene. Let's go wet black edging. Where's my wet black edging? Wet black edging. There it is. Okay, so these pillars as well need a little bit. So we want to go pillar wet. Let's see, a little bit metallic. Not too metallic that it's a mirror, but enough metallic that it looks some sort of weathered. So take all four of them, just try and find that again. So you want pillar. So let's go for P. Should be in alphabetical order. Where are we at? I can't see it. How bizarre. Right, let's go back on this one. I bet someone's seen it in the comments section. They're like, it's right there. He's behind you. Yeah, pillar what? Should be pillar what? Yeah, my computer's been a bit slow at the moment. Oh, there it is. Taking its time. Alright, let's turn this off the render version. It might actually work a little bit faster for me. Right, there we go. And then fourth one. Pillow Okay, so well, maybe we want some blue neon lighting somewhere. Maybe like a sign on top of here, like for car wash or something. So if we go to text, where is text? There we go. Okay, so G, just bring it up so you can see it a little bit. Just scale it outwards. Just go to edit mode and just go gas station. I can't even see it. Oh gosh. Station. Yeah. Okay, so let's go with A. So you want to go geometry, extrude. We want to also go to material, and we want to put this as a emission. Put it as blue. We're going to rotate this by 90 degrees. Just bring this over. We could probably give it a nice little name or something like that if you wanted to. Scale this down. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to name it because it looks a little bit weird. Let's say this guy's called Roman. I don't know anyone called Roman, but it just kind of Roman's gas station. Oops, G, don't press H. I think it's Roman's gas station. 241 on Tuesdays and big Slurpee cups. Just don't bring a bucket because it won't allow you to drink. It won't allow you to drink the Slurpees out of the bucket. There's actually a place. I don't know what it's called. I think it's 7-Eleven that does that. It's like fill your own Slurpee cup or something. I don't know what it is. Someone's gonna correct me in the comment section. But yeah, I've seen it. It looks pretty fun. This guy came with a huge bucket and they turned him down. They said no, you can't come in there with that. There's gonna be a lot of people watching this going, what's she talking about? It's an American thing. Or a Canadian thing. I don't know. I think it was an American video that I saw. Okay, so got that right there. Add. I'm gonna go cube. Just bring it up. Go across, scale that, scale it down a bit. I'm gonna do some supports actually. It's kind of like just pull that in the back there. Maybe scale it just slightly upwards. Change this to black edging. Actually, no, wet black edging. Yeah, wet black edging because it's outside. Go to the opposite side. Just line that up just so. So something like that. I'm going to take this bottom here and just make it a dark grey so we can see the water when it allows me to. Okay, so it's a pretty flooded gas station, but that's what we've got so far. Let's do some texturing. Yeah, I think we could do that and make some stars. Stars that look great on this. Okay, so the next part we're going to be looking at is the nodes and maybe some light pollution from some stars around the edge as well. So to do your stars, we're going to go to the Objects tab right here. Go to World Settings. Just drag this across with Shift. Add, and then go White Noise. Actually no, go Noise, no. Normal noise, regular. Go to Color, from Noise Section to Background. Where have we gone? Going to render right here, we can see the background. You want to go ahead and scale this down a little bit. So you kind of got some white noise going on in the background. And then what we're going to do from there is we're going to add a color ramp. So with this, you want to try and get rid of as much white as you can and have more basically it's space. You just want you want dots essentially. That's what I'm trying to get at. You want dots. So let's see if we just turn down the detail a little bit. Actually, turn up the detail maybe. Scale it upwards a little bit. Just move that across. You don't want it too much. You just want just enough. So yeah, this is probably the correct amount, but just a little bit more. Just find that sweet spot that you're happy with. Oh, we nearly hit it, we're nearly there. There it is. This is the kind of effects that you want. Not too much, not too little. You can also add an emission to this as well if you really wanted to. To be honest with you, I'm just going to leave it like that. It's like a Stranger Things kind of thing. How many brands have I mentioned in this? I'm going to get demonetized. If I ever reach that stage. Yeah. I'm going to keep it down. It is it's 12 o'clock at night. We're going to whisper now. I'm joking. But I do need to keep my voice down. Yeah. Where can we go next? Okay, so the next part I think I want to edit is definitely this ground. This greyness right here. If I can get the right one. Scale this outwards just a little bit. We're going to take it off the world settings and go back to object. Add noise. Gosh, right. Add noise, color to base color, and we get all this kind of stuff again. Just bring it down. You just want to make it kind of like a rough concrete, but this time we're going to go with a bump texture, so add, and then go to bump. Just slide it on in right there. You want to go from noise texture color to bump height, and then you get this funky thing going on. Just detail it down a little bit more until you're happy with it. You can also turn the detail up as well. That'll give you a little bit more of a bevel. So that's detail down, that's detail up. So next what you want to do is colour ramp. Go between the bump and the principal BSDF. Yeah, just sit it right about there. So with this, you want to make it look a little bit wet. So if I just turn on the render mode right now, just let it go through. You maybe want to take your roughness down just a little, because it's a wet scene. You can just see through the noise that stuff's going on right there. I denoised, maybe. I don't think denoising is going to work at this stage, but you can see what's going on right there. Okay, so the one thing that we want to do right now is we don't really have much of a background. So I mean, it's in the dark, so you could get away with silhouetting right here. You could get away with some basic objects. So just take a cube, scale it upwards, scale it across a little bit. Go ahead. We're gonna look at the camera view. So just go to view, go to cameras, active camera. This would be best to do actually on this side. So just go to the pre-rendered view rather than the actual rendered view. So now we have this in the background. So what you want to do, because you can't see it in the background, primarily the camera doesn't have enough meters. So what you want to do is go to the data part of the app. Go to end, or the data part of the program, and just elongate. You see how that appeared right there? You can't see very far. So take this. We'll just go with black edging, and just start putting things in the background and make it close, far away, whatever. Duplicate. Just carry on the pattern, kind of going down the road. Maybe duplicate these and then rotate them 90 degrees. G to bring them back, and then you can kind of put skyscrapers in the background if you really wanted to. It's like make real big buildings and give it some depth. And then what we can do with this as well, we can put some emissions in the background, and we can like just kind of make this nice blurred effect going on. Make them a little bit smaller, give some depth. And it's just random blocks. That's all it is. It's just random blocks. Let's go with, I'm just going to rotate this by 90, scale it outwards a little bit, just give it some background right there. Okay, so with these what we can do, just add a plane, scale it out, press G, and just bring it between these fake buildings right here. And then what you can do from there, just make sure it covers all of that back bit. Oh, come on. G. Yeah. Scale outwards. Just make this an emission. You just want a slight emission, so you kind of want something that's going to light it just slightly, but not to bring attention to it. So, you can make this building a little bit thinner in the background. Just add some more little buildings around the edge. So it looks like you get a city, but you don't actually have a city. I mean, you could do some more details back here if you wanted to, but to be honest with you, when you're doing depth of field, all this is going to blur out anyway. So with depth of field, just select your camera around the edge right there, go to depth of field right here, use your little eyedropper tool and just select where your depth of field is going to be at. Just give it a couple of seconds. Come on, right, there we go. Okay, so going back on your camera right here. Let me see. Depth of field, you can turn it down to 0.1. Basically, the lower the number, the more the background will blur for your f-stop. So now you can see it's just the gas station that's in view. If you don't like that, you can go choose something else. You see that we've got all that blur in the background right there. So this right here, you could turn this up just a little bit. Just kind of highlight the city, or you can turn it down and you can get rid of the city if you really wanted to. But now you can see what's going on. So at the back here you could have some street lights, you could have a couple of buildings just kind of encircling it if you really wanted to. I'm going to go ahead and add some more buildings to the back. So just select this one. I'm just going to turn it off render mode just for now. Shift D. Just bring this up just a little bit. Scale it across. And maybe we'll add some lights in the background as well. Let's see. I'm going to add these in spheres. It just kind of makes everything look a little better. I found at least. So I'll just put some spheres there. Wow, it's warm under my desk. It's all that heat coming from my computer. Usually my office is like the coldest room in my house. So as soon as I start doing anything on my computer CG related, it just like whoosh. So we're gonna go new. I'm gonna go light emission. Go to emission, strength, bring it up a little bit. Now what we should get, because it's out of focus, is kind of like a bush kind of look. It's not a technical term. Gotta turn that down a little bit. It's too distracting. Maybe make it orange, just a little bit. I'm just going to move this building back actually. Just move the lights. G, if it allows me to move this forward. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Let's bring that up. Bring it across. Okay, yeah, I can dig that. Okay, so with Shift D, press 1. Maybe no. Okay, we're gonna go -10. Shift D. minus 10, Shift D, and then minus 10, Shift D, minus 10, Shift D, minus 10. So we kind of got this row of lights going on. Shift D, yep, come on, duplicate, minus 10, no, minus 10, yep, okay, Shift D, minus 10, and Shift D, minus 10. Shift D, it's taking a little while. Come on, minus 10. Yeah, I think I'm going to end up exceeding my RAM right here. We can actually take these lights and put these on the other buildings as well to give it some depth. And maybe like a brick wall, just to give it even more depth. So if we select, I'm just going to go off random mode right here. Select this one. Actually, you know, I could probably box select this and then just click these off. You just drag for box select if you're wondering. Just press in your left cursor and then just drag across. That's all you do. Okay, so Shift D. Let's go ahead and put these elsewhere. G. Shift D, move across. There we go. Set these ones. Actually, no, they're in the wrong place. Okie dokie. We kind of got these lights going on now in the background. Adds a little bit of depth. Maybe we could add a little wall here, a little wall here. That would be pretty cool. Just take one of these. Scale it upwards, rotate it 90 degrees, and just bring this in. And do the same to the other side. I'm going to change this actually from black edging to something else. Maybe go with the red one. Actually, no, that's an emission. Actually, I don't know. I don't know that that's pretty good for a car parking lot, actually. Neon hot pink. No, let's not go with that. Maybe blue. You know, I like the original. I like the red. The red's good. But I don't think for a while, maybe. Let's get rid of this one, and then we'll make this into a brick wall. Go to your shading tab. Add, let's go with brick. Texture. Colour to base. Should be able to do it. See what's going on here. Ah, yes. So this needs to turn this sideways actually. Scale this down a little bit. Rotate 90. View. Active camera. G, go across. Scale this outwards. Just slightly, I mean we can pull this in. See brick width. Okay, so you want to add a bump node as well. And then color ramp. Okay, so that should be general finished product. So point. I think you can add a lot more to that for sure. I actually want this a little bit more metallic, make it look a little bit more rained on. Should turn these up a little bit as well. Maybe add a little strip at the bottom here, like a little bit of lighting. I think it's too dark on that little bit. Let me think. See. So it was a little bit of lighting, wasn't it? Let's add a cube. Scale it outwards. Scale it in. Just bring it up. Then, at this point, we can add maybe the blue light, or the red light. Okay, so this should be your final result. Like, subscribe, give us a follow if you're on the appropriate sites. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you in the next one. Hi guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. My gosh, that sun is blaring behind me. I got so much lens flare. Today we're doing a little bit on game design. So we're going to go ahead and just delete the default cube because we don't need that. I'm going to be making specialty items such as orbs. So you, if you ever play games and stuff like that, I'm guessing you're an avid gamer because you're here. They have orbs in some games that you run around and collect and they glow. So we're going to make a glowing orb today. So you want an icosphere. And we're just going to pull this up a little bit, and it's super simple just to make things glow in Blender, really. Sorry, I should have the screencasting keys on. Yeah, so I do a lot of projects between all of the tutorials, so I just turn them off naturally and then I just forget. So this is the icosphere, so we can go to add mesh, and then we've got the icosphere right here. So to make items glow within a game setting, obviously I'm working on cycles at the moment. For some reason, these future versions, they don't have the game engine anymore for some reason. So we're going to just go to new. I'm just going to show you how to make them because I think I did have Unity at one point, but I don't have Unity anymore. I think it's another program that I have. For game design mostly, but I'm doing this on Blender for the people that don't have computers that can render as high. So, well, it's not computers that can render as high, but it's like open source. So, you guys don't spend anything. So with glowing spheres, you want to put I'm just going to put a plane so you guys can see what we're doing right here. And we're just going to go into render mode. So you notice now that the actual icosphere itself is glowing. Let's go here. So if we were on Principal BSDF, which was the original one that we were on, you notice that it doesn't glow. You go to emission and we've got the glow. So you can change the glow on this to any colour that you want. I'm just going to move this down to the bottom and remove the light from the scene so you guys can see this a little better. So now we can see, changing those settings, we've got this glow going on just at the bottom here. And you can increase this glow if you want to, decrease this glow. So yeah, this is kind of like the little specialty items, the extra points that you pick up in the corners and stuff like that. So what you can actually do for this particular project is you can take this icosphere, you can scale it down a little bit, and then you could Shift D to duplicate it. Just press G, move this up a little bit, and then we could take these two and we could Shift D, just rotate these round a little bit, take these ones as well, just move them around the thing, and we can make kind of like an orb group that just kind of floats in one place. Let's see, so just rotate these ones around. So now we kind of have these floating glowing orbs. So yeah, that's it, the orb tutorial. I guess I'll see you guys in the next one. Hi guys, so we're going to start the next tutorial. So what we're going to do is something like really creative today. We're going to just like delete everything from the scene, primarily because we don't need it. And what we're going to start with, I mean, you can re-add your camera if you want to, but what we're going to start with is a plane. We're just going to put this plane out there. And today we're going to be learning how to do glass lamps with different colours to them. So we're going to add a circle to begin with, and we're just going to make a base for the lamp. And this is going to be an emission rather than a light, so that we can just move the lamps around freely. So you're going to want to go to the edit mode, press F to make a face. You're going to want to select everything, E for extrude. We're just going to scale out, make a little platform here, E for extrude, E for extrude, E for extrude. We're going to go E for extrude again, scale inwards just slightly, E for extrude, scale inwards just slightly, and then this is where the magic happens, right? So this is going to be the base of our lamp, and what we want to do is we're going to want to go E for extrude, and then we're going to scale inwards. Now this is where everything happens. So this little central bit here is going to be the emission. So we're going to press new on materials. So this material will cover all the bottom here. So we're just going to put this as black. Let me see. Yep, there we go. Right, so I'm just going to go ahead and change my render engine here. Just go back to materials. We're working in cycles. So this is how the original lamp's going to look. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to press the plus just in the corner here. We're going to go with new, and then we're going to go with emission. I'm just going to turn that up a little bit. Press assign. So now we have kind of like a button kind of light. And now we're going to go to faces. And we're just going to select, I'll put this on the downward view so you guys can see. We're going to select this entire ring just around here. So if you press shift, control, and then click, and then just click around the ring as you go. Should highlight practically everything. We're going to go E for extrude. Now, at this point, we just pressed 1 on the number pad, so that you've got a side view. I'm just going to move this up a little bit. And we want to go to X-ray mode at the top. We're going to box select, so you can do B for box select, so you can just drag your cursor across. This is going to be our new material, so we're going to plot new, so the plus, go to new. This one's going to be glass. Click assign, go back to your render view, and this is what you should have in the object mode. So it's just basic glass looking kind of lamp. So now we're going to make variations from this. So this is going to be the original lamp, and then I'm going to show you how to make different textures on here, different colours on here. Just basically make like some crazy stuff. So we're going to go ahead and go into the shading tab, which is the shading tab is just up here. 1 second. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to change some of these things. So for this material we want emission. So at the moment we are on the material that's in the middle. So this circular bit right here, that's where the emission is going to come through. So the glass is this material, and we're just going to put glass for that one. Now this is going to be the standard materials. This is just going to be the standard lamp. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press G. I'm going to move this one to the side, and I'm just going to press Shift D, and then I'm going to make a new one. So this one we want to make some patterns on. So to change the colour, you want to change the emission. To change the glass, you want to make a new type of glass. Now, I don't like how rough this glass is, so I'm just going to change the roughness on it. But as you can see, it changes the other glass as well, so this needs to be its own material. So we're going to leave the default like that. Just press Control Z just to undo any of those changes. So we're going to go with the glass. We're going to press this double page button here. This will be the new glass for this one, and we can see that it's the new glass for this one because it's just changed colours. So you just press this little tab right here next to the X, and then that will make glass 001. So we just want to call this glass 2. Okay, so starting with this lamp, we're going to go with Veroni texture. So we're just going to place this right here. We're going to go to colour, and you'll notice that this glass kind of changes this funky shade of different colours and stuff, textures. So you can make this as large or as small as you'd like. So what we're going to do, we're going to go add, and we're going to go bump texture. Just place your bump texture in there. Just put your colour to your height. And so we're going to get this little pattern right here. So what you want to do, you notice that we're getting little cracks. I don't know whether you can see that on the recording. Hold on. Just let it render in just a little bit. So notice like this little hairline cracks right there. So I mean, you can make this as big or as small as you want to, but for this, I'm just going to turn the roughness down a little bit. Just brings those cracks out just that tiny little bit more. You can also mess with the IOR, which is a good thing on this. So now we're going to go with color ramp. We'll go straight into that. So now we've kind of got this grey, white colourings. So what we want to do is add a colour to this lamp. So maybe I'll go with green. I'm just going to turn the IOR down a little bit so it kind of looks a little bit more glass-like. And I'm going to just auto shade that smoothness a little bit more. Now you can put more smooth into it if you want to. So you'll notice that the light is quite dim. If you go to your emission, you can turn this up. But what I would recommend is duplicate your emission and then do it, because otherwise you'll be messing around with the rest of your lamps. So now, if I just move this across, we're going to get a lamp that's a little bit brighter. Let's see. It's taking its sweet time just to move things around here. Okay, so this is what we've got right now. At the moment it's just loading in some of the lighting. So what we can do is we can go to the glass, and you notice that the glass is really dark. So what you can actually do is like take the white and just move it across a little bit. You can also turn the roughness down if you want to, so that you've got more of a glass kind of shape. Now you notice that this glass is pretty dark, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take away this black on here. Excuse me. And now we've kind of got more of a little glass thing going on. So at the moment, I think I'm going to adjust this just a little bit. So the IOR, I would say just experiment with it a little bit and see what you can do. Yeah. So that's the outside of the glass, that's the reflection, and then when you come and you lower it, that's the inside kind of thing. So it takes a little bit of play around with it, but yeah, generally that's the cracks one. So you can actually put the roughness up if you want to, because obviously this is very mirrored. And if you put the roughness up, this is what happens. The render's a little bit slow on this. But yeah, you get the general idea. So that's your second glass that you can do. The third glass that you can do, we'll take the original right here. Allows me to. So Shift D, just to duplicate. When it decides to play ball, there we go. Right, okay, so this one, just put this onto regular view again. So this one right here, we're going to do a red one. So, do this cross. Okay, so we want to take the glass and we want to just duplicate this. We're going to add a noise texture onto here. And what we should be getting is this kind of pattern. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to improve some of the roughness on this. Just take some of it away a little bit so we've got these little bumps going on. And then we want to go to the bump texture. Let's place that right here. We want to go colour to height. And when it loads in, you should get something like this. So now we go colour ramp. No, we don't want color. Oh, yeah, colour ramp right here. Just place it between the glass and the bump, and now we have this kind of wavy kind of pattern going on with this particular light. So now you can change the colours, whatever you'd like. So we're gonna go click on the white. Just change this. Maybe we could have like red. Oh, you crashed. Right. So I think that concludes the tutorial today. We crashed. So yeah, you get the basic idea of what's going on. I'll see you in the next one. Please like, subscribe. Yeah, all that jazz. See you later. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're doing game items. So I'm going to go ahead and delete the default cube. And I'm going to go ahead and start with, let's go with a cylinder. So we're making a coin today. I'm just going to scale this out so you guys can see what I'm doing. And then I'm just going to pull this in now. The resize as well. If I just remove the screencast keys just for 1 second, I think I can still get to this menu. No, 1 second. Let me just get rid of this. Let's go to add and then cylinder. I'm going to move the vertices up a little bit. So we've got that nice little smooth outside ring on the coin itself. So we're just going to shade this down, even scale this down. Edit mode. We'll take the top face right here, and then we're going to take the bottom face right here. We're going to go E fret extrude and just leave it where it is. So what we're going to do with this, we need to amend both sides at the same time. So we're going to go scale, and then we're going to go scale again, but scale inwards. So scale against one of the axes, and then scale inwards. E fret extrude again, leave it where it is, and then we'll scale inwards again. And then we're going to go E fret extrude again. And then we want to scale inwards again. So if I put the X-ray on just there so you guys can see. So we're just going to go ahead and scale inwards just here. And then we will shape this in just slightly. So this item right here. Let's see what we can do with this. So we're going to go to the object mode. You want to shade this somewhat smooth. We've just gone to the render mode right here. We can go to, instead of Eevee, go to cycles. We're going to go into the materials tab. We'll go new material. This will be gold. Go ahead and make this slightly orangey yellow. Make this metallic, just by slight. And then we're going to take the roughness down. Now we might amend this afterwards, but what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add a text. So just come up to here and then just select text. So when editing text, we're going to come to object mode right here. Go to edit mode. Just delete this and we're going to type coin. So this will be a little coin for your game or whatever you'd like. You can put a $sign on there if you wanted to, or you can put pound on there, whatever you need. I'm just going to put coin for mine. Scale it in just a little bit. Okay, so we're going to come over to the this tab right here, which is the data tab. Let's go to geometry, and you want to extrude this just slightly so that it comes through the side of the coin. Make sure that it doesn't come through the back side of the coin. So what you want to do is you want to make sure that your extrude is just a little short of that back, because what we're going to do is put this on the back once we're done. So press G, bring it up, and just place it just above here so we can see that little bevel going on. Let's go to material, go to your drop down and select gold. So now these two materials will be the same. So I'm actually going to flip this on its side. So let's go rotate even and 90 degrees. Press G, we can bring this up. So the lighting is actually in the incorrect place, but I can go ahead and just make a secondary light right here. One here so we can see what's going on with this. Okay, so when you've got the coin as is, you've got a blank side on this side. So what you want to do, take this, Shift D, we'll just pull it out at the back there, rotate by 180, and then we're going to go ahead and just stick this back onto the coin itself. Just here, just make sure that it doesn't go through the opposite side and interrupt this one. So, want to make this a little bit more shiny, we can turn the roughness down as well. I'm just going to go ahead and add a plane in, because everything that I do that's shiny kind of looks a lot better when there's a plane in here. So what you can do with this as well, we can have some bump nodes put in here as well. If you want to go ahead and do that, it's just a shading tab. You got your little coin right here. So this will be the gold material that we've just put on. But if we want to add some shading to this, we can. We can do this in one of two ways. We can affect the roughness, or we can affect the colour itself. So if we go to noise texture, we can go colour to roughness. And now we kind of get this little noise kind of going on, like this kind of dirt kind of look to the coin as well. We can also add a colour ramp to this. So we can make this a little bit deeper as well. Give it a little bit of rust, give it a little bit of dirt. Yeah, it's like it's been passed from character to character and it's become a little bit weird in a way. We can also go to base colour and we can make that a little bit more rustic, so we can go ahead and add a noise texture. Oops, I'm just going to move this to here. Let's move that out a little bit. And another noise texture, colour to colour base. Now you'll notice with this noise texture that it becomes like this. So what we want to do is, I'm just going to scale this noise texture up a little bit. So we've got that nice little grain coming through. And we've got the dirt still on the outside of the coin. We're going to add a colour ramp just in the middle right here. And now what we're going to have to do is put the colour back in. So we're going to go for that nice little gold that we had prior. We can add some extra little tones in here if you wanted some red, or you wanted a little bit of blue to make it look like it had oxidized a little bit. You can do that. So once you've got that, you can also do a bump. So you want to move the noise texture just to the side right there and add bump into the middle, and you want to go colour to height. Oops, not distance, sorry, height. And now you've got this nice little kind of rustic, kind of messed up coin that's got some grease on it. And you've also got some bumps on it. Now if you wanted to scale this outwards a little bit, you can do. You can also scale it inwards a little bit, so that it's one kind of thing, so it looks like it's been roughly cut. You can also extrude this text a little bit if you wanted to, so go back to your A right here for your data. Your geometry, just pull this out just a little bit more So we've gone 0.6. Just make sure it doesn't connect with the opposite side, and then we can take this side and we can put this one to 0.6 as well. Let me see. Yeah. And that would be your coin. If we just put it on the render tab. I'm only going to keep it on the render tab for a while. It's like, it's super sunny outside and my computer is currently acting like a space heater. It's just like, oh my gosh. It's crazy. So the problem with English houses is like they're great at keeping in heat. Like, and when it comes to summer, it's just like, oh my gosh. Many of our houses were made when it was quite cold in winter, and nowadays we've got a lot of heat. I'm just going to turn this down a little bit with the black. Yeah, my house was like made just after World War II, and it's just so insulated. It's unreal. The more modern houses, they're built like American houses where they've got drywall in between and not brick. Yeah, but these ones are like solid. They're just so hot. We don't have aircon here either. We just have central heating. So, yeah. I'm just going to make this a little bit more orange. Just to make it look a little bit more coin-like. But you guys can make these coins any way that you want. I'm just showing you. This is how you can make some of them right here. I don't think that's yellow enough. I think it's just too much. Let's take this up and then make it a bit more orange. I think that would be okay. Yeah, so that's a basic gaming coin. I'll see what I can do in the next one. I'm kind of like looking at different ideas and looking into doing stuff, and I'm also contacting a few gaming companies and saying like, hey, do you mind me recreating some of your items from your games, like basically just to show people how to make them. I haven't had any replies yet, so yeah, there's that. But I'll see what I can do as regards to fan art, because I'm sure that like there's maybe a small loophole that I could look into. I don't know. I don't want to do anything without companies giving me permission, but if they do have a fan art page, it's kind of different. So yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Hope you enjoyed. Like, subscribe. Bye bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So as you can see, the webcam is currently not working. So my computer's been having a lot of problems at the moment. So one of my hard drives is busted, and one of my hard drives wouldn't show up today. And also the camera's not working properly, the little webcam that I have. So I'm not too sure what's going on. It looks like it's a motherboard issue, or something's not been downloaded, or I don't know at the moment. We're going to try and find out what's going on with this computer. She is at least roughly about 4 years old, so I guess at some point things are going to start to break. So what I'm going to do today, the mic thankfully is working and I can still screencast. So I'm going to show you how to make glowing trees today, and hopefully I can find some sort of solution to these problems that I'm having, because every single day it just seems to be something new that's gone wrong, and it's just it's a big thing. So yeah, let's change to our render settings from Eevee to cycles, and we're gonna go to add. We're gonna go curve, and we're gonna go sampling tree gen. So we also need to get rid of this default cube. Sorry, I'm just gonna backtrack on this a little bit. Also, I need to put the keys on again. My gosh, today's just been like so stressful, because I thought that genuinely one of my hard drives had gone down again, and I thought like that's the hard drive that I make everything on. Like that is something that I really don't want to go down. So we're going to get the cube out of here, we're going to get the light out of here as well, we don't need that. Go to your world settings right here in the corner, and we're just going to go ahead and we're just going to make everything black, so that when we actually render, the whole background will be black as well. So what I'm going to do is go to add, we're going to go mesh, and we're going to go curve. Sorry, we're going to just go under mesh, go to curve, go to tree sampling gen, and you'll get a little tree just like this. So what you want to do is go to the sampling tree gen right over here in the corner. I'm just going to go ahead and remove these screencast keys so you can see what I'm doing. So right here in the corner, we've got geometry, we have branch radius, splitting, growth. Now you can mess around with these settings as much as you want. I'm looking for the leaves at the moment, so we're going to go show leaves, and then we have these beautiful leaves that come on just here. So I'm just going to make this as a generic tree just for this tutorial, because I don't have everything that I need right now, because I'm a little bit concerned about the way that this PC is kind of operating right now. So I don't want to put too much pressure onto it. I just want to find out what's going on, and then I can try and figure out why we've got the problems that we do. So if we go on to the regular render mode, we can see that there's no light coming from this tree. What you want to do, go on to this mode right here, select the leaves, make sure that you don't select the tree, because the leaves and the tree are two different objects. We're going to go back to this render mode right here, go to material, you want to press new right here, we're going to go to principal BSDF, and then go to emission. And you'll notice now that these leaves all start glowing. So you can change the colour to this any way that you'd like. You can have it kind of like a lime green or something. The original tree is always going to stay the original material. This one doesn't actually have a material at the moment, so we can go with new. And then we can go, say like a dark brown or something like that, for that part of the tree. And then all these leaves are glowing. So you can actually reduce the glow if you'd like to as well. Just kind of give it a slight glow, so that we can see some of these branches that are going on in the back. I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate this tree right here, just to give us some different colours and stuff like that. So if we have both of these trees, we can go ahead and take this material right here, just duplicate it so it's material 03, and then we can go ahead and change this one to a different colour from this one. So now we have this kind of very nice pink glowing tree, and then we have this tree right here. If you wanted to, you could add some bump nodes onto the back right here, just to kind of give some little impressions. We'll see what's going on. Yeah, that's how you basically make trees glow, like the movies, within this program. And what you could actually do as well, you could take like these leaves right here. So if I could just grab these ones. Okay, so if we go Control D, and then we can duplicate these. So right here, we can actually put this onto a new material, and we could put this as, say, like a principal BSDF. So now we have some leaves that glow, we have some leaves that don't. So this could give us a little bit more definition as well. So we just press G and just bring this up a little bit. We can now kind of get this very funky kind of weird striped tree with a little bit of undertoning going on compared to the solid colour of the emission right here. So yeah, that's the tutorial for today. I hope you guys like it. Please subscribe. I'm going to try and make some more tutorials before my computer completely goes. Hopefully I can get it fixed. It seems to be working pretty well on the graphics actually, so there's definitely nothing wrong with the graphics card or the processing units, or the RAM. In fact, the RAM seems absolutely fine, but there's definitely something going on with the motherboard. So I will see you in the next one. Have a great day, guys. Alright, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we are going to be doing a couple of trees with kind of like a moon type background with some stars and stuff. So what I'm going to do, let's go ahead and I'm going to show you the preferences menu because you guys are going to need the sampling tree gen. So sampling tree gen can be found in the add-ons. So you're going to go to edit and then preferences, then add-ons. I don't think you can see the pop-out on this side, but yeah, it's preferences and then go to add-ons. And you want to type in tree gen and just go ahead and check the box for tree gen. So what we're going to do, we're going to go with add to begin with. And then, you know, I'm going to delete the default cube before we begin with that. But we're going to go add. You want curve, sampling tree gen. So, with this particular one, I've got my screencasting keys just over the top of it. Just 1 second, I'm just going to turn these off. We got sampling tree gen just here in the corner. What you can do is you can change your tree to anything that you really want with load present. So you can have like birches, you can have anything that you want really. So since this is a Halloween kind of project, we're not going to add the leaves, but I'm just going to leave this as a genetic tree. So what I'm going to do, we'll come from this angle right here. I'm going to go ahead and add a plane. We're going to scale this up. So you've got it going quite a distance and scaled up in the background too. I'm going to go ahead and add the camera to this angle right here. So all you need to do is view, align view, align camera to view. Just going to press G and move this around a little bit. And now for rotate as well, I'll turn the screencasting keys back on. So R for rotate, just hold the center scroll right there. And we're just going to go ahead and just move this to where we need it to be. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move this tree just to the side right here. Let's put it just here so it's just off center. And then I'm going to go ahead and just add some more. Rotate this just ever so slightly so you've got that little bit of difference going on. And what you can do is you can put these into the distance a little bit too. So let's go ahead, rotate this, kind of make a little bit of a forest. So if I go ahead and just have this as the camera angle and then the trees, what we can do, I'm going to go ahead and make a material. So let's go new with material, we'll say tree. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put them as kind of a dark brown just for the time being. Make sure that every tree has got this. Let's see, tree right there. Okay, so I'm going to take these three. And I'm going to go ahead, Shift D, and just start duplicating them all over the place basically. And we're just going to make a forest. You can go ahead, put these backwards. Rotate them slightly. Just basically make a space. Take these ones. You'll notice as well they start to disappear in the background. Don't worry, I'll teach you how to amend that. Let's go ahead and put some more here. Just going to rotate these round. Random patterns and stuff like that. And then we can take the entire thing, just box select and just Control Shift. Just put those in the background. Now, these trees that aren't appearing in the background, this is because of the camera. So go to your camera options right here. You'll have clip start and end. You just want to go ahead and just pull that back into the distance. So when we render it, it should look something like this. And I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this light right here because we don't need it. What we're going to do, let's go ahead And we're going to add, I'm going to go ahead and make this dark. And then I'm going to go to the shading tab. We'll go to the world settings just at the side right here, and we're going to add a noise texture, color to color. And when we have the noise texture, it should look something like this. You want to scale this up so you've got little points going on. Then we're going to go to add, and we'll go color ramp. So, let's see, we're going to put the colour ramp right here in the middle. You want to pull the black across, then we've got this nice little starry sky. And you can make this a very busy sky, you can make this with less stars if you wanted to, maybe just like a few. So we could go like that. I'm going to go with view and camera and active camera. Let's see, view, cameras, active camera. So now we can see that we've got all these stars going on. What we can do is we can make a little bit of a sunset if you wanted to. So we could go add. You could, let's see, with these two we can go add. So we've got A and we've got B. So B doesn't currently have anything on it, but A does. So with B, what we can do color ramp again, Shift D, bring it to the bottom, color with B, and we can change the way that this is going to look. So instead of kind of stars and stuff like that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of that one. Let's go to add. Maybe we could do shader, background right here maybe. With B, actually no, you know what, that's not going to work. Let's go to add, and we want color ramp. Just here, color to B. And what we want to do is add a noise texture, color to the FAC, just underneath. What you want to try and do is get a nice little pattern going through this. So maybe we'll just do, say there, we'll change this to a blue. Let's see, like kind of sunset blue, I guess. Or you could do an orange if you wanted to. We'll do a blue. Kind of gives the impression of clouds as well. So we could do it like this. A couple of clouds, a couple of stars. To pull the stars back a little bit, just go to your factor and just pull this down. Make kind of like a dark night. And then we're going to add the moon in the background. So let's go to layout. Add. And we'll go with, I don't know what I just added there, but we don't want that. Let's go to add, mesh, UV sphere, shade smooth, scale it upwards. And you're going to take this to the back of the trees. And we'll go into the background right here. Press G, just bring this across. We're going to make this an emission piece. So we're going to go new, principal BSDF to emission. You can turn this up, turn this down, whatever you want to do with it. Totally up to you. And then we'll go to the shading tab for this. Change the world to object. Going to go to add, and we'll go color. We'll go noise texture. Color to color. And then we're going to go to add, color ramp. Right in the middle here. And just kind of add some little bits of texture to the moon. Just to make it look moony. kind of thing. And then this floor right here that we've got, we can actually scale this outwards. And we can go to, let's go to the particle system. Press plus. We want to go for hair to make grass. And we want to increase the number that we have on there. So, let's see. We want hair with that one. You might need to make a separate piece just for this because I think it's too big. Let's just shrink this down just ever so slightly. You can see the hair on it there. So, with the hair, let's increase the number. So, put the meters down just a little bit as well. Maybe add a couple of zeros onto this. Or a couple more. Totally up to you what you want to do with it. Material, we could go new. And we could go like a dark green or something. So when we've got the render, this will essentially be grass. So you could add a couple more 1,000 particles to it if you wanted to. Totally up to you. You could also add a little bit of lighting inside of the tree. So if we go add cube, we could go ahead and scale this out at the back right here within the trees. Hold on, where's it gone? Yeah, there it is. So we could actually take this and we could go new, and we could make this an emission, make it red. And you could like have some sort of backlighting in the forest. Let's press G, just bring it forward. Yeah, about there I would say. So you can see that grass just a little bit more. You can like do segments and stuff like that. It's totally up to you what you want to do with it. Our lion is about to freeze. So yeah, you've got like this nice little dark grass kind of stuff going on. This is a particle system as well. I mean, like you could put little particles in here if you wanted to. I personally will put a depth of field as well. So let's put a depth of field. Let's choose a random tree just for there. Kind of focusing on one bit and everything else is blurred kind of thing. Kind of works really well. So that's just like a basic kind of spooky scene if you guys are interested in that. You could also make the moon orange if you wanted to. So like if you go to shading, you press plus, you can put like an orange kind of moon in there. Make it like a blood red moon if you wanted to. If that's your kind of style. Totally up to you. Yeah, so that's the tutorial. I will see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a box of pens. So this particular tutorial is pretty easy to do. It's just a lot of duplication at the end of the day. My keyboard is not flat for some reason. Oh, there we go. Right, okay. So we're basically going to be making these, which are little pens, if you guys can see that. If I actually make myself larger, maybe you guys can see me. There we go. So yeah, these are the pens that we're going to be making. I'm not going to show the brand, but we're going to be making something along the kin of this. So if I just take myself down just a little bit, boop, boop, boop. We can sit me right there. I can look all pretty. Ooh. So we're going to be working on just making these pens really. So we're going to start off with a default cube, and we might be doing some beveling as well, just to kind of bring these pens in a little bit. Also, these pens have nibs, so if you want to make the nibs for the pens, you can go ahead and do that as well. If you just want a box of pens, you don't have to make the nibs. Less rendering, less building time, I guess. But totally. Right, so I'm not going to copy the design directly, because obviously I may get into some trouble for that, but we're going to make a version of this pen. So, to begin with, we'll start with the default cube. You're not going to need your light at the moment. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of the camera as well. And also, let's put on these screencasting keys, because I keep forgetting. So, right, for this one, we are going to go sideways with this project. So, if you just take your default cube and just roll it just sideways, just as is. Just going to take the base of this pen off just to see what we're doing. Right, let's go to edit mode. So each side is different. We've kind of got this thicker and thinner side. You can have any side that you would like. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off by going with E-fret extrude. Oops, sorry. E-fret extrude. We're going to go and just extrude this in just ever so slightly and just bring it back. So we've got that nice little catch for the lid. We're going to go E-fret extrude again. Just scale it down just slightly. E-fret extrude, leave it where it is. Scale it outwards just slightly, so this is going to be the second catch. Just press G to go forward slightly. And then we're going to go E-fret extrude. I think I made that a little bit too big on that side, but we can always edit that one. So we go Z, and then we can go S for scale, just edit it down just ever so slightly. E-fret extrude, and then what we're going to do is go from this part, scale it down again, and then E-fret extrude, and then scale down into this nice little point. So at this point, this starts actually to round off a little bit. So what we can do, we can edit the vertices in the end, just to make it a little bit more round. And what we're going to do, just go E-fret extrude, bring it out to the front, and then E-fret extrude, and then what we can do, just scale it in just here, and then E-fret extrude straight back. So this is where the nib's going to sit. So if we take these two parts right here, and we just go shade and just pull them out a little bit, because it is square, but it's quite almost hexagon as well. So if we can pull out that side, let's go with, you know, I'm just going to go scale sideways, maybe 1. Okay, let's go 10. Okay, no. Let's just experiment with this for 1 second. 2, 1. Let's go 1.5. Let's see how that works. No, maybe not 1.5. Maybe 1.2. 1.2 is pretty good. So when you do this side as well, just Control R with that. And then we're going to go scale upwards. And then we're going to go, I think it was 1.2 we worked on. So yeah, 1.2 right there. So that will be the exact same size all the way around for this pen. So once we get to the nib of the pen, we can put a nib in the middle of this. Now this is where you're going to have to pay attention to detail if you're making any animations or anything like that, because if you take one pen and you make it a certain colour, a certain shade or whatever it is, you're going to have to do it to the outside of the pen as well. So say if you had a blue pen, you're going to have to make the nib blue, and you have to make the lid blue, and yeah, everything else is going to have to be blue as well. So that's something that you need to consider whilst making these as well. If you're going to make a pack of them, they all have to be different shades. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a series of pens, I think, and then we'll make the lids, and then we'll put the lids on the pens. So we're going to take this side as well, and you just want to do the exact same that you just did. So for this side, if I just go and split this for you guys, so you guys can see what's going on. So we can see the splits that we need right there. And then we just need to make sure that we've got the same kind of splits coming onto this side as well. So I'm just going to shift that out of the way. So we go E-fret extrude, scale it inwards just slightly. You can make this as big as you want, small as you want, because this is the other side of the pen. It could be the thick side, the small side, the fine detail, whatever it might be for you. I'm just going to go ahead and just scale that inwards. It doesn't have to be exact, but if you wanted exacts, you can do. Let's go here. Just going to go E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude. This one's a little bit too big again. I always do these too big. If they are too big, just press the toggle X-ray just right there, and then just grab this and just scale it inwards to where you need it. Maybe just pull that back just a little bit. Just take this X-ray mode off and just grab these faces again. Okay, so we're going to go E for extrude, scale it downwards, and then we can go E for extrude on the end, and then right at the end when we do this we can go E for extrude, scale it inwards slightly, and then E for extrude, pull it back. So this is where the nib's going to sit. So we now have this very nice little pen going on. So let's shade this smooth. We're going to go edit mode. I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of this just for 1 second whilst I just show you this part. So this part right here, if we go to edit mode, we can see that we've got all these lines across. These are our little sections that we've got. So what we want to do is I'm just going to half this and then quarter it. I'm going to half it again. Oops, I think that one moved. Yeah, let's get that in there. So, just to get it at the right size, you're going to want to put little stripes across the edges just to kind of indicate what colour it is. So I don't think there's anything more frustrating as picking up pens out of a box and not knowing what colour you're picking up. So let's go all the way around the edge right here. Oops. Okay, turn that upside down. Alright, so to do the different tones, the different materials, colours, whatever you want to call it, we can go to this tab right here. So material will always be your base. So if we type in base for that one, we can make this slightly metallic so we've got this nice little plastic look. If you're not already, change your render engine to cycles from Eevee. Your render engine is just up here. So once we've got this, you can see there's no light in here. So if we go to object mode, we can add, let's see, we'll add a little point. Or maybe change that to a sun actually. Yeah, okay, so I'm just going to grade this down just a little bit. Actually, no. Oh, that's really weird. It's gone to 10. So once we've got this, I'm just going to add a mesh, a plane as well. Just so we can see some of that shade coming through. Alright, so if we go back onto the pen, go to the edit mode, we still have these two faces selected right here. So we're going to go plus, and we're going to go assign, new, and this one will be the edging colour. Now with these pens, what you'll realise is that you've kind of got, if you guys can see that, it's like a pink, but then the nib is slightly darker. So when you're doing your different tones and stuff like that, you want to put the nibs as being slightly darker because it's going to be a different material as well. It just basically, it gives the impression that they are, they're different materials. So one's plastic, obviously one's plastic, and then one's kind of like a felt material that you're going to be using. So you need to put that colour differentiation in there and maybe some tones as well. So making the edging colour right here, we can assign this, make sure it's assigned, and then we can change this to green, change this to blue, pink, go red. Let's go with green for this one. So I'm going to make this a green. Let's turn up the metallic just slightly because this is a plastic that we're working with. You want to try and match the plastic on this side with the plastic on the green as well. So we go to object mode just there. We can see that we've got this nice little shiny plastic. What I'm going to do is go to the edit mode. I'm just going to go 1 for the moment. And I'm just going to take these faces right here and these faces right here. Let's go on to the X-ray mode actually, that would be better. Right, so we got these faces right here. We're going to go plus, and this will be the pen end. And we're going to go with a nice grey for this one, just to kind of offset it a little bit. And then just turn up the metallic just slightly. So we've got a different designed pen from what we're actually making, because I don't want to end up in a difficult situation with a company, you know. So let's go with add as well. Yeah, I do like to make everyday objects, but sometimes, like I'm reminded, you can't make everyday objects. Sometimes you have to make variations of them, because otherwise companies will get a little bit annoyed with you over the pens or over whatever you've made, you know. So let's do the nib right here. So I'm just going to shade this smooth, and then we're going to go edit. Take this face right here, just at the end. E for extrude, and then I'm just going to rotate this just ever so slightly, and then just kind of pull it in just a little bit, so you've got that nice little angle on the end of it, just right there. And then this, as I said before, needs to be a different colour from the rest of them. So we have this nice little edging colour, which is green. We're going to go new with this one, and we'll do a little bit of a darker green on this. So then we can take this, and then we can place this at the opposite side. Just Shift D. Oops. Sorry, I am blocking the blooming thing there. I didn't realise I'd be doing that. So we're going to rotate this 180, and then press G, and then just bring it back to where this one needs to be. Now if you wanted this one to be an elongated one, just take the end and then make it longer. So if we take this one and we go edit mode, oh wow, police cars have just zoomed down the road. So this one is a little bit thicker, just right there. Just at the end. Yeah, this street is super interesting that I live on, because we recently had an electric car fire. Yeah, so someone left there. That sounds like it's outside. It's not, it's just a van passing. But we recently had an electric car fire here, and it was super sunny. We're having a bit of a drought at the moment. If you guys are on my other YouTube channel, which is Trailblazer Adventures, I think the video has been uploaded now. I go down to the reservoir, and the reservoir is usually right up against the trees, and the reservoir was in the middle, so we've had a huge drought. I'm just going to make the lid real quick here and now continue my story. So just select your cube, and then, oops, don't press H, press G, and then move it across. But I went to the reservoir, and there was nothing there. There was just, it was kind of like just a huge puddle in the middle. And they're having a little bit of a problem with rainfall at the moment. I press E for extrude, scale it in, and then just scale in the inside of the lid, just as such. But yeah, they're having this huge problem with rainfall. And someone left their electric car out. I think we were 1.2 on the scale. So scale, and then 1.2. Yeah. And then 1.2 on the other side. But yeah, as regards to this car, he left it out in the hot sun. And incidentally, I think it was a Tesla. It just went up in flames. Because it's just been super hot. Sorry, I'm just trying to get that story out and do this. But yeah, it's been super hot. Yeah, it's been a pain in the backside, because we have a pool. We don't have a full pool, but we have like a kind of bubble, kind of inflatable thing. We can't use it because there's no water. There's water shortage. So it's like, yeah, we get that we can't use it, and we understand that, and we've not used it. So yeah, it's just one of those things. So as in regards to this project, We've got our little lid right there. You can make this a lot shorter if you want to. Yeah, remember 1.2 on each side when you're scaling out. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to bring this back a little bit. I think it's too big. And I'm just going to scale it inwards a little bit. Just give it that little bevel. You know what? I'm going to pull it in on this side actually. So if we go G, just pull it inwards. And then E fret extrude, leave it where it is. Scale inwards and then E fret extrude again and bring it back to that part just there. And then these inner faces right here that we can see, we can just bring these back. Just try and aim for the dots if you use an X-ray to do this with. It should be in the middle. But yeah, the summer's been super warm. So that's the reason why, excuse me, why the Tesla, or whatever it was, the electric car, I'm presuming it was a Tesla, because it's usually a Tesla, around this part, right, like around here, burst into flames because it got too hot. So if we take this lid right here and we put a little bit of colour on there, so if we go Control R, let's go on the outside. If I just take off the X-ray mode, we should get that. Then we can put that on there. We can go object mode. Oh, sorry. Edit mode. We're going to need to put the original colours back on this one. You could actually go side view, X-ray, and then take all of these. And I mean, you might select the one on the inside, but it should be fine. You're not really going to see that. So if we go to the drop down menu here rather than pressing new, we can go edging. Oops. Sorry, 1 second. I did that wrong. Right. So we've got the object here. We're working with a new object. We press plus. My gosh, my blooming mouse is going for a walk. Here we go. Right. So this is the base color. This is base. If we press plus, then we go down to the drop down menu to edging color and assign. That's how we do it. Right. So once we've got this design of pen, we're going to go Shift D, move this to the other side, rotate this 180, and then make sure that it sits and fits on the other end. If you can't see what you're doing with that and it's too far over, as you can see, you can just use the X-ray mode and then you can see where the edging of the pen is, just as such. So now we have this nice little pen that we have. You could put some writing on the edge of here as well if you wanted to. So if you want to do that, just add text. And it will come out like this. So it's always laid down. So if you go to the edit mode, you can just about see the text. So if you just take that back. And then you go Becky's pen for my one. And then press G, just bring it up. Put it just about central. And then what you can do is go to the text right here, which is the data kind of thing. Go to geometry. You can do an extrude. So now you've got this written on the side of the pen. Go to your materials tab. And then go to black, just there. Yeah, so if you want to look directly up as well, press 7. I will say 7 to heaven. Looking down. You can place it just about there. So now we've got this nice little design going on with the pen. We can also do some other designs. So what I can do is I can take this entire pen. So I'm just going to get rid of the back just right here. This lighting, I'm just going to move it up so we can see what's going on. So if we take all of the pen right here, so if we just select everything, you'll notice the light gets selected as well. Just double click that so that you can lose that. So if we press Shift D, move this across. And then press Shift D again, move this across. Shift D, move this across. Keep going. Oh, sugar. You can also place on there what colour it is. So usually like they name colours like a really weird thing. So it's like you could have a deep royal blue and they'll call it like moonlight sunshine or something like that, you know. Like, oh, okay, you know. So we've got all these pens right now. So I'm just going to go 7 to heaven. So we have all these pens, they're all green, and we want to change them to different colours. So the way that we change them to different colours, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select these lids either side, and you want to do one row at a time. So we're going to leave the top one as green, take all of these, and we're just going to press G and move them across. Oops. Just press G, move them across, and then we're going to do the same to this side as well. And press G and move them across. Oops, we've missed one again. G, move them across. There we go. So what we can do now is if we go for the materials tab just here. Sorry, 1 second, I got a knock at the door. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So in this Blender tutorial we are going to be making kind of like a lamp kind of thing, lamp shade. So we're going to go ahead and just delete everything right now, and I'm going to go ahead and add a circle. We'll start with that one, just scale it out a little bit. I'm going to go over to the edit mode. We're just going to press F for fill, E for extrude. And what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to just scale this just here, E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it inwards, and then I'm going to go ahead and just delete these two faces right here. So we're going to delete the face on the bottom. I think this would be a better way to do it. Just delete the face on the bottom, delete the face on the top, so we've got a nice little ring going on. So with this ring, so scale it upwards again, right click, shade smooth, you're going to go to the edit mode. Press A to select everything, E for extrude. And we're just going to go E for extrude again and just scale it in just slightly on the top. So you got that kind of little bit of bevel on the top, and then just select this inner ring right here. Shift Control, E for extrude, bring it down just slightly, and then just scale it inwards again. So we've kind of got this little ring going on. Alright, so we're going to go to object mode. We're going to start making these little bits of string. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to take the cylinder, we're going to shade this, scale this all the way up, scale this inwards, then scale it up again. So we've got kind of this very long string going on. Just scale it down just a little bit more. It's more of a string shape. Scale upwards, and then what we're going to do, just go ahead and press G, bring it up. And it might be a little bit hard to see, so I'll just zoom in a little bit, press G again, bring it up. You want to, if you press 1, you can just get it on the side right here. So you just want to get it so that it's just touching the ring side. Obviously it's not touching the ring now, but we'll move this over to this side. My dog's rooting in things again, I might have to stop him in a minute. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to go to the materials tab, we're going to go new. And then always lay down now, it's cool. And then we're going to take this string right here, we'll go to the base color, we'll go to, we'll just change this to black. And then we're going to go add again, and we'll go to the icosphere, scale it down. Now what you're going to want to do, you want to do your icospheres all together, because when we make a load of icospheres, if we make all the materials separately, it's going to take you a while to do all of these. So you're going to have to do all of your icospheres in one go, and then we'll duplicate everything. I'll show you what I mean. So we're going to go new. We're going to go to glass, BSDF for this icosphere. If you're not already, go into cycles on your render engine, come back to the materials tab, and we're just going to turn down this roughness. So now what I mean about this, you're going to have to do everything together. If you do one object and then you change the material for that object and then duplicate it, every single duplicate that you do of that object will be the exact same material. Alternatively, if you just do a load of objects and then you try and add the material, all of the objects will have different materials unless you assign them. So it's just a lot easier to get the objects assigned with a material to begin with, and then duplicate everything. So just press 1 on your number pad. So what you're going to want to do is take this icosphere right here, because this is going to be one of the jewels that's going to be hanging down. You want to put it so that it's just above the ring right here. So we want to fill this string that we've got going straight up with all of these little icospheres. So we're going to go Shift D, and if you press 1, you'll notice that it comes into a certain parameter. So if you go ahead and press Shift D again and you press 1 on the number pad, that will be equidistant to the last and the prior of these little string things. So now if we select them all and we go Shift D, we're going to want to go ahead and press either 3 or 4. Now if we press 4, you're going to see that there's a gap, so we need to backspace that and press 3. So we take all of these. How many have we got? We got like 5. Double click to select your string. So we're just going to press 5 on the number pad right here. Should be correct. Yep, okay. So now we have this really short string right here, so I'm just going to go ahead and do this individually. So I'm just going to press 1, take the second one, press 1, take the second one, and then we press 1 again, and you'll notice that we've got this little bit of string at the bottom right here. So what we can actually do with this, we can just press G, and we can just kind of bring it down a little bit. Alternatively, if you want to get technical with it, I'm just going to go ahead and press Control Z and just like undo what I did. I'm just going to go ahead to the end of this right here. If you go into the edit mode, just select the faces at the top, press G, and you just want to bring it down a little bit. Now in most of these where you've got hanging beads, have a little bead at the end to stop them from coming off. So if we go to press 1 on your number pad, goes to the side view, we can see that we can now see the end of it. So we want to make a little bulb on the end of this. So we're just going to go E for extrude, S for scale. I'm going to go E for extrude, S for scale, E for extrude, S for scale. Just kind of make it a little bit of a bead kind of thing going on. You could kind of point this a little bit if you wanted to. I don't know why you'd want to point this, because obviously this is hanging from the ceiling. You don't want someone to come over and like scratch their head on it, right? So now you've got these going on. So you notice as well that this is technically upside down from what we would usually make it. So we need to take this and we need to flip it so that it sits right here. But we also don't have the ring in the correct place either. So from this point, and I kind of like making stuff upside down in a way sometimes, because it kind of gives you a different perspective of things, and you can also see things a little bit better as well. So I want to take this whole thing and we just want to flip it. So we're going to go, I'm going to select everything with the box select, just literally click and drag, and then we're going to rotate it, and we're going to go 180, so 180, so that everything's upside down. So now we've got the beads up in the middle right here. We're going to go box select, just select this right here. We're going to go G, bring it over to the side. Now at this point I'm going to open another tab actually, so you guys can see what's going on. So just get it roughly center, and you want to do this in the quarters. Don't do this in like the tenths or whatever like that. So if you imagine that this is a clock, let me just do this 1 second. So you imagine this is clock, this is 12 o'clock, this is 3 o'clock, 6 and 9, right? You don't want to be going for like 2 when you're doing this. So make sure that your beads sit roughly in the middle right there. I'm going to start with 3 o'clock to begin with. So let me show you how this works, because you know, with me I can just figure this out like pretty much straight away, but if you're new to this you don't really know what you're looking at. So yeah, it's not that I'm, excuse me dude, can you chew that somewhere else? That'd be great. Yeah. Sorry, I don't want to lie, my audio kind of messed up without chewing stuff. Yeah. Okay. Goats. Hey. Hey. Can you give me 5 minutes? Yeah, give me 5 minutes. Okay. Good boy. Right, so when you're doing this, we're going to want to do a 7 to heaven, and we're going to want to do a 1, which is at the side right here. I'm hoping you guys can't hear that, he's just chewing stuff at the minute. I don't want to like stop the tutorial and then go and stop him kind of thing, but yeah. Okay, we're going to go Shift D. Let's bring this across. And then we're going to go ahead, because at this point you've only got this one selected, so this one is this one on this side. So the one on this side is now not selected, so you're going to press Shift and we're going to go box select. Go straight across to the other side. Now we've got both selected. We're going to go ahead and press Shift D to duplicate, keep them where they are, R for rotate, and we're going to go 90. Okay, so now these two aren't selected, so we're going to go box select again, select all of these, and then we're going to go Shift D, and we'll want to rotate this, press R for rotate. So I believe this is 45, and then I think it's 22.5. Yeah, 22.5. So we're going to go ahead and box select all of this again. Shift D, keep it where it is, rotate, and then we're going to go 22.5. Sorry, give me 1 second. Wait, come on. Oh, let's go chew this out, Sparrow. Come on, come on. That's a good boy. Right. Right, he's out the room. Right, so where were we? 22.5, right? So, let's press Shift again. Let's box select this. Make sure that you don't select the ring at the top as well. Really important. So, we're going to go Shift D, duplicate. Keep it where it is. And then before we rotate, I'm just going to, let me see, so it should be 11.25, 11.25. So with this one right here, which reselects those, and we rotate, oops, we rotate on this side, yeah, so I need to duplicate these, so Shift D, duplicate, see where it is, rotate, and then we want to go 11.25. So, next time we do all these, we go Shift D, duplicate again, but we're going to divide by 2, so 5.625 I believe it is. So, on this one right here, let's reselect Shift D, and then leave it where it is, rotate, and we're going to 5.625. That should be right. So I don't think we can go any further with this because it's going to just be too much, I think, for what we have. But if we turn on the render and you're in cycles, so your render engines are right here, just where this tab is, where it looks like it's a camera. So I'm going to add like a plane so you guys can see some of the detail a little bit more. So maybe we'll go G with this one. So we've got some detail there, and then I'm going to go Shift D, and I'm just going to add a little bit of a ceiling just here because we're going to make the lights on the inside now. So I don't think we need this secondary one, so I'm just going to go ahead and just get rid of that. Okay, so we have a little lamp in the middle right here. I'm going to go ahead and add a cylinder just for the base, so you guys can make whatever you'd like with this. For me personally, I'm just going to make it like a cylinder. Let's see, shape that down a little bit. So we get G, bring that up, so that'll be the center of the light. So we're going to go to edit mode, take this little piece out, E for extrude, scale it downwards, E for extrude, scale it downwards, and then we'll go E for extrude, and then we'll just bring it in the middle right here. So this is where the light's actually going to sit, so I'm going to do this as a different entity right here. Make sure that's shaded smooth. We'll go to the materials tab and we'll just place this as black. And now we're going to go to, we can do an icosphere if you wanted to, or you can do UV sphere, totally up to you, but we need an emission. So maybe we could do like a long kind of bulb. just to go here. I guess when you're doing the gaming stuff, bulb doesn't really matter unless the character's looking at it, I guess. You also need a cross section up at the top right here, but I'm just going to go ahead and do the emission for this. So we're just going to go emission right here. Let's have it as kind of a little bit of a yellowy light, like it's an old bulb. We'll turn up this emission a little bit, so you can see some of the crystals on the side kind of glowing a little bit. They turned up. You can see a little bit more detail. Now if you take these crystals, you can actually change the colour of these as well, which is pretty neat. So when you change the colour of one, every single crystal, because it's the exact same material, will also change. So if you need a different material, I think I mentioned this on the last one that I did with one of these lamps. If you need a different material, you're going to have to assign it to a new material, the actual object itself. So right here we can see that I can change this to red. We can get this one blue if you wanted it to be blue. Let's kind of go with this colour, like kind of an orange kind of colour just for this tutorial. So you notice this black is a little bit grey. I'm just going to turn up the roughness a little bit. And for this ring, I think I'm going to add maybe a little bit more metallic to it, maybe change it to kind of a more goldy kind of coloured ring. So if I name this gold, I'll show you a neat little trick. So if I name this gold, so some of you like to colour match. You know, you like one material and then you want to put another material that's the exact same and you try and colour match it. Don't do that, don't do that. I'll show you how to do this properly. So if you go into the mesh, go to cylinder. Now it doesn't matter about the cylinder, it doesn't matter about what you put in here. So if we just go ahead and scale this up, and then we rotate it by 90, scale it down. I'm just going to go ahead and make a cross section right here, because it's got to be held up by something. Okay, so I mean in detail wise, it doesn't have to be held up by something. You could have it floating if you wanted to, but you know, I think if you're going to put this out in the world, people are going to notice. So if you don't colour match this, so the colour matching, what you want to do, go to this drop down. So we just made the gold for that one, and then we just assign the gold onto this one, and that is the exact same material, that is the exact same shader. Even if I duplicate this, so we're going to shift D and then rotate this by 90. There you go, exact same colour. It looks a lot better than trying to colour match everything, I'll be honest with you. I'm going to go ahead and take this ring that I've got right here and just put it here, I think. So let's go Shift D, leave it where it is, and then just kind of scale it in. So just going to bring that downwards a little bit as well. Just gives the lamp a little bit more detail, the light shade even. We go Shift D again, scale it outwards. Yeah, okay, so now I've kind of got this detailed lamp. I feel like I've forgotten something. I don't know what I've quite forgotten, but yeah, it looks pretty good as a lampshade. There's something I've definitely missed off this. Like, I was supposed to do something, but for the life of me, I'm just kind of like, what did I miss? I guarantee you I'll go to bed tonight and I'll be like, that's what I missed. That's what I did. I messed up. But yeah, that's your basic kind of light shade, I guess, with little crystals. And as I said, you can change the tones to this. You can change, put it any colour that you want. Really, you can have a bright green one if you wanted to. Kind of like a blue aqua kind of theme going on. That's pretty cute. Yeah, whatever you want to do with that. Yeah, I guess I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. In this bulb as well, you could shape it out if you wanted to. I'm just going to leave mine like that. Yeah, okay. I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're doing a battery. So we're going to start off by deleting this default cube. I'm just going to go ahead, always forget this. Right, here we go. So we want to start off with a circle. Just scale it outwards just a little bit so you can work with it. Let's go to edit mode, press F for fill, E for extrude. And I'm going to split the screen actually, so you guys can see what's going on this side. So if I just press 1, pretty simple build. Just select this face on top just here, press G, just bring it up. About here, I'm going to go E for extrude, it goes to there. E for extrude, just move it just slightly, and then we're going to just scale it in just slightly. E for extrude again, just scale in slightly, and then we're just going to go E for extrude, and this will be the middle part of the battery, so the silver part of the battery. So I'm just going to go, I'm just going to extrude that in just a little bit more, just scale it in even, a little bit more. E for extrude, bring it up, and you just want to make a tiny little lip at this part, so E for extrude. Make it as small as you can, just scale it in, just for a little bit of a bevel. And then we go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale it in. And then at this point we are going to make the centre part, so to speak. Just about here, E for extrude. And then we're just going to scale it in just slightly, so E for extrude again, S for scale, E for extrude, S for scale. It's going to be the top of the battery. So when we come to the bottom of the battery, just going to click the base here, E for extrude, scale it in just slightly to give it that little bit of bevel. And then we will do E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it in, so you get about midpoint just here, and then E for extrude, because they do have this kind of little bit of a bump at the bottom, and then E for extrude again. And then we'll scale inwards. So that's your basic battery shape. We can then auto shade smooth. So if you want to add materials to this, we can go to new. Click for the new material. We'll go silver on this one. Go back to your edit mode. And what you want to do is select everything right here that's silver. So if you go into 1, on your number pad, and then we go into X-ray, we can actually do this very simply. So you want to get this part right here, and then this part right here, if you can see that. Just click, holding your left mouse button, and just drag it across, and then it will select everything on top. So this will be your silver. We want to just press plus for a moment, and then just assign new. This will be body. So we're going to change this in a moment, but the silver one, we want to assign this as silver, and then we want to go to the bottom here, and then do the exact same thing. So press 1, zoom in, and then just select the space right here. Assign this to silver. I think that's all assigned to silver right there. We're going to do silver in the middle as well. So just go ahead, select these faces right here. Assign this to silver. Now when we do the silver, just bring this down just a little bit. Bring your metallic up, and then bring your roughness down. Just click assign just to make sure that you've got all that. We'll go back to object mode. Now if your render engine is on Eevee, change it to cycles. And then if we switch to here, we can see that everything's silver, which we don't want everything to be silver. So if we go back to edit mode, you notice that in the materials tab, I made silver first and I made body. So body will be this one in the middle. So we press 1 on the number pad, and we get this one assigned to body. We can also assign, if you turn off your X-ray, and just click around here. This one's also going to be assigned for body. So body assign. And then we will make some different ones on top here as well. So let's get this in as well. Kind of did it a bit backwards, but yes, that's okay. So select these ones as well, assign these to body. And then we're going to do a body 2. So body 2, if we go to new, type body 2, and this will be like the labeling and stuff like that. So you can put anything on here. We'll go with orange. Press 1. Select these faces with X-ray turned on. Click assign. We can actually scale this upwards if you wanted to. Just bring it down when you do. So now we should have this kind of battery. Now, on my battery, we actually have this bit as orange as well, and we have kind of these little advertisements going on. So with this battery, we could go edit mode. Let's take off the X-ray just for a moment. Select all the way around here. And then all these faces right here. So we'll assign this to body 2. And then we've got the white here. So you can put any labeling on this if you want to, if you know how to do the labelings. But yeah, that's just your basic battery kind of thing. So yeah, you can change like the patterns and stuff like that. I don't know what labels you have on your batteries, but this is just a basic tutorial on how to make a little battery prop. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, hi guys, so welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing cabling or lining or wiring, whatever you want to call it. So I'm currently on Blender 4.3.2. So apparently it's different on this version of Blender compared to older versions of Blender, but basically what you need to type in is extra curve objects into your preferences. Your preferences can be found in your edit section under preferences. So just go ahead and install this. Should take a couple of seconds. I do believe that we have it there. Okay, so from here it's pretty easy. So right now I've got some walls and I've got some boxes and I want to get some lines running towards each. So I'm just going to choose a random box and then I'm going to choose a secondary random box. Don't forget to hit shift so that you've got them both. And then what we're going to do, we're going to hit shift again, but we're going to press A at the same time. So here we go. We're going into curve, we're going to go into knots, and then the cantenary, I can't even pronounce that, but yeah, that one. And you'll notice that we've got a line here. Now if you go into the bottom here, you'll see a lot of different options. The only problem is my my screen keys are in the way, so I'm just going to turn these off at the moment. Okay, so you can make this as long as short as you want. You can give it a couple of weird things. I mean, like, I would just say experiment with it a little bit. But now you see that we've got a line just there going between these two boxes. Let me see. So random seed 1, you've got all this kind of stuff that you can just mess around with it. Just see what works for you. You can make it thicker or thinner. Yeah, if I just turn on the render here, you can also see the wire coming across. I'm just going to rotate my sun a little bit so you guys can see that. So we've got the wire there. To change the colour, you just go to the materials section and you can just go ahead and change that. You've got roughness and stuff, so I mean you can do whatever you wanted with this. So let's see. Let's get another box in here. Let's see. I would like these two to run together. So Shift A, go to curve, knots, bottom option. Here's another knot. Yeah. Pretty kind of easy. So like Shift A, curve, knots. Got another one. So yeah, that's basically how it is. Your options are at the bottom to change these. I would change them when you do install them, because I don't think you can get the box back. I think it just disappears and it's forever kind of thing. Yeah, it just kind of disappears. It's the same with the trees. When you make trees, the options at the bottom also go. But yeah, you can have fun. Just, you know, Shift A, curve, knots, and just make as many of these lines as you possibly want. I hope that was helpful for you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Okay guys, welcome to the next tutorial. Today we are making a shot glass. So far we've made a wine glass, we've made a beer glass, and now we will make the shot glass. So pretty simple. We're just going to be starting off with a circle again. Let's add to mesh, circle, scale. It's going to be a pretty large demonstration of a shot glass, but there you go. Right, going to go number pad 1 just to show you what it looks like at the side. Go to edit mode, press F for fill, E to extrude, just scale it out just slightly, E to extrude. This is like a really easy build. Scale it out, E to extrude, and I think that will be our shot glass. You want to make the edges smooth, so just pull them in just slightly, E for extrude, scale, E for extrude, scale inwards, then take that down G. I'll just turn on the X-ray for you so you can see what's going on. You want to press E for extrude, bring it down, E for extrude again, bring it down, and then scale so there's a little bit of a lip along the sides. And then you can, you can do like a little extrude and just round it off if you'd like. This is your shot glass, your world. Okay, right click, shade smooth, and then we're going to the materials tab, new, and then we will add glass. So hold on, before I do that, I'm just going to go into the render and change this to cycles. We'll do rendered view. You can see the shot glass right here. It's a little bit rough. If you want a rough shot glass, or you can have a rough shot glass, I'm just going to turn the roughness down. And there is your shot glass. There is the glass in all its glory. Just add a, sorry, not a cube, a plane, just on the bottom so you can see it a little better. I don't know where the light's gone, but it's gone somewhere. Is that it? Are you the light? Right. There we go. Let's see. So you can see the basic shape of the shot glass coming through there. If I put the sun or a spotlight, maybe. You can also change the colour of your shot glass if you'd like as well. So you got a kind of blue shot glass there. Now you notice that that's quite dark. It's because I've only got one light on it at the minute. Let's see. Come on. My computer's been a bit slow tonight. Right. Let's get some more lighting on this. just going to alter the IOR just slightly so you got more light coming in. And there you have it. There's your shot glass. Hope to see you in the next one, guys. Don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell so you can get the next tutorial. Hi guys, welcome back to another tutorial. So today we're going to be doing just a regular smartphone. So yeah, we're going to start off with the default cube. Just scale it outwards and so you've roughly got the shape of a smartphone. Now we're going to scale it down so you've roughly got the back of one right there. Okay, so I mean you could do this in any way that you wanted really, depending on what model of phone you're modeling. I'm just going to go with like a generic shape. But you guys can go for something else. So what we're going to do, select the top, we're going to have curved edges. So E for extrude, just go up slightly and then just bring it in, scale inwards. And then we're going to do the same on the back as well. E, and then just scale inwards so it's curved. And then for the screen, we're just going to go ahead and select the top face, E for extrude, but don't move it, and then we're going to just scale in just ever so slightly. I mean you can include buttons on the bottom if you wanted to, but to be honest with you, like most smartphones have the little buttons integrated within the touch screens now, so that's going to be different. Okay, so what you want to do on this part is you want two different colours. So you've got the original material, which we're going to rename the phone back. And then you're going to want to make a secondary material with this. So press the plus button, go to new, and this is going to be screen. So screen is just going to be for the front of the phone, the rest of it will be the phone back, but if you want to create a different back for the phone, then you can make a third colour if you'd like. I'm going to do that in a second, but for the screen we're just going to click assign, and then we're going to go here and we're just going to make it a little bit grey and a little bit reflective as well. Now you can add stuff on here in the shading tab if you wanted to. You could have a photo, just make sure that you size it up. Okay, so we've got that now. I'm just going to go ahead and change my engine here, which is cycles, should be cycles. I'm going to shade it smooth. Now usually, like, especially if you've got like a few phone brands, I don't think I can mention brands on here, but a few phone brands have the drop off edges at the side, but we're just going to go with generic phones for today. So if we go for the underside right here, the first thing that we can add is a cylinder, and we're just going to scale that down a little bit, bring it up, and just sit it right at the back here. Now this is the part where it gets a little bit tricky. You don't want it to poke through the top, but you want to just make it just thin enough that it pokes through the back. So we're going to go with a texture on this one. We're going to change this one to black. And then what we can do with this is we're going to right click and shade smooth. Oh, sorry, go into your object mode, right click, shade smooth. Then what you want to do, go to edit mode again, select the face on top, press E for extrude, but don't move it, scale inwards ever so slightly, and then E for extrude, and we're going to go down, but don't clip the phone, just have it just there. Now you're going to make a secondary material on this item as well. So of course we're going to press plus in the corner, press new. We go for a silver, but we're going to go full metallic and roughness down. So when we render, we'll see like this. Now, obviously press assign. So you want to go, this is camera lens. Sorry, my mistake. Camera lens. Then we'll call this one camera base. So your camera lens, you're going to want to assign that. So now a lot of phones do have a backing to their cameras, so we're gonna put a few of these just at the side. So Shift D to duplicate. Just move it across. Make sure that you're moving on one axis, so you're not going like this. So they're all at the same height. We could go put one down here, maybe another one here. Have one of those phones where it's like weirdly covered in lenses, which is every smartphone nowadays. Yeah, so something like that would be real great. Now what we're going to want to do is put it back to this, just to enclose them a little bit. Now you can use a cube to do this. Yeah, I'm going to use a cube. So just go ahead. I've just gone back onto the viewport shading here. Go ahead, put this over the top. You might want to use this one, which is the X-ray. You can use that on viewport shading on the second option. So just scale it down so it just sits under the lenses, but it doesn't clip the actual phone itself. I think I got that one right. So you're going to want to just gently come up. Now, here's the thing, right? So you come up there and you notice that the lenses are now being obscured. So what you want to do with that one, bring your lenses up. So we're just going to finish off this part just here, just to smooth it out a little bit. So I want, come on, I want that face. Right, yeah. I want to select that face and that face. Just going to press E for extrude. And then we're going to go S for scale, bring it down a little bit. S for scale, bring it in a little bit, just so that it smooths off. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. There's just my save files. Right, yeah. Okay, so we've now got this. For some reason my save files decided to pop up. Right, no, I don't want that in the center. Just gonna go Control R, just scope it here, just at the side, so it's got kind of a little bevel around the edge. And then go back into object mode, right click, smooth shade, and we are going to go with maybe, I would say a white for the back. So now I'm going to go ahead and select all my lenses. So just click, press shift, hold, and just click all your lenses here. And then we're just going to press G, bring them up. Let me see. Do I want a sixth one on there? Actually, does look like it deserves a sixth one. So you got that space. So of course this is just a generic kind of phone layout. Just click all those. There we go. So now this back, I want to change this back of the phone. So we're going to go into edit mode. Just select the back. I'm going to take this X-ray off actually. Face. Yep. Okay, so I'd like a kind of green colour. So we're going to add another colour to this. Click assign. And then we're going to go with kind of like a greeny kind of colour maybe. I'm just going to put this onto object mode so we can see that a little better. That's too green, I think. That's pretty cute. So you kind of have this nice smartphone going on. So, I mean, you can add a logo at the bottom there, you can add some details at the bottom there, a little bit of text, like they have like the terms and conditions on the bottom of phones as well, I've seen. So yeah, that's basically the phone shape. So now, depending on how your phone will function and depending on the brand of your phone, you're probably going to want some USBs, you're probably going to want some little places to charge things. So I mean, we're going to go E for extrude. This will be the charge port. Scale it down a bit. E for extrude. And then you could have it that way. Then you could go E for extrude. Scale it inwards. So if you guys can see what I'm doing here. And then you kind of have a point. Now, let me think. So, yeah, here go inwards. You just go into the phone right there, and that's charge port. So yeah, that's the basic premise of a smartphone. You guys can add to that, but yeah, that's just basic generic kind of looking smartphone with curved corners. Please don't sue me. You know what company I'm talking about. But yeah, if you guys are interested in any more tutorials, there's plenty on my page. I'm trying to get a tutorial done every single day for this month. So yeah, if you guys liked, please subscribe, please follow if you're on Facebook. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So we're going to be making a water bottle today. So the water bottle, we're just going to go ahead and delete the default cube. Add objects for mesh. Add circle. And what I'm going to do with this circle, this is kind of in the way, but I'm just going to improve my vertices just right here at the bottom to make it look a little bit smoother. Because last time I didn't do it, and it was kind of squared off a little bit, and I didn't like the way that looked. So with water bottles, what we're going to do is we're going to go to edit mode, press F for fill. So what I'm going to do is E for extrude. Let me think. And I'm just going to scale it around. We're going to do a flat water bottle. E for extrude again. Just bring that out just slightly. E for extrude. E for extrude again. And I think I might put like a little kind of dent in the middle of it. So you just want to take it. E for extrude. Bring it up. E for extrude if you're going to make this little dent. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I'm just going to do it. E for extrude again. Just like kind of scale it inwards a little bit. Just kind of have it like as a sports bottle, I guess. Scale it inwards again. E for extrude. Just gently scale inwards, and then we're just gonna make this come upwards towards the top, and then just scale it out a little bit more as we reach the top. So this is gonna be kind of like a sports water bottle, I guess. E for extrude. Actually, you know what? I'm going to make that a little bit bigger. Scale outwards. E for extrude. E for extrude again. And then we're just going to go E for extrude, but on the slide. Scale it inwards slightly. E for extrude again. Scale inwards. E for extrude. Scale inwards. E for extrude. Scale inwards. You get where this is going again, I guess. If you've seen the rest of the tutorials, like E for extrude, blah, blah, you know. Okay, so we're gonna go E and just go straight up. You can make like a little curve if you want to, just kind of balance it out a little bit, and then E just straight up. So I'm gonna go an X-ray view right now so you guys can see. So we want to go E again, just slightly, just bring it in. This will be the lip of the bottle. Yeah. G downwards, let me see, yeah. So go inwards, E for extrude, and then we're just going to go in there. Now I'm going to press 1, so you guys can see. So now we're inside of the bottle. I'm going to go E for extrude again, E for extrude, and then we're just going to scale outwards. And then E for extrude, just leave like a tiny little gap at the sides, so that you're not clipping the outside. E for extrude, scale, E for extrude, scale it outwards, and just carry on doing this like the whole way until you get to the bottom. And just make sure you keep scaling inwards every so often if the bottle changes, such as my one does here. So I'm just making the inside of the bottle now, and then we can do the rest of this. And now when you come to the end, just kind of scale it in a little bit. Not all the way in, but just like enough that you kind of get this round bottom to it. So you should have something like this. So now we're going to make the lid, which is just real simple. Just go back to your object mode. I'm going to just right click shade smooth. And then we're going to add the lid, which is just a cylinder. Just basically scale it down. And then just place it on top. You got the X-ray mode, you can kind of see how big your lid is. Let's have mine like there. Okay, so, and then right click and smooth that out. So that's your basic bottle shape. You can add to that if you like. Let's see. So you can add labels on here as well. So the best way of doing this is to go to edit mode. Just click 1 on your number pad. Make sure that you've got the X-ray mode on for faces as well. And then just select a couple of vertices, and you can change the colours of these as well. So you just go into the materials tab. You just press plus. So this one will be the original colour, I believe. Yeah, so this one's the original colour. So what you want to do, just to make it kind of slightly invisible, I'm just going to change my render engine real quick. So come back to the materials tab. You can move the alpha, and you can make it like slightly kind of invisible. I'm just going to go ahead and just assign this 1 second. So for this material that's selected right here, you want to press plus, assign, and then this will be your new material. So this will be your label. Let's go object mode. So you notice that the bottle's kind of slightly see-through. I mean, you could use that if you wanted to, but to be honest with you, if you go to the original material and you go to glass BSDF, you can make this bad boy glass. Just turn down the roughness, and then it turns into kind of this glass bottle effect, but we don't want glass, so we're just going to bring the roughness up a little bit, so it's more of a plastic kind of look to the bottle. Yeah, and that's your basic kind of bottle shape. I hope you guys enjoyed. Please leave a like, subscribe. If you're on Facebook, give me a follow. Thank you. Okay, what's going on, guys? So we're on to our next tutorial now, which is screwdriver. We're going to be building a basic screwdriver today. So we're going to keep the default cube, I think. I'm just going to press S to just pull this out a little bit, and then I'm going to go into edit mode. We're going to go Control R, just cut that one in half, and then Control R up on the side as well, just cut that one in half. So you're gonna want some sides on here as well. So select all of your sides, sculpt outwards, and then sculpt upwards as well. So this is going to be the handle for your screwdriver. Then we're going to go E and just pull it in a little bit. E, shape it in a little bit more, and we're just going to make it round at the end. So it's kind of a basic screwdriver shape. then we're going to start making the handle. So the handle, I'm just going to bring it out a little bit, press G just to move it. So I think that's long enough, E. And then I'm going to scale it outwards. So you've literally just extruded it over the top and then just expanded it out. So we're going to go G, move it forward a little bit. E again. E again. Scale it inwards, just slightly. E again. And this is just going to be the front part. And scale outwards. E. Scale outwards again. Scale it. This is just going to be the front part of the screwdriver. And I'm just going to scale that one in. So now we want to do the handle. And if we go back to object mode, we'll add a cylinder. Rotate that by 90 degrees. Scale outwards. You want to scale across. Sorry. S to scale. Then we're going to place it where the handle should go. Now this is a little bit longer than we want it to be, so we're just going to scale that down a little bit. Just put it back in there. I think. Maybe just move it down a little bit more. Shrink it down just a little bit. Okay, so the end part here, we want to kind of squish it down a little bit. So we go to edit mode, E for extrude, and then we're just going to scale it down on one side. This is just a basic screwdriver, so I mean, like, you could edit this however you'd like to. So it's smooth. And then I'm going to go E for extrude. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to scale this out first. And I was thinking about putting, like, maybe the end just there with this object, but to be honest with you, they're more squared off, so I'm going to put a cube and then move it across, and then we're just going to scale this down until it fits the end of our handle right there. And then I'm going to sculpt it out from there. Okay, so I think that should be roughly right. E for extrude, scale it outwards just slightly along the same axis, and then we're just going to go straight ahead, straight forward, and maybe just round it off just a little bit at the ends. So that would be just a basic screwdriver. I could have made it a little bit better, but I think that would do for a basic screwdriver. You could just add the metal as well. So I mean, like, shade smooth, make this smooth as well. If you really wanted to, I don't think it'd be practical making that smooth. But let's see, let's add some red on there. Where are we at? Just change the cycles engine. We want a metallic on this one. It's like dark grey. Maybe turn the roughness down a little bit. Maybe just a bit lighter. And then this one, we're just going to go with the same colour. So yeah, that's your basic screwdriver. I changed that to 500. Oh, no, actually no, 200. 200, yeah, 200 was a good choice. I'm just going to put a plane on there so you guys can see it a little better. I'm going to adjust that lighting as well. That's really harsh. See, let's put it at 50. No, we don't want to go for 50. Let's go put it at 10. Nope, 5. 5's a little better. Oh. But yeah, there you go. That's your basic screwdriver. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So I realised that Blender had actually changed over and I had a few videos extra, so I had those on the last days, but this is the first 4.4. So we're going to be delving into the newest software. It's available to download from Blender. So all of the tutorials from now on, apart from a few of them, will all be in 4.4. So what I did was actually I made some tutorials over the next year for 4.3 as well. So what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be doing kind of a sunny scene, kind of like a walkway kind of pool thing, because it's summer, it's beautifully sunny outside, and we're going to see what we can make. So I'm going to start off with the cube. Let me see, I'm going to make sure I got these. Oh, hold on. If you want these screencasting keys, it's preferences, and then we're going to go to, where did I put it? Add-ons, and then it should be screen. Oops, what did I do? Screen? Why is there no screencasting keys? Oh, that's interesting. Let's try extensions. Yeah, allow access. Oh, here we go. Right, okay. Let's install these. So now we should have screencasting keys. So just gonna go ahead and turn those on. Make them a little bit bigger for you guys. Font size big. Possibly pull that in a little bit. Line thickness upwards. And of course we want mouse size as well, so you guys can see that. And then I will place the shadow and the background onto there as well, although the background is a little bit too big. Maybe we'll just do it with the shadow. Interesting. It's a really big background for such a little mouse. Let's try line thickness, see if that helps. No. Okay, I think I got it. Right. So now I've got all this. Big font size. Yeah. Okay, so after this setup, I should have everything. So we'll start with the cube right here. I'm gonna go into edit mode now. This cube we're gonna use it on 2 planes actually. So just press G, bring it up. This is gonna be the roof that we'll make first. Scale it down, and then we will go and scale it across just a little bit. And then we're going to just go with Control R. Just make this loop cut right here. Press G, bring it across. And we're just going to go ahead and press G, just bring it forward just slightly. And we're going to start making a curve on this. So 7 on your number pad. Control R, make another cut. And then we could go with, bring this back a little bit. Just around this corner. We could go Control R again. Just press G, bring it up. Control R again, just smooth this off a little bit. So we've got this kind of bay thing going on. Take this one. We'll just smooth this one off a little bit. Just on this side. And then for this one right here, we can just box select this and just press G. Bring it over, but you notice that we've not got the points at the bottom. So what we're going to do, to solve that, press X-ray just up here. Reselect with box selects, just click and then drag. Press G, bring it up. And then we can do another loop cut just here, Control R, bring that in. And then at the base here, we can bring this up again. And Control R, just kind of bring that little curve inwards a little bit. So with some of these we could also bring them across, just make that curve a little bit sharper, make this curve a little bit pointed, just there, just I'm going off a reference image here that I drew. Trying to get the angles correct on this. So this would be the roof. Go to object mode, just click to smooth it out a little bit, and then we're going to go Shift D, bring it down, scale it upwards just a little bit, just bring it back down again if that happens to you. And then what we're going to do on this part, go to edit mode, we'll come off the x-ray, go to faces and select all the faces on top. Press E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale it inwards, and then we're going to go E for extrude and just bring it down. So at this point we have the walkway that we're going to put in just here. So we have the roof, the walkway, and we want a little bit of green foliage on this side. So what we're going to do, place your camera just about here. So we can go with add, or if you've already got a camera to your scene, we can go align view, camera to view. Just bring this down just slightly. I'm going to make a secondary little thing here. So what you'll notice now is we've got this kind of clipped side right here. So if we click on this, go to the edit mode, come on, there we go. Right, click on this face here, press shift, click on this face here and just press S and just scale them out just a little bit. It's just an intercepting vertice. Alright, so at this point we want to put some water in here, and also we want to put some plants around the outside, and we want another little surface right there. So what we're going to do, I'm thinking, should we do the plants or the water first? I think we should do the plants first and then fill it with water. So you've got your camera right here. I kind of want to move this part because it just doesn't kind of, I'm just a bit like, does this make sense? Okay, let's go with the plants to begin with. So if we go to add, let's see, curve. We should have trees. If trees aren't enabled, go to edit, preferences. I think I'm going to have to set everything back up for this one because it's a new program technically. So if we go to tree, we should have trees. There we go. Sampling tree gen. Install. We're going to go off this one, and then we will go to add. Curve. Sampling tree gen. Now, what you want to do with this, I'm presuming that it's like the prior version of this software. The tree gen sampling generation, don't click anywhere else on the screen, because this little box right here that pops up will not reappear if you click anywhere else. So for this one we're going to go to low present, and we could go with some beeches, some willows, but this is more of a kind of tropical scene, so we could go with like a small pine or something. We could go with something like this, but we kind of want a bush, so we're going to go with maple, Japanese maple. So with this one, you're going to want to go down to leaves, show leaves. So the plants that I'm currently looking at are just one leaf. So with the Japanese maple, it automatically loads in 5 tiered leaves. So what you want to do, take this down to 1 tiered leaf right here, just up on the side here, and also you want to increase the leaves on the branches. So we could do leaf scale as well, make them a little bit more bushier. So with this as well, we could also go into the shading tab and we could make them look a little bit more detailed, a little bit more grade in them. But at the moment we're going to leave them the way that they are. I think that would be good for a bush for the side actually. So when you click these, click the leaves, click the tree itself, scale it down, just go G, put this at the side, G to bring it up, bring it across if you'd like. You could offset this just slightly so that it's only just coming into the water. So with this, we can take the tree in the middle, we can go to the materials tab, which is just here at the side. We can go new. I think I need to replace a fan in my computer. I can hear something going and it's kind of bothering me. Like it's literally right next to me and I can hear everything. So we're going to go with the material for the tree. So just name this material tree. And then we'll darken this one off. The leaves themselves, what you want to do is go to new. You want to look at sheen and emission on this one actually. You can do spectacular as well in subsurface. So with this, what you want to do, instead of just making the leaves green, you kind of want them to have this kind of see-through look to them as well, so they've got a little bit more detail. So make them kind of like a bright green. But we could turn this roughness up just a little bit. So we're actually going to go back into this on the shadings tab. So it doesn't have to be perfect right now. So we'll just call this leaf green. So when you go to the render, you should see this. So you've kind of got this dark bark, you've got this green. Now, at this point, we're supposed to be in cycles. We're not. We're in Eevee. So come to your render tab right here. Change the cycles, and you should have this. Now we don't have any light in this scene apart from this one at the top, which isn't doing very much for us, so we're just going to press delete, and we're going to add let's see, go down to lights and we'll add sun. Press G, bring it across, press G, move it upwards. Now usually I move it to the corner of the screen because the older versions of Blender, for some reason, you put the light where it's sat, and then the light would put the rays in respect to where the light was, if that makes any sense. Nowadays, you can put the light wherever you want and just like point it where it's supposed to be, and it's just a very kind of weird thing that they did. So so it's R, so that you can rotate it. Central scroll wheel, so that you can get onto the correct axes. Yeah, I don't know why Blender changed it, but they did, and for some reason it was quite an older version actually. So they've been doing this for quite some time. It's not a new thing, but it just always surprises me. I think I'm just used to doing things other ways. Right, so we're gonna put some more bushes, some more trees down. Just put some little bushes around the outside and then some big bushes so that we've got this kind of difference in shape. And also rotate them a little bit so that they're not copying the same pattern. So you've got that difference between each bush. We got some into clipping stuff there. Yeah, let's go Shift D. Just bring a couple of these across. Different heights. Might take you a while to do this one, but once we've got all of this in the way, we can also change some of the materials to make them look even better. And if you wanted to, you could select all three, bring them across. I just kind of position them along the sides. And as well, what you could do, you can make other trees, other branches, other things to do this with. I'm just going to rotate this. Then take this one and just bring this down a little bit. Doesn't have to be perfect to begin with. You could just edit this willy-nilly as you please. Just rotate these so that they fit a little bit more. Whoa. Okay. I think we're nearly done with this one. Okay, so I'll just get rid of this. So when we've done that, we've kind of got this basic kind of bushy tree look. So we can mess around with the leaves here a little bit on the materials tab. Subsurface, you can turn that up a little bit if you wanted to. My computer's being a bit slow at the minute. Oh, we're not responding. Brilliant. Great. This is a problem that I have sometimes. It's like people will come into the comments section and they'll say like, oh, have you tried this? Have you tried doing this way? And some of the comments are helpful, and then some of the comments are just a bit like, yeah, I did try that with my computer, but as you can see, my computer just decides to freeze. So yeah, we're well into the freeze zone right now. Yeah. This is why sometimes I do things a little bit differently. Let's mess around with the IOR level. Transmission, coat. Let's try coat. Make those a little bit greener. I'm also going to take this light right here that we have in my photo that I have right here. It's kind of a yellowy orange. Just going to take the yellow, orange, just kind of make it a little bit more natural looking, and also the leaves aren't this green, so I'm just going to pull that as well. Maybe make that a little bit brighter. Just about there. Okay, so this roof as well, just bring this down. Oops. Make sure that they're on top of one another, that they sit relatively close. You want them both in the image. So we're just going to go G, just bring this forward just a little bit so that we can see a little bit more of the walkway. Just going to rotate this around. Just about there. Okay, so with this other side, we're going to put some glass. So this is going to be a building on one side. So I think same size of glass all the way around. So let's make this uniform, and then we'll build the building around the glass. So we'll go with we can either go plane or cube. I'm generally going to go plane, just to kind of experiment with the plane a little bit. Rotate 90. Press G, bring it up. Now what you want to do with this is slim it down and then scale up. So press G, bring it over here. So now you notice that the window is actually the wrong angle for where we need it to be. So what we're going to have to do is change the window around a little bit. So just press R and just rotate. And then just bring it back slightly so that it's uniform. And then we can do this all the way across the sides here. So we go Shift D to duplicate that out. Press G, bring it back, and we'll put some filler in the middle. So that will be the building. The building's pillars. Just bring this back. That's about right there. Shift D. So we go G, bring it over. Just rotate this so all your pieces sit roughly where you need them to be. You can change them afterwards if they don't look correct. So what I'm going to do with these three pieces right here is going to add materials to them. So this first one, we're going to go ahead, add the material, new, and we'll change this one to glass. This project's kind of a trusted process, really. So we're going to go ahead and select, instead of principal BSDF, we're going to go with glass BSDF. Just render that out, see how this looks. Now that's an interesting thing, because I didn't expect it to do that. So the last version of Blender, if you just had an object and you duplicated it, the material from the first object would not go to the second object unless you told the computer to do so. But it seems on this program that the computer has done the exact opposite. So we'll work with it, we'll see what's going on with it. We're just going to turn down the roughness. It seems that way because we've kind of got this reflective stuff there, and I didn't ask it to be glass, so unless that's a shadow, and it might actually be shadow. Maybe I'm just seeing something else, but we'll change all these to glass regardless. I'm pretty sure I saw shadow because I was seeing the reflection here, and then the shadow was coming this way. So yeah, kind of an optical thing going on right there. So you'll notice that these ones are probably not going to be seen by the camera, but if you wanted to pan the camera down and make an animation, you'll be able to see them in the back. So let's go to the next part. So we can take all these three panels if you wanted to and place them at the front. They should roughly fit. So if they sit together here, they should roughly fit on this side, given the angles that we've been putting in. It's okay if they don't, because you can adjust this. So just get that one on the boundary, just there, and then you can rotate these ones, but I kind of want to move this down a little bit. G, bring that back. Yeah, so then you've only got this one panel that's not sitting correctly. So you're just going to rotate this one just slightly so that it sits and fits just there. Okay, so the next bit I would say just bring this one over. It's a bit of an odd angle, this one. Okay, so now we have this kind of stained glass kind of look right here. Now what we can do with this section right here, we can actually do an inside of the building kind of section. So we've got outside and then we've got the inside bit. So we can do add, cube, bring it across. And I know that we've got the ceiling right here that we could use in theory, but I want to do this as a separate entity on here. So we'll do a little pillar, scale it up, press G, bring it down, make sure that it fits on both top and bottom. Bring that over just slightly. So this, you can actually use this as a pillar between all of these little pieces right here. I'd shrink it down a little bit as needed. So we could do this one. We could do new material. We could go with, let's go pillar. Go black. Yep. Oh, sugar. But now instead of a K. There we go. Right, so pillar black. Change this to black, as stated. Then we'll go Shift D, bring it across, scale down. Just get that between the two pieces of glass right there. Scale it outwards. And then we're going to go Shift D, bring it over. And then do the same to the opposite side. So this one you might have to just scale it out just slightly. Shift D, bring it over. Press G, bring it forward. Just make sure it doesn't clip into the basin. Scale this outwards. Okay, so now we've kind of got the stained glass thing going on in the background. We can do some of the room right here. So all we need to do is add. We'll go with plane. Scale it out. Just bring it over to the side just here. Now it doesn't have to go all the way in because we don't want it to intersect with the basin right here. So we're just going to scale it down. Bring it forward. We can loop it around where the basin is if you'd like to. So with that, if we go 7, go X-ray mode. So you see now that we have this gap. We don't want that gap. So just press G, bring it across as much as you can. And what we'll do is we'll go to edit mode. Just go Control R, scroll your wheel, central wheel a couple of times. And then we'll go point. And then we're just going to press G and just bring these points up towards the edge of the building right here. So that it follows the flow of the actual water itself. Now if you get to the point where it's intersecting right here, we can come back to that. We can put another loop cut right there. So it's uniform. Just make sure that this line doesn't go past. Because most of the scenery is not going to be seen. If it's just a picture at the side, no one's going to see the scenery. However, if it's an animation or whatever like that, people will be able to see where the floor is going to be. So you might want to move that out of the way. Let's see. I think that should be right. I think that's cool. I think that's alright. If there's anything that I need to edit later on, I can change that. So just come back to your object mode. We'll go to the basin. And what we will do, we'll go for a white with this one. So I'm just going to call it basin. Also, we're going to change the colour of the background here as well to a nice blue. I think I want some texturing on the basin actually. So if you go to the shading tab right up here, we can go to add a noise texture. We can go to colour, base colour. So what it's going to do is make this kind of wavy kind of tone. So this is going to be just for the bottom, but for the top one we will change the actual texture. So let's go with colour ramp. So now we've kind of got this grey kind of white tone to it. I'm just going to scale this up a little bit so it looks like stones. I'm going to go with a nice little shade of kind of a lighter orange. And then we're going to go with kind of a more of a red shade. Just to build that up a little bit. So at this point we want to add bump texture in. So I'll just go for bump, put this in the middle. I believe when it loads in, there we go. Right, so now we've got all this shine to it, so we want to take the shine off. So we're going to pull up the roughness. So we've now got this nice little basin going on. The IOR, we could just pull that down just a little bit so it's a little bit more rougher. I'm just going to pull this black up a little bit. And maybe that red. So now we've got this nice little pattern to our basin. So the next thing that we want to do, this one shouldn't be the basin texture. We're going to go to the materials. We're going to change this out and we're going to go for, let's make a new one actually. Let's go plus. This new one, and we'll go for wood. So right here we want to assign this to wood. We're going to go to edit mode, press A, click assign, and then we'll go to regular mode. Now this one, we're going to have wood coming across it, so we want to add, and we're going to go with brick texture because it's got the same texture as wooden paneling, and you should have something like this. So now we can scale this upwards a little bit, we can scale this downwards a little bit, depending on how you'd like it. If you want the boards going the other way, mapping texture is great for that. Let's go brick width. So we've kind of got these boards coming across. Let's try mapping actually. Last time mapping didn't work very well for me, but let's go vector to vector. Yeah. Vector to color 1. Scale. Okay. So let's go scale that downwards a little bit. We want some rotation. X isn't going to work. Yeah, this was a problem that I had last time. It just didn't want to do anything for me. Let's see with that one. No. Okay, maybe remove the mapping. If you guys can get this to work and basically put them at a 90-degree angle, like, go for it. For some reason my one just, it doesn't do it. I'm gonna have to figure out why mine's not doing that. Okay, so I'm probably doing something wrong. There's probably someone going like, this is how you do it, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Okay, so we'll work with this. Let's go with color ramp. We'll go in the middle. Let's go with a brown for this one, kind of like a beechwood brown. Yeah, I think there's a lot of things, like there's a lot of holes in my knowledge with Blender, because when Blender started out, I started with a certain kind of lessons, you know what I mean? And then things changed within Blender, and then I did different things and I forgot things. So yeah, there's a few holes in my knowledge, so to speak. We're going to go with bump. Let's go with height. So we've got those little boards coming in. I'm just going to go ahead and reduce the black there. Maybe we can invert this if you wanted to. Also, you can make this less rough. So we'll go with this right here. Okay, so then we have the bump texture. So let's go add. Oh, sorry, not the bump texture, the noise texture. Where's my head at today? We'll go with color 1. Just give it a couple of seconds so we can get this kind of texture coming out. Take down the roughness a little bit, I think. Actually, no, increase the roughness. Increasing the roughness looks a lot better. Just add some of that grain by adjusting just slightly. And then we'll leave the other one as is. I'm just going to increase the roughness just a little bit. And just increase the IOR. So let's make this a little bit lighter as well. We should have something like this. So eventually when we get the water in there, because of the reflections of the water, we should get a little bit more lighting. So the next bit I'd work on is the lighting. So we'll just go back to regular mode at the moment. We'll go to add, plane, and then we'll go to modifiers, and then we'll go ocean. So we shrink this down just a little bit. All we need is a little bit of a strip for the water anyway. So we just need maybe 1 or 3 across. Just scale that down. Press G so that it goes in. So we will clean this up once we finish doing this part, because this floor is going to need to be just a little bit higher than the water. Just about there. Press G, bring it across, and then we will increase these numbers just a little bit so that we've got the entire pool kind of full. Sorry, just adjusting. Okay. So now we should have something like this. And you'll notice that the water doesn't look like water. So to remedy this, we'll go to materials. Now you can go with glass if you want to on this. That's totally up to you. Just letting it go through so you can see what's going on. But there's not a lot of depth to it. So what I would suggest is maybe go to the principal BSDF that you had originally. Put the metallic up. Put the roughness down. And then the alpha, just slightly adjust it. Just bring it down. So now we have this nice little basin running through the bottom. So this basin right here, I think it's too thick, so I'm just going to scale this down just slightly and just bring it back up. So it's a little bit thinner. I think the depth was just a little bit too much. Okay, so this part right here on top, we're just going to go Shift D, duplicate it downwards. And then scale it down, but you want to scale it at the sides, so scale it so that it's kind of a thin kind of piece of metal. I'm just going to go scale it down, upwards a little bit, press G, bring it up. Not exactly the way that I wanted it to be, but okay, let's try this again. Scale D, Shift D, bring it across. So it's just there. Edit mode. Go for these faces right here. Press G, bring it back. We just want this little barrier, this little border even, just to grace the outside of this building. So just press G, bring it back, just slightly. Now, if we go to X-ray mode, and we see the underside of this, we want to select all of the faces on the underside. So just, let's see, what can we do here? So if I just press A, select everything. Scale it upwards so that it goes all the way down. Press G, bring it down just slightly. I can scale it right there. So now we've got this little barrier going on just in front of the building. So with this particular one, I want a different texture. So we're going to go to the textures tab right here and just click basin. So now it kind of blends in a little bit. Let's go with align view. Align view to, oh. Right. Camera's aligned. So with the background right here, As I said, I want to change this to a nice bright blue, so we're just going to take this up a little bit. Change it to a slight blue, so this is the world settings. So now we've got this kind of overhang, we've got this nice little basin going on, we've got some glass. We're going to want some trees in the background, and we're going to want some more buildings in the background just to give it a little bit of depth. So with these glass panels right here, we can edit these again and just make them go all the way around. If there's a gap where the glass panels won't go, Shift E to duplicate, by the way, just place a pillar there. It's pretty, it's kind of like a Disney go away green. Just put another object there. I find that's quite interesting, actually, the way that Disney parks work sometimes, because they've got everything smaller at the top. If you've ever noticed, you ever been? Yeah, the buildings are regular sized at the bottom, and they get smaller. So yeah, use Disney's trick here and put a kind of go away green in there, so to speak, quote unquote. I hope I can mention that. This is kind of thing that you find out when you do a lot of architecture, and you find out ways of making things look different from other things. You know, this kind of forced perspective that goes on. It's kind of very interesting the way that companies do it. So just bring this across. Scale it outwards if you need to. Just scale it in a little bit thinner. It's kind of an awkward angle. Press G, just move that in. Now it might take you a little while to do the sides here, because obviously it is curved. But it will give your photo in the end a real good sense of perspective. Just move that across. Move that across. Press G, bring it over, and then for these ones they seem all to be at the same angle anyway, so you can just put these up there. Shift D, bring it across. G, bring it forward. Okay, so once you've done this, just start adding the pillars back in. So I'll just go with this one. It's a little bit fiddly to get them around, but once you've got them in there, that's less work for you to do for the rest of the project. Just try and get them at the same angle as the edge of the pool, or at least as close to. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and put another one at the edge just here, just to kind of finalise that building structure just a little bit. Okay, so I think that should be okay for the outside of the building just for the moment. So obviously we've got a lot of blue going on. We're going to have to put some shaders in here. And this roof, I kind of want to, I want to put some edging on it. I want to put a little bit of edging on it. So if we go to edit mode, go to regular mode as well. Oops. Select the roof first, then go to edit mode. Excuse me. What we're going to do, I think, we'll take off the X-ray mode here. We'll select all of these faces up on the inside. Because if I want to do an edge, border on the edge, there's no point in me putting stuff to the edge. I might as well take the bottom in and then change the rest of it to the border. I'll show you what I mean. So we're going to go E for extrude, don't move it, and then scale inwards by the sideways, so like this. And then we're going to go E for extrude, bring it up, and then scale it inwards just slightly again. So then you've kind of got this little border going on. Now this, so the initial one, we should have its basin, the wood, so this will be wood, okay. So let's go for plus new. Try to figure out how to do this right, new, and then we'll go for black for this one. Press A to select everything, assign. Then we're going to go for the middle again. Just select everything here, and then we'll go for wood, and then click assign. And then come back to your object mode, and this is how it should render. So now you've got this nice little border going around the outside. Now you could bring this down a little bit if you wanted to, but now you have this kind of little catch around the outside, so to speak. So if I just put it into the camera's perspective right here, we've kind of got this little bit coming down. So now what we could do, we could put tube lighting in here as well, so it kind of illuminates it a little bit better. So I don't like this angle. I don't know what that's doing. What is that doing? It seems to have curled over on itself. Right. Let's take all this, scale it inwards. I think that should look better. That's an interesting one. Okay, let's press G, bring it down just a little bit. So you've got that border, but it's not quite as... I think it's the angle. I think that's what's knocking me off. It's the angle a little bit. It's the angle of the board. Okay, you know what, I'm going to work with it. I'm just going to see what happens. Alright, yeah. It's great. I'll work with it. I can always change things afterwards. So I'm just going to go Shift D. Now the angle on this should technically be the same as the other side. So if we just rotate this round to 180, we should, in theory, okay, maybe just rotate it around to the other side. So 180. It should, in theory, match up with this. If we can get it to work. Or at least close enough to work that it's not noticeable. Just going to rotate that one again. If you can hear that, that's my dog downstairs. Yeah, last time he came in the office, he was kind of jumping all over me and putting his ball on me and stuff like that. So I've kind of got this rule now, whilst I'm filming, the dog, unfortunately, is outside. Not that I want to do that, but because he was just distracting me quite a lot last time. And I think on the footage, I'm sure, like, people watching it, like, you guys could see, I was playing with the dog more than I was doing this. And I was recording, and I just thought, like, it's not really fair on you guys, like, you know. I'm just going to press 7 and just adjust this to where it needs to be on the X-ray mode. I just didn't feel that it was right for me to just be sat, you know, you wanting to be taught something, and I get it. He lives here as well, but sometimes just need to get stuff done. Unfortunately, it's just the way that it is. So now he's crying outside my door, like he just wants to be let in. I just want to finish this off before I do. Okay, so that should roughly be correct. I'm sure there's no intersecting vertices on there, but I'm going to bring it up as well, just to see what this looks like. Yeah, I think that needs to be a bit higher. Okay, put that one there, and then I think we'll just make some little adjustments. So press 7. Oops. Yeah, press 7. So you notice that you've got these little gaps right here. So take this, go to edit mode, and then we're just going to make some amendments just here and just here. So press G, bring it forward. You just want it to hug the kind of model. Oops, press G, bring that forward. 7. Okay, I think that should be okay. So what I'm going to do with this one is go into the shading mode, and we'll do some rocks and some stones on there just to kind of make it look a little bit more gravelly, a little bit more like dirt. So we're going to go new. We'll go to noise texture, color to base color, scale it upwards, and then we'll do color ramp. Pull that down a little bit. So you've kind of got this deserty kind of look to it. So on this side we're just going to put a little bit of black in. Oops, no, we don't want to add that. We're going to put a little bit of black just inside of there. We'll go to bump. Place this one here, height. And now we've kind of got this kind of gravelly dirt look to everything. Just going to make this a little bit brighter. But you do want that shade just a little bit, because you want to be able to, so you want the darkness for the shade for the plants, but then you also want that kind of little shine, like it's wet a little bit around the water. So what you can do with this actually, take this noise, take this bump, Shift D, bring it down, connect your normal to your roughness, and this will give the roughness a little bit of a bump to it as well when it loads in. There you go. So now you can scale this one up, and you've got this kind of rough texture. I don't know if you can see that, but there's a little bit of rough texture on the roughness tab right there. You can also invert it as well if you'd like. So I think like the harder part of this is going to be putting these little boards just kind of along here. I mean, like it's angling, that's all it is really. But we'll get to that point in due course. So if we just select some of these trees right here, and we just go Shift D, bring them over, just fill this gap in just a little bit, just bring them down. So there's like little trees and branches and stuff. You can shrink these if you want to. Just put them across the edge. Just make sure they don't clip the side of the actual basin itself like these ones. That's okay because it kind of looks like it's fallen into the water, but this one, because the tree is literally in the concrete right there, I would strongly advise moving all this back. Press Shift D. You could also do some leaves on the water if you wanted to, such as the you know, the trees kind of come to part. So if you just take the leaves right there, scale it down. Oops. I don't know why it's going upwards. That's a really weird thing. Yeah, you could kind of clip some leaves into the side, almost like there's something growing on the water, just on one side. Just as so it kind of just floats. So if we go to layout, we'll look at what we've done currently. So we have a lot of trees around here, we've got water, we've got, we should have some reflections on there. I should have, in theory, gone to the object tab, go to shading, you've got cast caustics and receive caustics, just click those on. And then you've also got for the roof here, cast caustics, receive caustics. So as long as the light is hitting at the correct angle, you should be getting some caustics up here. At the moment, I'm not. For this one, I think that's a bit too blue. I know where it's blue. It's too reflective. So if we do ray depth, no, let's backtrack there a little bit. Let's go into shading. Let's put the roughness up. You just want to reduce your metallic. Your IOR, you could bring this down just slightly. So you kind of got this roughness going on. Maybe just introduce a little bit of shine. I'm just going to scale this up a little bit. So you got some more dirt. This barrier right here that you have, you can actually put this on the other side if you like. So you can press Shift D, just move it across, make the barrier a little bit bigger. So, as regards to the steps, what we're going to do, let's go back to layout mode. We're just going to make platforms, really. So, let's go to add. We'll go with a cube, scale it across, scale it down just a little bit. G, bring it up. Now you can do some texture on this, but I'm going to do just kind of like plain, kind of board kind of look to them. So maybe just like that. And then from the base here, instead of having 3 objects, so instead of having 2 platforms underneath and then the platform on top, we could just make platforms from the objects. So we could do Control R for the middle, Control R for that side, Control R for the middle, Control R for this side, and then Control R for this side, and then these 2 squares right here can become part of the platform. So we just go E for extrude and just bring them down. So when we make this, we can then shrink it down, press G, bring it in. So this is a point where we're going to have to pay attention to the height of where this is. So I'm just going to bring it to the front right here. And I think it's best if you shrink it down and then you work from 7 and then you work from the main view so you can see what you're seeing as well. What the audience would see in theory. So you want to make this just a little bit taller. Press G, bring it up. than the water itself. Shrink this down. Actually, okay. I'm just trying to think how this is going to look. That looks okay, I think. Okay, so go 7 on this side. What you're going to want to do is put a boardwalk of boards going across here, and you just want to angle them into where they need to be. So this one right here, we could have an additional one at the side. So we'll just put this one right here. Shift D. Oh, come on. Why not Shift D? Shift D. That's really weird. Come on. Please tell me I'm not imagining this. I'm Shift D and it's not doing anything. What is it? Well, what did I do? Did I do something, or is this a program error? Shift D. Or is it actually... So what? Oh, that's just... Yeah, this program's... There have been some changes made. Because that's not supposed to do that. Or at least on 4.3 it didn't do that. Okay. Okay, I'm going to work with this. See how this goes. Learning curve, I guess. Shift D. Move that across. Right, okay. That is so bizarre. Because it's like I can't see this object right here. It is there, but it's... Oh, that's going to mess me up a little bit. Let's do one thing. If you guys have got the same problem I do and you can't see it, press G, move that to the side. Let's press 7 and let's go and start again. There we go. We can see everything. Right. So it's not me. It's just the X-ray is a little bit different on this program compared to the prior version. Press G. Shift D, move it across, rotate, G, move that down, Shift D, move that across, rotate, don't have to be perfect, I don't think. I think it's just kind of an outdoorsy thing. Rotate that, Shift D, move it across, G to move it up. This might take you a while to do, but once you've got it all, it'll be worth it. Right, okay. Yeah. I think there's been some minor changes done to this program because like, I'm doing things that I'd usually do on 4.3 and it's just not working on this one. So yeah, for sure they've made some changes. I didn't actually think that I'd be saying that because like every other version of Blender doesn't really change that much. It's just like little tweaks here and there, but the handling on this has just completely changed. Let's see. I'm just trying to get these 3 boards together so you've kind of got some pattern going on with the boards. I don't want them all at odd angles. Yeah, those 2, press G. Yeah, G to move, R for rotate. Yeah, almost at the end, like, I'm kind of going quiet with the amount of concentration that I have for this project right now. So I'm just going to move these two down just slightly. And just rearrange these ones, because I think that maybe I went too far down with that one. Maybe rotate this one in just a little bit. Wow, there's a lot to do on this. I did not anticipate how much work this would be. Okay, so Shift D, let's move these ones across. Rotate, G, move down. Shift D this across. I'm gonna go again. Having that little bend in all of these is kind of real good, because I can just move things. Let's move that across just to there. And then I think we just need maybe 3 boards from this point on. Ah, we need another one. Just to put into that position just there. Just to finish that up. Okay, so once you've got those all the way across, your scene should look something like this. Obviously we've not got the top on. And I kind of want to take all those boards and just squish them in and put them down a little bit, because I think it's taking up too much space. I'll be honest with you. Let's take every single one and shrink these down just a little bit. Oops, don't select the outside. You might have to do some adjusting if you've got to the point where I've got to, where they're just a little bit too big. So just scale them across this axis so they're like more in the middle, and then we'll press G and we'll just bring them down just slightly. Not so that the water's on top of them, but they just glide just above the water level. So now, instead of having all that around the edges, we now have this, which looks a lot better, I think. And then we've got these floating leaves here. I kind of like that. There's some leaves got in there. So the next part we could do is put this roof back on. So we just shrink this down a little bit, take this, just bring it across G, bring that across so that it's just sat where it needs to be. I think I'm just going to pull it just a little bit further in, or maybe just a little bit further out actually. There we go. So that looks a lot better. So now we have this nice little setting with everything else. So now I'm going to put in some more trees and maybe make a fence in the background, some other little things, and then in here we could have kind of an enclosed room. So we could go with new, change this to black. Maybe a blue or something, just kind of a nice carpeted area. And then we can go to add. I think a plane would be best for this. Just rotate this by 90. Press G, bring it in. So what you want to do is just generally just make a room. That's it. So we're just going to go scale outwards. Doesn't have to be that big, but alas, mine is that big. Just make sure that it's tall enough to cover the building. Just here. And then we're going to go for, if we go to edit mode, E for extrude, of course it's a box, but just work with me on this one. We're going to get this face and this face kind of sit together, so this one. Press G, bring it in, put it here, across this pillar, and then we're going to go with this one. We're going to press G, bring it in, put it across to this pillar right here. Take this, press delete, delete faces. Take this corner right here where the camera can see, just press G, just elongate it so the camera's on the inside. And then this will be the inside of our little room. And then we press this one, we press G, just bring it down to roof level. So it's kind of cheating, but it works. So now with this box we could actually go, let's go with black. Change this to black so it looks like all the lights are out. Okay, got this nice little holiday home going on. We could put some little lights going on in here so it just looks like a little corridor. So to do that we can do add. We can do then with cylinder, rotate sideways at 90. Scale it outwards, scale in. Materials tab. We can go with emission. So when we put this inside, you should be able to see that something's glowing, which we can. So then we can press S, shrink that down just a little bit. Make this maybe a little bit yellow. And we could bring this up. So now what we can do, I mean you could do anything on the inside of there if you wanted to. We could do Shift D, make that corridor look a little bit longer. Shift D, make the corridor a little bit more lighter on that side. So I'm just doing the outside at the moment, but the inside, I mean, you could spend a couple of hours just making some stuff for this. Make some doorways, make whatever you need. I'm just going to turn these lights down a little bit so it doesn't distract from the outside. These windows also should have some light coming in them, so I would mess around with the IOR just to pull that a little bit right there. Or you could put these windows as principle BSDF, metallic up, roughness down, and then you can go alpha and pull these back just a little bit. And what you'll notice is there's little bits of light on the inside right here. The second thing that you could do, take your main light. You can increase the strength a little bit to make it look like a real sunny day. And you see that the caustics that we've put on for the water and we've put on for the ceiling right here actually change the kind of light immersion, if you want, for that. So the background, personally I would say you could put some houses on there if you wanted to. You could put some trees, you could do a lot of different things with that. You could also edit the depth of field to make this look more realistic. So we could go to camera right here, depth of field, and just use this little dropper tool and just select, say, a board in the middle there. F-stop, if you bring it all the way down, it blurs the outside, blurs the background, except from this board right here. So if you just tune this up just a little bit, you'll get a little bit of foreground blur, and you get a little bit of background blur, depending on what you want. So we're going to go ahead and put some trees in the back here. We could put some of these bushes just in the back too. So let's take a couple of these. Shift D. Rotate to where you need to rotate them to, and then you can scale them up. And now you have this kind of little background of trees going on. You can put some buildings in the background and stuff. Have another plane, make some grass. For this part, I think... So this could be like a little nature garden, I guess. My computer's getting pretty slow. I'm just going to put this one right here. So it kind of fills in the background at the back. You could edit some of these plants to have a different colour leaf as well. You can make them a little bit darker if you wanted to, a little bit lighter, a bit more orange, if that's what you're going for. Maybe a drier climate, that looks so cool. Let's see, I might put up actually some cubes. Let's make some boards in the background. G, bring those over. So what you want to do, you can make cities if you wanted to in the background. Just little blocks. Make some depth right there, so G, bring that up. Change this to brown material for the wood. Just got Shift D, bring this across. Select them both. Shift D, bring this across. And select all four. So you could have this like nice little edging fence around the land. Maybe this person's got 6-foot fences and they like their privacy. Let's take all these. Just gonna press G, bring it across just slightly, and then I'm gonna press Shift D, bring it this way. So now I've kind of got this nice little picket fence right at the back, so it's giving it a little bit more depth. So the inside of the building, as I said, you guys can edit that one. To be honest with you, I would put a little bit of grass here. So if you wanted to do that, add plane. You just want it to sit. You can add plane, or you could change the textures that you've already done. Let me just try and experiment here a little bit. Just bring this back, scale this out just a little bit. So grass is essentially the same as hair. Ironically, in CG, it's the way that it is. Like, I spoke to one of my friends about this, and I said, you know, grass is hair in CG, and he's like, what do you mean by that? And I said, well, it's literally what it says on the tin. It's the exact same concept, so to speak. The particles are the exact same. Right, let's go with new particles. Instead of emitter, you want hair. I kid you not, this is how we're doing this. This is the grass. Looks kind of artistic, that, doesn't it? It's like a stay away grass. We're gonna lower the meters on the grass, or the hair length even, so that it's relatively grass sized. And then we'll go up here and we'll add a couple more zeros to this. And that's kind of like some basic grass going on. You can also see that we've got mud underneath it, so it's going to look pretty cool. Go into your materials tab, go new, and then make this a nice lush green grass, or however you'd like to make it. I think I actually might move the camera angle, to be honest with you, because I think like I'm working more on the garden at the minute. I think that's what I should have as my thumbnail. So we go to there. I have to improve that picket fence at the back a little bit. So take some of those and just put those at the back. As so. And I think, oh, also, if you're doing grass with hair, you do this thing where you go object mode, particle edit. This is a cool part. And you can just kind of adjust the hair to where you want it to be. You can make bald patches if you wanted to. I think I came in a little bit too strong there. But yeah, you can, instead of everything standing straight up, because if you notice that the floor itself is just above where all the hair is. So you can come here, you can make this a little bit wavy. And then when you render it in and you go back to object mode, which I've neglected to do, you should have some nice little particles of wavy grass. If you don't like the brown in between, you can actually change that. Put some more grass on there, or you could shrink it in just slightly. Got G, move this across. See how you've got a lot more detail with the grass right there? So, because this is just sat just below where the mud part is, you could also press G and just grow the grass a little bit. Pull it up. Oops. So now you've got some longer grass. If that's what you wanted. I'm just going to go ahead and move this to the side because it's kind of interacting with the water. So I'm just going to press G and go that way. So now we have this lovely lawn, some nice bushes. And we've got a nice little water feature going on. I think, again, I might just move this, just slightly. So yeah, that's kind of the little garden tutorial in a way. I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you in the next one. Oh yeah, if you guys are interested and you want to make the sky kind of like with clouds and stuff, I just thought I'd add this one in just at the end. I forgot to do something. So go to your shading tab, go to world settings, and then we're going to go to noise. Noise texture, colour to colour. Oh, excuse me. If you're on rendered version, you'll see this. Oh, excuse me. So what you want to do is add a colour ramp. Right at the back here. Go plus and go with blue. You got blue sky. Make some little clouds going on. Just go to the viewpoint of your camera. Just bring that white up just a little bit and then scale it up or down, depending on your preference. If you scale up, it's kind of little bits. If you scale down, it's just like iridescent clouds, I guess, such as that. You could also take some more trees at the back if you wanted to. Just kind of border the border, so to speak. So you take this one, Shift D, duplicate that, scale it up, Let me just take this version off. I'll show you guys what I mean. So we could do, it's like a giant tree. So you don't even need to put them on like the correct plane or whatever, just kind of little trees dotted about in the background. Okay, yeah, I hope you guys like this tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Hi, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So basically today we're going to be making an ice drink machine. So I don't know whether this is a copyrighted kind of name for it, but I guess you guys can figure out what we're making, but we're going to call it the ice drink machine today. So I'm going to show you how to make it in Blender. So let me just make sure, yes, I've got my keys on here. So, it's going to be quite a basic tutorial, really. It looks complicated. It's not really that complicated. I'm going to make the default cube just slightly longer here. I'll just make it a little bit bigger. Just bring it up to the ground level right there. Okay, so this is going to be our base. This is going to be the middle of our little containers here. So all we need to do, really, is just make the top and just clone it. That's it. So we're going to add another cube. Oops. Don't press H. Press G. Make another cube. What we're going to do, just make that cube just as big, just as wide to front and back as the machine is. Just want to pull it just a little bit in. We're going to edit this bit a little later on. But this is just going to be basic for us. So, what you want to do, it doesn't matter if it's not perfect. We're going to go to the edit mode. We're going to go to top face. And we're just going to press G and just bring this down a little bit. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to start with a very sharp base, bring it out a little bit. I'm just going to press A to select all. Press S. We're just going to scale it in just slightly. So it's like this. Okay, so I'm going to split the screen for you guys so you guys can see. Where's this going? No, I didn't want that, but okay. 1 second. That should be there. Come on. So I'm going to go back. Oh! Right. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me fix this. Okay, so I rebuilt it, just trying to make it as best as I can. So, yeah, you just basically want something like this. This is the side view on one side, and this is the regular view on the other. So, we want to go into edit mode. We want this top section here. Just bring it down. Just press G. And then we're going to go for E-fret extrude. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make this a little bit more rounder. So what we want to do is just Control R, and then we're just going to quarter it going across, so it just should look something like this. Put the back there. I'm just going to pull in the corners just a little bit, just to bevel it. See, maybe do one more on this side. Okay, so what you want to do is just go into your select mode. We want to select the edges, and we're going to select all of the 4 corners. And this is just going to smooth our edges so that when we extrude this, everything's going to be smooth coming upwards and we don't have to go in and edit everything. So all you want to do is scale along your axis. So scale across your red one here, which is your X, just maybe about a quarter, and then we're going to scale again along the green one, which is the Y. And all it's going to do is just give us this little bit of a beveled edge. Okay, so let's see, let's put some. So you can see that it's rounded on the edges now. So what I want to do is go into edit mode, and we're just going to select the top faces right here. So you just press shift in and then just press diagonally across. Shift control diagonally across, it'll select everything. So what we're going to do is E for extrude. Now the base of these ice drink machines are quite small, and then they kind of come out a little bit, and then they've got the lid that comes in. So you want to just scale this just outwards just slightly, so it's got a little bit of a lip. E to extrude, scale outwards just a little bit, E to extrude, and then we're going to try and scale it outwards this way as well. So just press S for scale, just scale it outwards just to the side just slightly, E for extrude, and then we're going to go E for extrude again, and then we're going to start bringing it in just after we've pulled it out a little bit. E for extrude. Right, at this point we're going to start bringing it in. So we're going to go E for extrude again. Just give it a little bit of a lip. E for extrude. This will be the top of the container. E for extrude again. Just scale that in. And now we're going to start to go into the container. So we're going to go E for extrude. Leave it where it is. Scale inwards. E for extrude again. And we're just going to go down slightly. Scale inwards. E for extrude again. And then E for extrude again, and then we're going to start scaling this and then following the pattern of the tub. So I'm going to put X-ray mode on so you guys can see. So now we're inside of the tub, as you can see. I'm going to go E for extrude, bring this down. Maybe just scale this inwards just a little bit, E for extrude, and just bring it all the way down until you reach the bottom. E for extrude, and then just scale it in just slightly. So you should be left with a tub that looks something like this. Now you'll notice that these faces have extruded out to the side. So what you want to do with that when you do this is E for extrude. As soon as you get to this point, you want to start scaling inwards. So you'll notice that it's just coming out of one side. So you're going to need to, instead of scaling inwards collectively, scale inwards from the side. So S, scale inwards, E, and then see that this comes out again, so we're just going to scale inwards, and then E, and then scale. So you should just be left with a little tub that looks like this. Now this doesn't exactly look like a tub, so we're just going to shade this smooth. So right click, shade smooth. And then we're going to make this glass. So go on new. I'm going to go to glass BSDF. Make sure your render engine is in cycles. So go to render, just click cycles. So this should be the front of our little machine. And we notice that it's very cloudy. So we want to go to materials again. Take the roughness down, but not too much. Just enough so that you can kind of see inwards. So we're going to name this material right here. We're going to say this is the plastic. That's what it should have. Now we're going to make the lids. So to make the lids, we're going to go object mode. I'm just going to take the render off here. And then we're going to add a cube. I think we should add a cube. That would be the best option. So what you want to do is just make sure that your cube matches up with the sides. Scale that inwards. Make it flat. And then we're just going to scale it outwards. Now you can do the same thing with the tub as well that you did originally, which is taking the corners. So if we just Control R, quarter it down, or half it down if you will. And then we're just going to take the sides, bring those in. Just make sure it doesn't clip the outside of the tub as well. Select all your faces. Shift Control onto the opposite side, so we can select all those. I'm just going to press G for the moment, and then I'm going to press E for extrude, scaling in just slightly. E for extrude, scale inwards. And then this is just going to be the lid of the ice drinks machine. And there we go. That's practically how you do that one. Just your tub and stuff like that. I mean, you could add this into, make it black, take the roughness down a little bit, make it a little bit more shiny if you want to. You could add some advertising onto the top of that. So the next bit would be the handles and the turny bits. So it does have a corkscrew on the inside of it, but to be honest with you, I just want to make the outside today. So we're just going to add a cylinder, rotate it by 90 degrees, press G, just bring it up, and then make sure it just sits right on the front right here. Scale it down a little bit as much as you need to. G. Make sure it's mostly center. And then we're going to put this one as glass as well. They're the plastic even. Plastic tones. Just make sure that's in the center where you need it. And then when we render it, it should look something like this. So there's no liquid on the inside of it at the moment, like, you know, I just kind of want to keep it as is. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to make an edge to this. So we're going to go E for extrude, just on the outside edges. Or you can go scale inwards as well. E for extrude, scale inwards. So all these edges on the side here, we're just going to select them. I don't want this edge, but for some reason it's selected. Press plus, press new. I want to assign that to that one, and then this center one right here, we're just going to put this back to plastic, so this is how it should look. I'm just going to smooth that out as well. Okay, so what do we want next? Let's see. Let's do the handles and stuff like that. So back to this part. Let's add another cube. Scale this upwards, but scale it down. Make sure it's roughly in the center. Then from here, we're going to make another one. So I'm just going to place this one as black. Let's place another one on here, scale this one down. And this is just going to be part of the handle for the interior bit. And then I think we'll use, we'll use a cube again. Scale this upwards, scale it down, and this will be the handle. I'm just going to bring it here just for the moment, and then I'm going to edit the actual handle itself. So we go to edit mode, you want to select your top face right here, when it'll let me. Press G to bring it down, E to extrude, scale it outwards slightly, E to extrude, scale it outwards slightly, E to extrude, scale outwards, E to extrude, and then E to extrude again, and then we're just going to start bringing it in a little bit. E to extrude, and there we go. And then just shade it smooth. So now you should be left with something that looks like this. To be honest with you, I'm going to change this one, put it as the black plastic. So that's one of them. Now we just need the spout at the bottom. So we're going to go with cylinder again. Scale it down. Make that slightly bigger. And we're just going to place it right underneath. It's going to make that slightly longer actually. Going to shade this smooth. Then we're going to select Shift D, make it bigger, and then just take it down a little bit. And that should be our basic kind of little part right there. So I'm just going to change this to glass actually. I'm going to go to edit mode, take the bottom face right here, E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it inwards just slightly, and then E for extrude just to bring it up so it looks like a little tap with an end to it. So then we're going to go with the plastic again. So what you should be left with is this in the end. Yeah, so we have that little part right there. If you guys want to add a screw in the middle, you can do. We need a little bit of a tray going on at the bottom, I think, as well. I think I might just have the tray as one kind of unit kind of thing. So we've got all of this right here. So what you want to do is just select everything that you've already made. And we're just going to move it over. Just press G. Just move it over slightly. And then we're going to go Shift D. And then duplicate it. So that it comes over to this side. And then this square underneath. This kind of default cube. We're just going to adjust it. So that it just fits flushly. And then, magical part, we can make the little tray underneath. So that's your basic shape of everything that should be here. And now we just need to make this tray that's underneath. So just go Shift D, just duplicate this. Then we'll press G, bring it forward, scale it down a little bit. So that we just have this kind of undercurved bit just on the edges of the machine. So once you've got this right here, we're going to go edit mode, Control R, half it, Control R again, half it again, Control R, half it, and then on this bit we're just going to make a little bit of a square. Control R again. You're just going to want to make a little bit of an indent. That's all we're doing. So edit mode, edit mode. E for extrude. E for extrude again, don't move it. Scale it inwards. And then E for extrude just to bring it up a little bit. So you've kind of got this little tray thing that's going on. Okay, so that is our basic iced drinks machine. That should look like this. So with this bottom one as well, I think I might change this to black. So you've got the same theme of the plastic all the way through as well. You can change the glass if you want to, totally up to you. Just kind of make it less rough, I guess. So you kind of got the plastic going on. So yeah, that's generally how I would do it. If you want to make some patterns on the bottom as well, I mean, like, you could go to add and then mesh and then plane and just place it down here. Scale it outwards a little bit. So that it fits this part just flushly. So on this one we want to make some little bit of a lattice, I guess. I guess you would call it a lattice. Okay, so go to edit mode, and what we're going to do is we're going to right click, subdivide, 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 subdivide. Then what we want to do is go to object mode, go to your modifier, I think it is, let's see, wireframe. Yep. Okay, so, and then go to materials and then select the black material that you had for your plastic. And there you go. You've got a little bit of grating going on at the bottom, some extra detail. You can add scratches and bumps to this plastic as well if you'd like. That's just generally in the shading tab at the top. I'm going to have mine smooth. So yeah, that's your basic ice drinks machine. There is a problem with it though, I feel. Yeah, okay, so this kind of moved out of the way. So I'm just going to put that back there. I'm going to Shift D, move that over. I don't know why it's done that, but it has. Yeah, so that's your basic iced drinks machine. You can add some liquid in there if you want to. Just basically use a square and make it slightly see-through. I guess I could try and put that in for you guys just to kind of show you. Also, this middle part here, you could make this silver if you wanted to. Let's see, can I do this? Make this just slightly silver. I think that's okay. I'm just going to add a plane underneath it. Kind of get some depth going on. Yeah, so you can see the silver is now slightly reflective just on that side. Let's see, I'm going to add, actually, maybe some liquid just on the inside of it. Just use the X-ray mode and get something in here. Shorten that down just a little bit. Yeah, I'm just going to do some little bit of edits so it looks more genuine. Oops, we don't want that side, we just want that side. just that one. Yeah, here we go. No. I think I'm half asleep tonight. Like, I am so tired right now. I just want to go. I want to go to bed. I'm like, whoa. Right. Okay. So when we go to object mode and we go